Years later, in September 1995, Jimmy Carter publicly confirmed the incident as having taken place. He was impressed, Carter told a group of college students in Atlanta, that after spy satellites failed to locate the wreckage of a downed airplane, a psychic had pinpointed the location of the missing aircraft. She gave some latitude and longitude figures. We focused our satellite camera on that point, and the plane was there, the former president said. Dale Graff experienced a moment in the limelight. As part of the intelligence community's Exceptional Analyst program, he applied for a prestigious sabbatical that is awarded annually by the Director of Central Intelligence. As a scientist, he was interested in locating evidence of the origins of anomalous mental phenomena. As a physicist, he did not believe the answer lay in the supernatural, but in the natural world. In his research proposal to the CIA, Graff laid out plans to study the electromagnetic effects that extrasensory perception might have on the brain, and whether the phenomenon had to do with electrical signals inside the human body. While Graff waited to hear about the sabbatical, he was assigned to an Air Force program related to the MX missile basing system. In the late 1970s, no issue was perceived to be more critical to national security than the threat of a Soviet preemptive nuclear attack, a first strike. America's land-based, nuclear-tipped ICBMs were stored in hardened underground missile silos across the country. Because of rapidly advancing satellite technology, it was generally accepted in the intelligence community that the Americans and the Soviets knew the location of the other side's missile sites. And given that precision targeting technology had also advanced, strategists now feared the United States was vulnerable to a Soviet first nuclear strike. If this were true, then in a worst-case scenario, the Soviets would be able to launch an attack that would cripple the American military and knock out its ability to respond. As part of a program called Ensuring Survivability, the Air Force devised the MX missile basing system. MX was an acronym for Missile Experimental. And as bizarre as it may seem to modern readers, the proposed system worked like a shell game or confidence trick. Instead of keeping America's arsenal of nuclear missiles inside fixed storage facilities located underground, the new idea was to have actual nuclear-tipped ICBMs scattered among mock-ups of ICBMs, and to shuttle both the real and the fake missiles around a classified rail system built inside a 24,000 square mile section of federal land in eastern Nevada and western Utah known as the Great Basin. Those who were against this system said the idea was flawed, expensive, dangerous, and easy to defeat. But proponents of the MX program alleged that randomly shuttling an abundance of these missiles from shelter to shelter would ensure location uncertainty, making it significantly harder for Soviet military planners to identify exact targets. Real missiles needed to be included in the mix because America had to be prepared to launch in a matter of minutes in the event that the president gave the order for a nuclear strike. One of the program's strongest supporters was General Lew Allen, the powerful Air Force Chief of Staff and a member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Allen was also the boss of Dale Graff's boss. By 1979, plans for 200 road loops and 4,600 MX missile shelters were underway. With General Allen at the helm, the Pentagon was pushing the idea through Congress, with an estimated startup cost of somewhere between $20 billion and $26 billion, $65 billion and $85 billion in 2017, and an annual operating cost of $440 million, $1.5 billion in 2017. Other divisions of the U.S. Air Force were assigned to conduct operational security, OPSEC, diligence, In other words, to look for holes in the MX missile basing system. At Norton Air Force Base in California, OPSEC teams developed theoretical schemes that might allow the Soviets to defeat the system. These teams then went out into the field to test viability. No idea was considered unworthy of investigation. After one team determined that cockroaches were attracted to materials in the ICBMs, another team studied desert insects. Dale Graff participated in satellite tests to determine whether their Soviet counterparts, using Soviet satellites flying over the Great Basin, could sense an abundance of cockroaches, thus indicating the real ICBM payloads. As head of the Electro-Optic Threat Assessment Section, Graff was also involved in an array of brainstorming ideas designed to beat the MX missile basing system as part of an official Air Force vulnerability assessment team. He wondered whether remote viewers using ESP could determine which transport vehicles were carrying the real missiles and which were carrying dummy warheads. He contracted with Hal Puthoff to conduct a study. Using a computer-generated shell game, Puthoff's colleague Charles Tart of the University of California, Davis, collected data from a group of psychics tasked to try to beat the shell game. Random guesses would produce a correct guess 10% of the time. On average, remote viewers trained in SRI protocols were correct 25% of the time. One sensitive individual in the group produced exceptional results, Graff learned. After 50 shell game trials, she had guessed the location of a marble with an accuracy of 80%. Hal Puthoff's report for Graff indicated that remote viewers could significantly increase the odds in determining the location of the real ICBMs. This report was sent to the Pentagon. General Allen was furious, remembers Graff. The powerful general sent Graff a letter ordering him to immediately stop work on any programs that involved extrasensory perception, paraphysics, or parapsychology. Coming on the heels of the success of the Zaire operation, it felt like a blow, Graff says. A letter arrived in the mail. Its letterhead indicated it was from the Director of Central Intelligence, DCI. Congratulations on your selection as one of the 1981 DCI Exceptional Intelligence Analysts, the letter began. I can tell you that the competition this year was very keen. Your selection should be a source of pride both to you and to the Air Force. Not only had Graff won the prestigious year-long CIA grant he'd applied for, but he and his family had been invited to CIA headquarters for a ceremony recognizing his selection. Graff collected his CIA-issued airline tickets and made preparations for the upcoming trip. He felt elated, he recalls. The day before his departure, Graff received another letter, this one informing him that General Lou Allen had, on Graff's behalf, stepped in and declined the CIA's Exceptional Intelligence Analyst Award and its year-long sabbatical program. It was unheard of, recalls Graff, but the decision could not be reversed. Allen was one of the most powerful figures in the U.S. military and at the Pentagon. Here I was, this little guy at the Foreign Technology Division, getting squashed like a bug by the generals at the Pentagon, remembers Graff. He felt crushed and overwhelmed. A voice inside him told him to stay the course. That conviction paid off. The following month, he received an unexpected telephone call from the Defense Intelligence Agency's Dr. Jack Verona, who was Assistant Director for Scientific and Technical Intelligence. Verona was putting together a classified program called Psychoenergetics, he told Graff, with the project's main goals to evaluate the threat that foreign psychoenergetics achievements might pose to U.S. national security and to explore the potential of psychoenergetics for use in U.S. intelligence collection. Verona wanted Graff to come to Washington, D.C. and help him run this secret program. Graf could hardly believe his good fortune. This was a real opportunity. There was a growing body of evidence demonstrating that extrasensory perception and psychokinesis were real phenomena, albeit rare and difficult to reproduce. With his access to classified information about the CIA program, Graf knew that part of the reason the agency had canceled its remote viewing contract was because its analysts had concluded that there exists no satisfactory theoretical understanding of the phenomena, and that present theories were speculative and unsubstantiated. Here, now, with the power and resources of the Defense Intelligence Agency's Directorate of Scientific and Technical Intelligence behind him, Graf believed there could be genuine progress toward a general theory. This was his quest. Chapter 14. Psychic Soldiers. At the Fort George G. Meade Army Facility in Maryland, Second Lieutenant Fred Holmes Atwater read Dale Graf's Paraphysics R&D Warsaw Pact report and felt a deep sense of foreboding and patriotic alarm. Atwater served in the 902nd Military Intelligence Group, a division of Army intelligence called Operations Security, or OPSEC. As a member of the SAVE, Sensitive Activity Vulnerability Estimates team, it was Atwater's job to visit Army facilities around the country in an effort to locate every possible security hole that the Soviets might try to exploit. Graf's monograph posited that the Soviets could be using extrasensory perception to conduct espionage against Army facilities and psychokinesis to potentially disrupt the delicate electronics on weapon systems. This was not something Atwater had ever seriously considered. As an OPSEC officer, Atwater routinely conducted on-site surveys of Army facilities and attended security briefings with commanding officers. The procedures were routine. For example, if he was denied access to a classified area, he might come back later with a fake badge and try to get in. One of the nation's top targets for Soviet infiltration was the Army's Missile Research and Development Command Center at Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama. In the fall of 1977, the facility's commanding officer formally requested OPSEC support. The way Atwater remembers it, the Missile Command was concerned about security because so much of their testing involved ground-to-air missile telemetry, i.e., the radio signals that guide a land-fired missile to a target in the air. Redstone wanted to know what the actual hostile intelligence threat posed and what OPSEC measures should be taken to counter this threat, recalls Atwater. In other words, how to plug holes. Atwater went to Huntsville to examine the situation. After conducting the on-site survey, he sat down with a group of project managers to go over OPSEC suggestions, including counterintelligence options and physical security measures that could be implemented by the team. The men sat around a conference table taking notes on Army-issue yellow legal pads. Just as Atwater was finishing his part of the exit briefing, one of the missile managers abruptly placed his briefcase on the table and dramatically opened it. He pulled out a book and slid it toward the center of the table for all to see. It was Mind Reach, Scientists Look at Psychic Ability by Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ, which had been published the year before. The book discussed remote viewing experiments at SRI, operations scrubbed of all CIA affiliation. Atwater was familiar with the book. After reading Dale Graf's classified Paraphysics R&D Warsaw Pact report, Atwater had sought out and read all the unclassified material he could find on the subject. How are we supposed to protect ourselves from this? The apparently alarmed Redstone missile manager asked Atwater. The room fell silent. Atwater looked over at the commanding officer. Based on the chief officer's reaction, I suspected the missile project manager had surprised him, Atwater says. He picked up Puthoff and Targ's book. The way he recalls it, he then said something to the effect of, "This subject is beyond the scope of this survey and today's briefing. I will have to get back to you later on this, sir." With that, Atwater and the SAVE team left Redstone. Back at Fort Meade, Atwater met with his boss, Major Robert E. Keenan, and told him that having reviewed the book and related subject material, he was concerned that the threat could be real. He'd looked through the outstanding Intelligence Collection Requirements, IRCs, to determine what, if anything, was being done to defend against possible Soviet parapsychology threats. Atwater cited Graf's report, which originated with the Defense Intelligence Agency. If the Soviets had research and development programs in this area, he told Keenan, OPSEC had an obligation to address countermeasures. What was even more interesting, Atwater told Keenan, was that the DIA had been responding to an IRC on psychic phenomena, and that the original request had come from the CIA. Apparently, the Soviets were heavily invested in paraphysics research, including ESP and PK, and had reportedly demonstrated experiments that showcased covert infiltration techniques against not only Redstone, but numerous Army installations, operations, and facilities. The only way to establish the veracity of these reports, Atwater insisted, was to try to replicate them. He suggested the Army hire some of the so-called sensitives who were working with Puthoff and Targ at SRI to see whether they could access information about U.S. Army facilities using extrasensory perception, places like Redstone Arsenal. This information could be helpful in future OPSEC vulnerability estimates, Atwater said. Impossible, Keenan replied. These sensitives did not have security clearances, nor were they military trained. Atwater wondered whether the Army should create its own unit. From his personal investigation, he had learned that one prevailing idea was that extrasensory perception was latent in all people, but strong in certain individuals, and it could be learned if certain protocols were followed. The Army could ostensibly train its own people, Atwater said. It could teach intelligence professionals who already had security clearances and who were already trained in counterintelligence operations to become remote viewers. The plan was to create a small, low-profile unit, assemble it here at Fort Meade, and try and intercept signals from targets chosen by OPSEC. Just as we use other intelligence surveillance assets, such as satellites, communication intercepts, and facility penetration agents, to demonstrate OPSEC vulnerabilities to Army commanders, we could use these trained remote viewers to demonstrate vulnerabilities to this unique form of surveillance, Atwater wrote. Keenan sent Atwater's proposal up the chain of command. It landed on the desk of one of the most powerful people in Army intelligence, Major General Edmund R. Thompson. A pioneer in new technology systems, Thompson had played a major role in the formation of the U.S. Army Intelligence and Security Command, INSCOM. He was the general responsible for fielding the first combat electronic warfare and intelligence units. Now he was the Assistant Chief of Staff for Army Intelligence. Strong opinions about extrasensory perception and parapsychology are almost always deeply personal beliefs. A few years earlier, Thompson later revealed, he'd read a book called The Roots of Coincidence by Arthur Koestler, which discussed Jung's concepts of synchronicity. Kessler's book put forth the idea that events with no causal relationship are meaningfully related, and that this underlying mechanism was also at work in extrasensory perception and psychokinesis. After reading Kessler's book, Thompson developed an interest in ESP and PK. When he read Atwater's proposal, he asked to be briefed on where the Soviets stood. He was startled by what he learned. There was evidence that the Russians were particularly active in long-distance telepathic communication, Thompson said. Also in PK, that they call telekinesis, and possibly in telepathic hypnosis in order to disrupt individuals in key positions or handling sensitive equipment. This is similar to what the Army's Office of the Surgeon General Medical Intelligence Office had first warned about in its secret report in January 1972. Atwater was sent to meet with Brigadier General John A. Smith, INSCOM's deputy commander and the man in charge of the unit's budget. Atwater's proposal was modest, with a budget of a couple of $1,000s to cover travel expenses until the end of the year. Smith took out a budget request form, jotted down a few notes, signed it, and handed it to Atwater. That was it, Atwater recalls. The project was given the temporary code name Gondola Wish, soon to be Grill Flame. It was October 1978. Atwater and an Army major named Murray Scotty Watt were now in charge of this unusual new program. Their civilian partner in this endeavor was SRI, with Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ acting as lead scientists. Puthoff and Targ would teach Atwater and Watt protocols for running the program, and once a solid group of candidates had been pre-selected, they would help choose 6 or so psychics who would be part of Gondola Wish. The first order of business for Atwater and Watt was to start looking for Army personnel. Using a personality profile created by Puthoff and Targ, the screening process began. Most of the interviewees were, at the time, working as imagery analysts at the National Photographic Interpretation Center, the CIA's Photo Interpretation Unit, or at the Army Photographic Interpretation Center at INSCOM. Imagery analysts were people who had a special talent for detecting things in photographs that others couldn't see. Over the next few months, Atwater and Watt screened 2,000 potential candidates. Finally, they narrowed the pool down to 117. The interview process could begin. Warrant Officer Joe McMoneagle worked at INSCOM headquarters at Arlington Hall Station in Virginia, building one-of-a-kind computer-driven black boxes for airplanes. A senior projects officer in signals intelligence and electronic warfare, he was 32 years old. His personal life was a mess, and he disliked the Army. From his perspective, he had given his employer everything, and it had given him back very little. He'd nearly died in a helicopter crash in Vietnam in 1967. Since then, the military had moved him around incessantly, it seemed, from country to country, base to base. From 1971 to 1973, he was in Thailand, where he worked on classified missions that continued to give him nightmares. Now his second marriage was falling apart. He felt estranged from his only son. He had health issues. Pessimism was the dominant force in his life during this troubled time. One day in October 1978, McMoneagle's senior advisor handed him a note. The instructions were cryptic, he recalls. He was to report to a sterile room on the 3rd floor of the Arlington Hall Station headquarters building at a specific time on a specific day. This was the Army, so he went. Inside the secure room were 2 men in civvies who introduced themselves as military intelligence officers and asked him to sit down. The men were Fred Atwater and Scotty Watt. Atwater opened his briefcase and spread a stack of papers across the conference table. Some were marked classified, others not. McMoneagle recalls that among the papers were many newspaper clippings, some from America, but others from English-language papers published abroad. McMoneagle read the headlines, all seemingly referring to psychics, he recalls. I thought, this is a setup. The 2 military intelligence officers asked what he thought of the subject matter in front of him. The way McMoneagle remembers it, he said something along the lines of, I'm not sure I believe any of this, but if it's only half true, it should be looked into. The men gathered their papers and told McMoneagle not to discuss the meeting with anyone, not even his supervisor in signals intelligence and electronic warfare. Back at his desk, McMoneagle's boss asked what the meeting had been about. OPSEC people conducting a survey, McMonigal replied. Weeks passed. Then, one afternoon, McMonigal received a telephone call from Scotty Watt. McMonigal's presence was requested at another meeting, Watt said, details forthcoming. None of this could be discussed over the telephone. Watt told McMonigal that if his supervisor asked any questions, he was to say he'd be attending a meeting at the behest of the Army Chief of Staff. For the second meeting, McMonigal traveled to Fort Meade. There, he reported to the 902nd Military Intelligence Group. The address was an old brick building, and McMonigal was surprised at how many security doors he had to pass through before he arrived at the specified room number at the specified time. Inside this large room, with oak-paneled walls, he counted 18 people sitting around a conference table, 16 men and 2 women. Some wore uniforms and others civilian clothes. McMonigal was asked to sit down. After a while, 2 military intelligence officers McMonigal recognized as Fred Atwater and Scotty Watt joined the group. As they'd done with him earlier, they spread a sheaf of papers across the table. Some were marked classified, others not, and as before, he spotted headlines about psychics from American and foreign newspapers. His intuition remained the same. Be careful here, he told himself. This could still be some kind of elaborate psychological operations experiment. After the briefing finished, 2 men came into the room and introduced themselves as Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ, physicists from the Stanford Research Institute in Menlo Park, California. A movie was shown that featured something called an outbounder beacon experiment filmed at SRI a few years before. In the film, Puthoff and another researcher opened a sealed envelope while sitting in the passenger seat of a car, then drove to the Stanford Medical Center courtyard as instructed on an index card. The film featured a simultaneous sequence of a man locked inside a sealed room called a Faraday cage at SRI's radio physics lab. This man was a psychic named Pat Price, McMonigal and the others were told. The film showed Price sketching what he perceived the outbounders, i.e. Puthoff and the researcher, were seeing in the Stanford Medical Center courtyard in real time. McMonigal remembers watching with fascination as Price drew a very clear approximation of where Puthoff was in the hospital courtyard, and that there was a clear accuracy to the size and relationships of objects. He recalls thinking that unless this was some kind of elaborate hoax or an INSCOM psychological operation, the film was mind-boggling and frightening. It left me feeling that a new door to reality had just opened, McMonigal says. There were situations in his past that he had never shared with anyone, things that remained inexplicable to him. When he saw the film, these strange occurrences made a faint kind of sense to him. After the briefing ended, McMonigal was taken into a room where he sat alone with Puthoff. For roughly 15 minutes, Puthoff asked relatively basic questions, to which McMonigal gave relatively neutral responses, he recalls. Then came a question that tripped him up. Have you ever experienced anything called a paranormal event? Puthoff asked. It was a direct question in a classified military environment. He decided to answer the question as accurately as he could, however unusual his response might seem. In Vietnam, when he was behind enemy lines in the jungle, he'd first experienced a hint of what might be called a sixth sense, other forms of information transfer, he told Puthoff. His Army job title had been Emitter Location and Identification Specialist, which meant it was up to him to locate where enemy transmissions might be coming from. It was not an easy job, he recalls. In wet jungle canopies, you had to be nearly standing on top of a radio to know where it was. This meant that when you located what the Army wanted you to find, you were very likely standing on a high-value enemy asset. The Viet Cong had the obvious advantage. Emitter location and identification specialists and their teams were regularly ambushed. individual members picked off by sniper fire. My life was saved more than once by simply doing what my inner voice suggested, McMonigal told Puthoff, even if at the time it seemed foolish or stupid, or that I might embarrass myself. If McMonigal felt compelled to clear out a certain bunker, he did. If he felt a violent urge to leave a site, he left. Others in his unit took notice and began to follow his moves. Toward the end of his tour, McMonigal was flying back to the base at Pleiku when his helicopter was hit by enemy fire. One minute he was flying along listening to the rotor blades, and the next minute, wham, his aircraft was going down. He woke up in an army hospital with his leg in traction and pins in his skull. He recovered, was shipped out of Vietnam, and sent to a small town in southern Germany called Bad Aibling. In 1970, he became detachment commander of a unit stationed at Pocking, Germany. That summer, he told Puthoff, he had a near-death experience at a restaurant on the Inn River in Braunau. He and his wife had met a colleague from the detachment for a drink. After a few sips, McMonigal began to feel queasy and excused himself. Had he been poisoned, he wondered? He'd just made it outside into the fresh air when he heard a weird sound like a pop inside his head. After that, it was as if he were watching a film of himself, he said, standing on the cobblestone road, observing a surreal scene as it played out in front of him outside the pub's front door. Events then unfolded as though I were just outside the boundaries of reality, he recalled. He stuck out his arms and watched rain pass through his hands. Fears were replaced by fascination, he said. I drifted over to see what the commotion by the door was all about and found myself staring down at my own body, lying half in and half out of the gutter. McMonigal had swallowed his tongue and stopped breathing. He watched his wife and their friend load his body into a car. He watched the car drive to the hospital in Passau as if he were flying alongside it. He watched doctors and nurses try to revive him. He recalled falling into a long tunnel and observing the emergency room receding into the distance. For a while, he said, he remained there, wherever there was. He reviewed his life. He felt sorrow and remorse. Growing up with two alcoholic parents in the Miami slums, he'd endured an unenviable childhood. Sometimes his father would hit him so hard his ears would ring and his face would bleed. Money went to booze, not meals. His twin sister was his best friend and his confidant, the only person who really understood him. But then she got pregnant in high school, and the nuns took her baby away. She was sedated, became dependent on drugs, and was never normal after that. And then I had an intense feeling of forgiveness flood over me, McMonigal recalled. At that point, a voice in my mind said that I could not stay, that I had to go back. It was not time for me to die. McMonigal argued with the voice to no avail. There was a second, sudden popping noise, and I sat up on the hospital bed and looked around. The room was empty. When his wife came to visit, she explained that when McMonigal had arrived at the hospital, he was clinically dead. After he came to, the Army had moved him to this private clinic in Munich to convalesce. Here he began having out-of-body experiences, he said, a terrifying situation for him, over which he had no control. He could read the minds of others, he believed. I wasn't actually hearing them thinking, nor was I reading their thoughts verbatim, but I was picking up on the general gist or subject matter contained within their thoughts. McMonigal told the nurses what was happening to him, but then surmised that sharing these kinds of experiences in a hospital environment was not a good idea. He stopped discussing the situation with others, but he knew he had experienced some kind of change. Once you have had a near-death experience, it is almost impossible to act normal again. It alters the very color of the light in which you see things, McMonigal says. After several weeks, he was released from the clinic and assigned a new job in Munich in Army intelligence. Everything was different now. Fear of death abandoned him. He began reading voraciously: philosophy, theology, parapsychology, and ancient religious texts. He read everything he could get his hands on about these topics, from Carlos Castaneda to Madame Blavatsky to Aristotle. For a poor kid from the Florida projects, this intellectual exploration felt exhilarating. Parts of my character began to fade and be replaced with other elements that were totally strange to me. Life was about discovery now, with the newfound clarity of my paranormal mind. He was 25 years old, but there were bills to pay, and he was an enlisted man in the U.S. Army. His next assignment was an operation in Thailand. Because this operation remains classified as of 2017, McMoneagle is not at liberty to share details. But this dark, wartime experience further shifted his perceptions about the meaning of life, he says. Back in America after the war, he worked at a series of unsatisfying Army jobs. He divorced and remarried, and then his second marriage was heading toward divorce. That's when the two military intelligence officers, named Fred Atwater and Scotty Watt, showed up asking questions about psychics and phenomenology. After interviewing Joe McMoneagle, Hal Puthoff recommended him for the new unconventional Army program. McMoneagle was just the kind of person Puthoff believed could be trained in remote viewing for use in intelligence collection. Atwater and Watt asked McMoneagle if he was willing to join a prototype 6-man unit at Fort Meade, a classified program called Grill Flame. This unit was experimental and part-time. McMoneagle would be sent out to SRI for training, and after that, he would participate in a series of outbounder beacon experiments at Fort Meade. McMoneagle signed on and was designated Remote Viewer 001. Also chosen for the team were 3 civilian Army employees and 2 intelligence officers. They were Melvin Riley, a photo interpreter and former aerial observer; Hartley Trent, a National Photographic Interpretation Center officer and former Navy SEAL training instructor; Fernand Gauvin, a veteran counterintelligence officer who worked espionage operations in France since the early days of the Cold War; Captain Kenneth Bell, a counterintelligence expert; and Nancy S., an imagery analyst about whom little has been revealed. The unit's first office was located in Building 4554, in a secure room across the hallway from Colonel Keenan. The group, called Detachment G, or Det G, was an oddity, a secret unit whose work was unprecedented in Army intelligence history. Because Grill Flame was a clandestine operation, its participants were allowed to dress like civilians and wear their hair long. After people began making inquiries, Colonel Keenan decided to move the viewers to a more discreet location down the road on Llewellyn Street. The unit's new home was inside a former World War II mess hall across from a hospital in a grove of oak trees. Administrative work took place in Building 2560, a long, skinny structure with desks and filing cabinets lined up front to back. Building 2561, across the street, was the remote viewing facility. Here, inside an electronically shielded room, members of this unorthodox unit now found themselves lying in a dark room, eyes closed in a trance-like state, practicing how to perceive things that were not physically there. There was lots of downtime, and viewers were encouraged to cultivate habits that helped them relax. Fern Gauvin practiced yoga. Mel Riley did Indian beadwork. Joe McMoneagle painted a massive, multicolored mural of the cosmos on the office wall. Early Army memos indicated that preliminary results show high-level interest in the unit's progress, not just from DIA, but from superiors at the Pentagon as well. General Thompson approved a budget increase, and McMonigal, Riley, and Bell were given full-time positions. Work progressed. Then, in September 1979, Det G garnered the attention of the National Security Council, NSC, the President's principal forum for considering national security matters. Members of the NSC were shown photographs taken by a KH-9 spy satellite, revealing a beehive of activity inside a massive building at the Severodvinsk naval base in Russia. Located 650 miles north of Moscow, near the Arctic Circle, Severodvinsk was strategically positioned at the edge of the White Sea, and there was concern in the intelligence community that the Soviet Union was building its first aircraft carrier inside this mysterious building. The National Security Council delivered an official request for information to the Office of the Assistant Chief of Staff of Intelligence, Department of the Army, which in turn relayed the request to Det G at Fort Meade. There, Fred Atwater assigned the intelligence collection effort to Joe McMonigal. As revealed in declassified documents, what followed gave Det G its first 8-martini results. In remote viewing session C-54, date unrecorded, Atwater placed a sealed envelope on the table in front of McMonigal and asked him to provide information about the photograph concealed inside. McMonigal described a huge building near some kind of a shoreline, either a big lake or some bay. "It smells like a gas plant," McMonigal said. "Like there's a smelting or a melting or something going on inside the building." McMonigal described lots of people in funny hats, arc welding activity, standing on catwalks. "They're cutting metal or bending metal, wielding metal, shaping metal," he said. "Very unusual, very, very large. There's some kind of a ship, some kind of a vessel. I'm getting a very, very strong impression of props, meaning propellers," he said. Atwater asked McMonigal if he could be more specific. "Jesus, this is really mind-blowing," McMonigal said next. "I'm seeing fins, but they're not rocket fins or airplane fins. They look like shark fins." "All right, fine," Atwater said, a standard prompt. "Very much like shark fins," McMonigal clarified. "All right, fine," Atwater said again. He asked McMonigal to try and describe what was inside the building, but McMonigal had trouble getting off the notion of the shark. He repeated the word fin 9 times. "I wish I could tell what that goddamn fin was too, because I think that's very significant," McMonigal said. "I'm seeing what looks like part of a submarine in this building," he said finally. "I'm getting a strong impression of a huge coffin-type container, a giant coffin-type thing. It's like they created part of a submarine to fasten this modification to." Atwater asked how the coffin was connected to the submarine. "I think this is like a prototype," McMonigal responded. "Perhaps 4, 5 stories or 6 stories tall. I'm asking myself the question, what is this thing, this coffin-like thing? And the answer that I keep giving myself is that it's a weapon, and I don't know why. I don't see any weapon," he said. The transcript of the session was 47 pages long. The Army's Office of the Assistant Chief of Staff of Intelligence sent Det G's intelligence collection report to the National Security Council for review. The report was interesting to some, including Commander Jake Stewart of the Office of Naval Intelligence, and dismissed by others, including Robert Gates, an analyst on loan to the NSC from CIA. That the Soviets would build a submarine inside this building and not in a dry dock located at the water's edge seemed to defy logic. The building McMonigal had been asked to view was located roughly 100 yards inland from the shore at the naval yard. At one point in McMonagle's session, he had described a concrete structure like in Holland in a canal for, controlling the flow of water. But the KH-9 spy satellite photographs from September 1979 showed no canal between the mysterious building and the Navy docks, only flat, frozen earth. 4 months later, in January 1980, new images captured by a KH-9 spy satellite over Severodvinsk sent shockwaves through the intelligence community. The January photographs revealed a massive submarine tethered alongside a Navy dock at the Severodvinsk naval base, the likes of which had never been seen before. The photographs also revealed that a channel had been dynamited and dug, sometime in the past 4 months, between the building McMonagle had remotely viewed and the dock. These new satellite images made clear to the CIA that the Soviets had covertly constructed a prototype for an entirely new generation of nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines. The Soviets called this clandestine effort Project 941, codenamed Akula, or Shark in Russian. The Shark submarine would become known in the West by its NATO reporting name, Typhoon. Tom Clancy would make the Typhoon famous in his 1984 novel, The Hunt for Red October. The Typhoon-class submarine carries 20 submarine-launched ballistic missiles, SLBMs, each outfitted with 10 multiple independent reentry vehicle, MIRV, warheads for a total of 200 nuclear weapons on board a single submarine. Built for Arctic patrols, the Typhoon was designed to quickly break through polar ice, surface, and launch enough nuclear weaponry to annihilate the United States in a single preemptive strike. It is the largest class of submarine ever built, its massive size owing to the fact that the prototype Typhoon was the product of 2 Delta-class submarine hulls welded together. It would become one of the most feared weapons of the Cold War. Joe McMonagle had provided seminal information on the Typhoon submarine before any other intelligence asset in the United States. Fort Meade's Detachment G now had what is known in military and intelligence circles as an intelligence first. For the Army, it was imperative to determine whether regular military personnel could learn remote viewing as a discipline or skill. As a general rule, psychics and the Army did not mix, so the plan was to spend year 1 establishing that the phenomena was real, year 2 would be for training, and year 3 for developing Army protocols. That was the plan. Instead, on November 4, 1979, one of the most dramatic national security crises of the 20th century came to pass. In Tehran, revolutionaries stormed the U.S. Embassy and the Iranian Foreign Ministry, taking 66 Americans hostage. It was a crisis of epic proportions, unprecedented in American history. Aware of the experimental unit at Fort Meade, the National Security Council authorized the Army's Psychics in Training to become an operational unit in support of the hostage crisis in Iran. I received a call at 4 a.m., McMonagle recalls, asking me to report directly to the office. He was told not to listen to the radio, not to turn on the television, and not to look at any newspaper headlines. When he arrived at Fort Meade, his Det-G team members were already assembled, seated around a large conference table covered with more than 100 photographs. Atwater briefed the unit about the crisis in Tehran and gave the viewers a real-time operational task. They were asked to determine which individuals were hostages and which were not. Following SRI protocols, they worked to identify 3 Americans they believed were being held separately from the other hostages and whose whereabouts were not yet known to the Pentagon. When the National Security Council verified the accuracy of the information with the CIA, the Joint Chiefs of Staff became involved. The unit was then asked to provide information regarding people, places, and infrastructure in Tehran. What was targeted? McMonigal asked rhetorically. Every building, every room, every person in each of those rooms. What they were wearing, what their health was like, what the furniture looked like, what kind of paint or pictures were on the wall. Weeks passed and the workload ballooned. NSA assigned the viewers to locate any underground infrastructure near where the hostages were being held. When they identified a pre-Roman sewer system running beneath Tehran, with an entrance beneath the embassy, the Joint Chiefs determined the information to be actionable intelligence. As hostages were shuffled between locations, the viewers worked to track movements between Komitai Prison, Qom Prison, Evin Prison, Jarum, Shiraz, Area J, Ambassador's Residence, Staff Quarters Number 7, the Chancery, and the Mushroom Inn. In mid-April, Grill Flame's work on the Iranian hostage situation was affected by a series of destabilizing twists. The remote viewers arrived at the office one morning to learn that they were being moved from their secure facility at Fort Meade to a suite of hotel rooms down the road in Laurel, Maryland. They were now part of a highly classified special access program in support of the hostage crisis, they were told. Sequestered from the outside world, viewers worked around the clock. Then, during a session in the second week of April 1980, Hartley Trent went off subject from his requested target in Tehran and described a dramatic scene in a stark desert environment. Trent told Atwater he saw American soldiers rappelling out of a helicopter, commando style. The session was abruptly ended. Several days later, viewer Fern Gauvin reported seeing a similar scene involving fire and death, but not in a city. Declassified documents indicate that on April 24, 1980, Nancy S. was conducting remote viewing RV session CCC 84 when she broke down. The tasker noted, admin note 0300 hours in Iran, or at 3 a.m. local time. Nancy S. reported she was having trouble getting the target she'd been sent to, which was a building in Tehran codenamed India. Instead, she said she saw an attacking force of some kind. She apologized and stated that perhaps she was hallucinating. What she saw was weird and illogical, but very vivid, horrible, like a bad dream. Her description was of big chest, big gorillas, great big chest beating gorilla leading these apes. They had tiny 9-inch long rockets, hundreds of them. She apologized again and said she'd never lost control like this before. According to a report declassified by the CIA, she saw a very boring sequence, and all of a sudden you are aware something is amiss and something is very wrong. People are running with great stealth, and all of a sudden you find you are in an attack. You, the audience, in the middle of an attack. There was ground equipment, large caliber machine gun, 3 or 4 of them in a row. The way McMonigal recalls what happened, Nancy S. reported a huge explosion, a huge fire she couldn't understand what for. And then she became overwhelmed with emotion and broke down in tears. The situation was intense. The viewers were exhausted from the stress of the situation, the hotel environment, and the hours involved. Then, late that same night, Scotty Watt declared the mission over. He turned on the TV. To a stunned nation, President Carter announced a failed hostage rescue attempt and helicopter crash in the Iranian desert, 200 miles southeast of Tehran. The desert location was codenamed Desert 1. The rescue operation was Operation Eagle Claw. The crash killed 8 U.S. servicemen and 1 Iranian civilian. Scores more were injured. What would happen to the hostages now as a result of the failed rescue operation was unknown. Had Hartley Trent and Nancy S. experienced precognition? What about Fern Gauvin? Had they traversed the barrier of time and obtained information about a future event? Were they seeing events in real time? Were the gorillas some kind of gestalt for or a symbolic representation of special forces operators? The Army remote viewers were not born psychics. They did not pretend to be like Ingo Swann, Uri Geller, or Pat Price. They were only recently trained in an experimental collection tool whose value had not yet been determined by the Army. Precognition was a nightmarish skill to possess. To see the future was to see death. Who would want to cultivate this ability? Nancy S. quit the unit, says Joe McMonigal. So did Fern Gauvin. Reached in 2014 by telephone at his home in Maryland, Gauvin confirmed the events that took place at the Maryland hotel, but refused to discuss further what had happened during the remote viewing of Operation Eagle Claw. "If you ask me, I will hang up," he said. On April 25, 1980, Ayatollah Khomeini held a press conference. In a speech heard around the world, Khomeini condemned President Carter and credited Allah with throwing sand to protect Iran from the American invaders. "The big Satan has taken up his foolish mischief," Khomeini said. "God the Omnipotent has defeated them." At Fort Meade, the viewers continued to provide information for the National Security Council, the CIA, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff. 3 months later, with the hostages still in captivity, President Carter took to the podium in the White House press room to provide facts about the ongoing Iran hostage crisis. In one hand, he carried a folder. On the tab were 2 words, "grill flame." At the time, few people had any idea what those code words meant. It was generally accepted that the failure of Operation Eagle Claw cost President Carter the election. On January 20, 1981, just minutes after Ronald Reagan was inaugurated as the new President of the United States, the government of Ayatollah Khomeini released all 52 remaining hostages. An eerie chill descended on the Det G unit at Fort Meade. The unspoken question on everyone's mind was, what are we dealing with here? The answer, also unspoken, was, we don't know, so don't ask. Gone now was any sense of playing or practicing to be psychic. If the Outbounder Beacon experiments carried the patina of a new age, consciousness-expanding exercise, what happened during the Tehran crisis resulted in a paradigm shift. The U.S. Army's remote viewing unit had been squeezed into an impossible position. On the one hand, the message from the establishment was clear. We don't know what this is, we can't verify if it's real, but we're going to move forward anyways, scrapping the original 3-year plan. But while such an open-ended situation might be accepted at an ashram in India, on a mountaintop in Tibet, or even at the Central Intelligence Agency, it was an unlikely undertaking for the U.S. Army. At Fort Meade, the stage was now set for a state of utter confusion and chaos. Chapter 15. Qigong and the Mystery of H.S. Chen. On March 11, 1979, an article appeared a world away on the front page of one of China's top newspapers, Sichuan Daily, about a 12-year-old boy named Tang Yu who was able to read with his ears. At CIA and DIA, analysts followed the story with acute interest, translating, interpreting, and analyzing what this might mean for U.S. national security. Before this article appeared, very little attention was paid to China as a possible threat in the realm of psychic warfare and military research into anomalous mental phenomena. This article changed all that literally overnight. Intelligence analysts were startled by what they discovered about China and psychic functioning. China has a long and rich tradition of spirit culture, extrasensory perception, and superstition. The I Ching, or Book of Changes, 1000 to 750 BC, is one of the oldest and most widely read ancient divination texts in the world. It is said to have shaped Chinese philosophy, science, and statecraft for thousands of years. In the post-World War II era, after the 1949 Chinese Communist Revolution, activities such as ESP and divination were officially forbidden, much as the Soviets had sought to eliminate religion and mysticism in the wake of the Russian Revolution. But starting in the early 1960s, Russian government research into extrasensory perception was allowed to move out of the shadows and into the mainstream, justified, ironically, by international reports of American ESP experiments on the USS Nautilus. In Russia, ESP and PK research had been quietly gaining momentum ever since, but in China, the revival was non-existent, or at least unknown to the U.S. intelligence community, until this front-page article appeared about a boy who could read with his ears. The CIA and the DIA had a mystery on its hands. China's Politburo, or ruling party, controlled the nation's press. That a story about a boy apparently endowed with a bizarre form of extrasensory perception had been published in such a high-profile newspaper as the Sichuan Daily was unusual. That the article featured a photograph of Tang Yu standing beside a powerful Communist Party provincial secretary, both of them smiling, was unprecedented. For analysts at CIA, this signified a government seal of approval. Intelligence analysts sought to understand this phenomenon, referring to it in classified documents as skin reading. But an equally important mystery was why the Communist Party had seemingly decided to endorse extrasensory perception. The story had begun 5 months earlier, the CIA learned, in a remote mountain village in Dazhou district. One day in October 1978, Tang Yu and his friend Chen Xiaoming were walking home from school when the two boys decided to stop on the footpath and have an impromptu wrestling match. We were tussling together when my ear brushed against his coat pocket, and immediately 2 Chinese characters sprang into my mind, Tang Yu told a reporter. The words he had seen with his ear were flying and swan, he said. The experience struck him as so powerful that he stopped wrestling in order to describe his vision to his friend. Chen Xiaoming unbuttoned his coat, reached into the inside breast coat pocket, and pulled out a pack of cigarettes he'd secreted inside. The brand, Flying Wild Goose, featured the image of a long-necked bird in flight. So awestruck were the 2 schoolboys that they agreed not to tell their parents. Chen Xiaoming was far too young to be smoking cigarettes and would surely get in trouble. Instead, the boys began to test Tang Yu's skin-reading abilities on local townsfolk, the CIA learned. Villagers were asked to jot a few Chinese characters onto a small slip of paper, roll the paper into a little ball, and place it inside one of Tang's ears. Time and again, the boy would read the words or phrase that had been written down. News of the boy's phenomenal abilities spread throughout the village and beyond. A local official with the People's Commune was summoned to conduct a test, then a top district authority with the county government, and finally a Sichuan province Communist Party figurehead. In demonstration after demonstration, Tang Yu displayed his powers with astonishing regularity. When the paper ball is placed into my ear, I feel a tingling, and an image of the characters appears in my head like a film projected onto a screen, he told officials. Finally, the governor of Sichuan province, a powerful official named Zhao Ziyang, became personally involved. Zhao was hardly a household name in the West, but to the CIA, he was a formidable force, a rising star among Chinese Communist Party officials. 2 years before, in 1977, he had been promoted to the position of alternate member of the Politburo by the Chinese Communist leader himself, Deng Xiaoping. By 1979, Zhao was made a full party member, and in October 1980, he would succeed Deng as Premier of the People's Republic of China. Why was Zhao involved? CIA analysts wondered. Who was behind this? U.S. intelligence analysts rushed to learn what exactly was going on, acquiring hordes of Chinese documents and scouring them in translation. In China, the story about Tang Yu reached millions of Chinese citizens, and news of the boy's extraordinary powers spread. Officials of the Science Commission in Beijing were summoned to investigate. After laboratory tests, China's top party scientists determined that Tang possessed what they now officially called extraordinary human body function, or EHBF. Within weeks, what would soon become known as the first extraordinary powers craze took hold. The CIA was puzzled by this remarkable turn of events. All across China, people wanted to meet Tang Yu, the extraordinary boy who could read with his ears. Party-sanctioned newspapers began reporting additional stories about children with EHBF. Each case, readers learned, was being authenticated by local science commissions at an official party commune branch. From Beijing to Heilongjiang to Jiangsu province, stories of anomalous mental phenomena began to unfold like falling dominoes, featuring children who could read with their fingers, hands, and feet. By September, China's top science periodical, Nature journal, Zerhan Zazi, published a lengthy article based on the observations of one of its in-house science writers. In controlled environments, the abilities were authenticated and new forms of eyeless sight were confirmed by party officials. Interest grew. 4 months later, in February 1980, scientists from more than 20 colleges and research institutes gathered in Shanghai to test the extraordinary children as part of the government-sanctioned conference titled First Science Symposium of the Extraordinary Function of the Human Body. 14 of the children were determined to possess EHBF, meaning that they displayed mental and physical powers that science could not explain. What was particularly interesting to CIA and DIA was how the Chinese framed their research. By calling the subject matter extraordinary human body function, the Chinese were assigning these remarkable powers to human biology. In the West, this notion fell under the rubric of human potential, the idea that untapped resources exist inside all people. This belief system had been growing in American counterculture since the early 1960s with programs like EST, Erhard Seminars Training, and had come to include countless other programs ranging from neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, to information-coded biofeedback. In communist China, all science programs were de facto government research programs. There was no science separate from the state. Now, motivated in part by this perceived threat from the Chinese, the U.S. military's interest in human potential as a means of gaining superiority over the enemy was stimulated. If China was advancing human potential, so must the United States. The discovery of this new power could shatter modern science, said Dong Tai-hu, of the Department of Optical Engineering at Zhejiang University. EHBF could pave the way for a revolution in scientific thought. "We are facing a challenge to orthodox scientific theories," declared the professor. Further research on this power could result in tremendous breakthroughs in physiology, physics, and biological physics. A whole new branch of science could just be waiting to be discovered. As more than a dozen new research institutes were set up across China, research into anomalous mental phenomena in the People's Republic was now an officially sanctioned, large-scale pursuit at the national laboratory level. EHBF was listed in the Chinese Encyclopedic Almanac in the Science and Technology section. The craze gained further momentum even as more dramatic powers emerged, now including psychokinesis. A young girl could move an object across a desk using only her mind. Another could cause a flower bud inside a sealed jar to blossom in a matter of seconds. A boy could snap tree branches from a distance of several feet. Children with EHBF were tested in psychokinesis experiments. They could turn the hands of watches, bend metal, break matches, and cause spontaneous combustion of flammable materials at the wave of a hand, wrote an analyst with DIA. When it was reported that several of the children were endowed with a mysterious seventh sense, whereby they could see through lead containers, the Chinese Air Force became involved. Yu Ruha, a young girl from rural Kangjian County, was tested by a special physics research team with the Institute of High Energy Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Beijing. The academicians reported that she was able to see through a lead container, the kind used by the military to store radioactive materials, and could read what was written on a sheet of paper inside. Chinese Air Force scientist Liu Dongsu made a bold assertion. Brainwave analysis of exceptional vision, eyeless sight, suggests that the children possessed a unique, still unknown radiation. Their minds could produce rays similar to microwaves, he proposed, ones that were a staggering 10 million times stronger than the most powerful radar equipment in present use. As had transpired in the Soviet Union and America, when Chinese scientists began looking for the source of the mystery force powering EHBF, they looked first at electromagnetic waves. But Chinese scientists also had an alternative idea about what could account for this mysterious power. Intelligence analysts found their first clue in the words of the keynote speaker from the first science symposium in Beijing, a martial arts master named Q Hanrong. The source of his power, he said, was qi, which translates as vital energy or life force. Qi was ancient, as old as the I Ching, or Book of Changes. For thousands of years, the effects of qi had been studied, honed, and modified through an ancient martial arts practice called qigong, mastery of vital energy. Ku Hanrog told the members of the first science symposium that through qigong he had cured himself of paraplegia and could now walk again. Through qigong, Hanrog said he developed EHBF, including ESP. To understand qigong, the CIA examined its history. The practice has been in existence in China in various forms for thousands of years. In ancient texts, qigong masters were said to possess supernatural warrior monk powers, including invisibility and invincibility. Stories of qigong masters appeared across the historical record up to modern times. In 1948, shortly before the founding of the People's Republic of China, modern qigong was born. That year, a small group of communists gathered in the mountains of Hebei province to perform breathing exercises under the direction of a Qigong practitioner named Lu Guozhen. Their goal was to rid themselves of physical sickness and ill thoughts. When powerful Communist Party leaders learned of these gymnastic-like exercises and the health benefits they provided, they summoned Lu to their seaside enclave at Beidai to learn more. He explained that only 2 years previously he had been so riddled with sickness, including tuberculosis, gastric ulcers, and anxiety, he weighed less than 80 pounds and was on the brink of death. His doctor told him he had only a few months to live. So he took up Qigong. Through a series of silent mantras and breathing exercises, and by focusing his mental awareness on his navel, his brain activity slowed and his inner organs regained strength. After 102 days of these exercises, Lu regained his health and returned to work. Communist Party officials saw promise in this remarkable story and asked Lu Guozhen to teach them how to master Qigong. Decades of war had decimated the early 20th century Chinese health system. By 1949, when the Communist Party took power, it was faced with the pitiful state of the nation's health system, explains David A. Palmer, the West's leading expert on Qigong in China. There were only 12,000 scientifically trained doctors, one doctor for every 26,000 people, almost all of whom were concentrated in the cities. Communist Party officials saw Qigong as a potential solution to the nation's healthcare crisis. Officials could use the benefits of ancient medicine in statecraft. The leaders liked what they saw. Qigong was medicine for the masses. Through a series of simple gymnastics, breathing exercises, and mantras that required as little as 30 minutes a day, party leaders found themselves cured of all kinds of personal ailments, including ulcers and insomnia. This idea of simple, non-science-based medicine for the masses was in keeping with Marxist thought. Qigong could be performed anywhere, anytime, without medical equipment or drugs. What had been a long-standing esoteric tradition passed down from master to student for millennia could now be propagated for the masses while being controlled by Communist Party directives. A plan was put into action. With Lu Guozhen at the helm, the party sought to remove all elements of superstition from the ancient practice to make it more Marxist and modern. For example, the ancient Qigong exercise called the Claw of the Golden Dragon in meditation was rewritten as, I practice sitting in meditation for better health. Qigong clinics sanctioned by the party opened up across China, based in state-run institutions and hospitals. From 1954 to 1959, the movement expanded rapidly. Chairman Mao Zedong personally named Lu Guozhen an advanced worker, an important title in Marxist nomenclature, and assigned him the role of Qigong master to top party officials. In 1957, Lu's Qigong therapy practice was published and would sell more than 2 million copies. By 1958, Mao and the Chinese Communist Party had decided to transform the nation from an economy based on agriculture to an industrialized socialist model by initiating an engineering program called the Great Leap Forward. In an attempt to show that manpower, not machines, could foster industrialization, Mao announced a plan to increase steel production by 100% in 1 year. All across China, farmers, professors, factory workers, and just about everyone else was ordered to stop doing what they were doing and start forging steel in makeshift backyard furnaces. This was an impossible order, and where iron ore was unavailable, people melted down any objects they could get their hands on, including pots and bicycles. This effort failed, and China began its descent, into what would be one of the worst recorded famines in history. As people starved and died, Qigong rose in party favor. Communist officials stated that Qigong was the ideal Chinese medicine for the proletariat, as opposed to the Western-style medical science that catered to the bourgeoisie. Qigong became an integral part of the nation's health policy and expanded exponentially. At the Great Leap Forward for the Cause of Health conference in Beijing in 1959, China's health minister singled out Qigong for praise, citing its contributions to disease prevention. By 1960, a national Qigong training course was organized. By the following year, there were 86 Qigong facilities in Shanghai alone. By 1962, after the Great Leap Forward had proved to be disastrous and had been repealed, Qigong began to be demonized. A new mantra was put in place. It was unbecoming for a party official to promote Qigong, communist officials said. Afraid of persecution, citizens stopped practicing it. In 1964, a party edict called Qigong a rotten relic of feudalism and the rubbish of history. In 1965, the party's New Physical Education magazine declared Qigong quackery and a poisonous weed. The nation's leading Qigong master, Liu Guozhen, was labeled a class enemy and singled out for attack. He was fired from his hospital position, expelled from the party, and sent to a re-education camp at the notorious Shanhaiguan farm. His new job was cleaning the city's public toilets. In May of 1966, Mao launched the Cultural Revolution, unleashing a new form of terror on China's citizenry. Weakened by the disastrous effects of the Great Leap Forward, and in an effort to regain power, Mao called upon the youth of the nation to revive the revolutionary spirit by purging impure elements of Chinese society. Schools were shut down, and student paramilitary groups, known as the Red Guards, were created to harass the elderly and intellectuals. Gangs of children roamed the streets in search of enemy offenders. Placards were placed around offenders' necks, dunce caps put on their heads, and people were paraded into public squares to be humiliated and beaten. Red Guards destroyed libraries and museums. Communist leaders who challenged Mao were removed from power and imprisoned. Items associated with wealth, high-heeled shoes, furs, silk gowns, were confiscated and burned in bonfires in the streets. Hospitals and courts closed down. Chaos ensued, and the economy plummeted. By 1969, the country was in shambles. The Red Guards fought among themselves, and executions became widespread. It was entropy manifest, raw struggle. What puzzled analysts at CIA was that the years from 1962 to 1978 were a dead zone for Qigong in China. Not a word about Qigong appeared in print. Then came a single article about Tang Yu in 1979. It appeared as if emerging out of a vacuum. That the article triggered such intense interest across China was remarkable in the eyes of CIA and DIA. There had to be something else going on, someone responsible for the sudden adulation of a practice that had been forbidden for 15 years. When CIA analysts dug deep, what they discovered was astonishing. The man at the center of it all, from Qigong to the concept of extraordinary human body function, was Chen Hussein, formerly one of the most valuable members of the U.S. military science intelligentsia, now a sworn enemy of the United States. Chen Hussein, or H.S. Chen as he was known in America, was an American rocket pioneer. Born in China in 1911, he left for the United States in 1935, aged 24, on a Boxer Rebellion indemnity scholarship. He first attended college at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where he studied electrical engineering, then transferred to the California Institute of Technology, Caltech, to study under Theodore von Karman, the world-famous aerospace engineer. Starting in the late 1930s, Chen worked on early American rocket designs, and in 1938 co-founded the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California, America's first experimental rocket laboratory. So brilliant was Chen that von Karman declared him an undisputed genius. During World War II, Chen was granted the U.S.'s highest security clearance in order to work on the Manhattan Project, where he helped build the world's first atomic bomb. Commissioned as a colonel in the U.S. Army Air Force, he applied to become an American citizen, but his paperwork languished during the war. After the Nazis surrendered, Chen traveled to occupied Germany, where he interrogated Wernher von Braun, the world's first famous rocket scientist. In 1949, still waiting for his U.S. citizenship to be granted, Chen was made the first director of what was officially called the Guggenheim Jet Propulsion Center at Caltech, which today is NASA's leading center for robotic exploration of the solar system. Then, on October 1, 1949, owing to faraway events entirely beyond his control, H.S. Chen's life changed course forever. When Mao Zedong officially proclaimed the existence of the People's Republic of China in the fall of 1949, China and the United States became enemies. The loss of China to communism was a severe blow to America, and H.S. Chen's life would never be the same. 8 months later, on June 6, 1950, the FBI knocked on his door. It was the McCarthy era, and he was still a Chinese national, since his U.S. citizenship had not yet been granted. The Bureau's representatives demanded that he answer questions about possible communist ties. Chen was insulted. How could these FBI bureaucrats not realize who he was in the context of U.S. national security and the kind of security clearances he held? The FBI's response was to revoke his coveted clearances and place him under house arrest. After 5 humiliating years of quasi-detention, Chen was returned to China as part of a Korean prisoner-of-war exchange. He spent the rest of his life avenging his treatment by the United States. The story of H.S. Chen exemplifies the curious flexibility of personal conviction. Chen was betrayed by the United States, the country whose ideals he believed in and which he'd served during the war. America was the land he called home. And yet, by the time he arrived in China in October 1955, his belief system and his loyalties had been transposed 180 degrees, as though flipped by a switch. He remained a committed communist for the rest of his life and would earn the rare distinction of becoming a science advisor to Chairman Mao. Science was to be H.S. Chen's weapon of revenge against the United States. Almost single-handedly, he revolutionized China's technological capabilities from bare bones to cutting edge. He created and developed the Chinese rocket program, its satellite program, and its manned space program. His work on China's atomic bomb project allowed that nation to produce nuclear weapons and their delivery systems. Further, he was deeply committed to the science behind anomalous mental phenomena, including extrasensory perception, psychokinesis, and teleportation. His story has been remarkably underreported to date. When Chen returned to China in October 1955, China's industrial development was primitive, with barely the technology to build a decent automobile. The most common forms of travel were bicycle and rickshaw. And so, even before Chen arrived in Beijing, he'd been cast as a hero. His return brokered between Communist Party officials and the U.S. State Department, was seen as a victory for the Chinese. In Beijing, the scientific elite was in awe of him, and it was firmly believed that Chen would pull China from the technological dark ages into the modern world. Lavish banquets commemorating his homecoming were thrown at the Chinese Academy of Science and Beijing University. Within a few months of his arrival, the government created the Institute of Mechanics in Beijing and installed him as director. At the time, there was but one telephone. Technicians used hand-crank calculators. But Chen was off and running, deeply invested in continuing his life work, only now in service of Communist China. In Chen's first year back in China, as part of the Great Leap Forward, Mao instituted an unusual policy called Let 100 Flowers Bloom. Intellectuals were encouraged to criticize the Communist Party, to say whatever they want and say it in full, according to a statement by the chairman. The policy actually was a plot to root out dissent, and as a result, hundreds of thousands of critics were punished, tortured, or killed. Having witnessed McCarthyism, Chen kept his head down, remained silent, and did not make waves. He traded in his Western clothes for the standard gray uniform of the party. He denounced colleagues and promoted Communist Party doctrine. There were benefits for steadfast loyalty, and Chen earned such rewards. He was moved into a guarded compound in the Haidian district of Beijing and promoted to director of the Fifth Academy, where he led China's top-secret missile program. On November 5, 1960, the Chinese version of the Soviet R-2 rocket was launched, and a huge celebration was given in his honor. It was a turning point in China's history. A modern rocket had flown. Chen was now put in charge of the party's ambitious plan to build China's first generation of land-based ballistic missiles, the Dongfeng, East Wind. He developed China's satellite program, consulted on China's first nuclear program, and in February 1964 became Chairman Mao's private science tutor. On October 27, 1966, China became the first nation to deploy a missile with a live atomic warhead in its nose cone, an act internationally condemned as reckless. The man believed responsible for the first test of its kind was trained, nurtured, encouraged, lionized, paid, and trusted for 15 years in the United States, noted a New York Times reporter. But science in China would come under attack during the Cultural Revolution. In an effort to sound pro-proletariat, the Fifth Academy changed its name to the Seventh Ministry of Machine Building, and Chen was removed from the position of director. He remained one of what are believed to be only 50 scientists protected by the state during this time. He quietly worked on a classified program involving manned spaceflight, and in April 1968 spearheaded the formation of the 507th Research Institute, also known as the Beijing Institute of Space Medical Engineering. In 1972, Mao suffered a stroke, and the moderate Deng Xiaoping took control of the government. In 1976, Mao died. With Deng Xiaoping now officially in power, China began steps toward reform. Science returned to the limelight, and H.S. Chen once again became its mouthpiece, this time for the new government. Here began a mysterious transition that the U.S. intelligence community sought to understand. With his reemergence into the spotlight, Chen became a vocal advocate of extraordinary human body functioning, ESP, PK, and Qigong. He was the man behind the emergence of phenomena research, and he did it almost single-handedly. After the publication of the article about Tang Yu and the extraordinary powers craze, the Chinese opened a classified research institute dedicated to the study of anomalous mental phenomena. It was located inside the Beijing Institute of Space Medical Engineering under the leadership of H.S. Chen. It was here that China's leading scientists began developing military applications for exceptional functions of the human body, extrasensory perception, and psychokinesis. Decades of rocket research had left Chen with a deep conviction that there existed a symbiotic relationship between outer space and inner space, between the cosmos and man. The link, he said, was qi. What for 2,000 years was considered a mysterious ancient form of Chinese medicine could now be understood in the language of modern scientific technology, Chen told a gathering of Communist Party leaders in June 1981. Citing laboratory experiments with EHBF teenagers who demonstrated sight not by eyes, i.e. ESP, and influenced animate or inanimate objects, i.e. PK, Chen said that researching the energy powered by the vital force of qi would lead to the next scientific revolution. There were military advantages to be had. In time of war, the body in a state of EHBF is beneficial, declared the father of China's rocket program. This enthusiastic atmosphere in China reminds us of the same atmosphere when Einstein's theory of relativity and quantum mechanics were introduced onto the stage of modern science, he said. The only difference is that the stage at that time was Western Europe, and now the stage is the People's Republic of China. In Washington, D.C., the Defense Intelligence Agency wanted a first-hand assessment of what was going on in China with these EHBF teenagers, H.S. Chen, and the various labs involved. Arrangements were made to send Hal Puthoff to China in a clandestine capacity as a contractor on the Special Access Program, Grill Flame. In October 1981, a delegation of 18 American and Canadian researchers, scientists, and journalists traveled to China to meet EHBF scientists and researchers under the auspices of civilian interest in psychic research. Puthoff was a member of the delegation working undercover for DIA. The 12-day trip included visits to Beijing, Shanghai, and Shanghai. In Beijing, the group visited military science facilities at the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Institute of High Energy Physics. Upon his return, Puthoff prepared a 60-page classified report entitled Psychoenergetics Research in the People's Republic of China, 1982, now declassified. He confirmed the experiments, met many of the scientists, and observed the modern equipment being used in China's laboratories. H.S. Chen has been the driving force behind establishing EHBF science, Puthoff wrote, cautioning DIA not to underestimate his power and influence. He is thought to have had a major role in developing China's first nuclear bombs. The report was sent to Dr. Jack Verona at DIA for review. The goals of the psychic research program had always been to evaluate the threat that foreign psychoenergetics achievements might pose to U.S. national security, and to explore the potential of psychoenergetics use in U.S. intelligence collection. The threats from foreign governments had previously been limited to the Soviet Union and its Warsaw Pact nations. Now, China was added to that list. A potential threat to U.S. national security exists from foreign achievements in psychoenergetics in the USSR and China, a declassified memo made clear. This research is well funded and receives high-level government backing. At the Pentagon, Puthoff's report was sent to Richard DeLauer, Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering. DeLauer had attended Caltech, H.S. Chen's alma mater, and was aware of the power and influence wielded by the man he called the elder statesman of Chinese scientific technology and development. 3 months after receiving the report and a backup briefing, DeLauer signed a memo allocating additional resources, Program 6 funds, for the psychic research program Grill Flame. There was an interesting story unfolding in California around this same time. It appeared anecdotal at first, but would come to have significance. In 1983, not many Americans were familiar with the ancient Chinese concepts of Qi and Qigong, and far fewer knew anything about the Chinese rocket scientist H.S. Chen. But in Manhattan Beach, a systems engineer for Boeing Aerospace named Jack Houck was familiar with both. He saw a connection between Qi and psychokinesis that no one in America had really considered before. Observing Uri Geller bend spoons on TV and reading reports of children being inspired by Geller to bend spoons in their homes, allegedly using the power of their minds, got Jack Houck thinking. During the process, people often said they felt energy coming from their hands, Houck stated. He also noted that several local martial arts practitioners he knew also spoke of an internal energy they could summon with their minds and that was felt as heat in their hands. They call it Qi, said Houck. As an aerospace engineer, Jack Houck was interested in the concept of bending metal with the mind. He began having discussions with a colleague from McDonnell Douglas Aerospace Company, a metallurgist named Severin Dahlin. Houck and Dahlin wondered whether the ability to bend metal this way had something to do with one's belief system. Perhaps psychokinesis was not a so-called paranormal superpower, but an ability to harness the energy force the Chinese called Qi that was latent in all people. As an experiment, Houck decided to host a spoon-bending party with 21 people at his Manhattan Beach home in January 1981. If any of the spoons were bent, Dahlin would analyze the results from a metallurgist's point of view. The two scientists created a 3-step protocol for guests at the party. 1. Make a mental connection to what you want to affect, bend. 2. Command what you want it to do by shouting, bend, bend, bend. 3. Let go. The let go part, Houck explained, meant allowing your mind to let go of the idea that it is impossible to bend metal with the mind. In the first experiment, to test the conceptual model, we had regular, average folks. Half of the people were interested in psychic-type things. The other half were members of a tennis club I belonged to, Houck recalled. Unlike a martial arts setting in which the practitioner concentrates silently, Houck and Dahlin wanted to create a high-energy environment of excitement with everyone shouting, bend. This one young boy, 14, had his fork fall over, Houck wrote. Everyone in the room saw it because he jumped up out of his chair screaming. Houck said that what happened next was particularly fascinating. Most of the people in the room had what I call an instant belief system change. Everyone's fork or spoon started to get soft for 5 to 15 seconds. In that window of time, says Houck, 19 out of the 21 spoons or forks bent. Houck began hosting spoon-bending parties. The results were almost always the same. Roughly 85% of the spoons bent. Dahlin, the metallurgist, tested the bent spoons in the lab. His conclusion, stainless flatware seemed to be the easiest metal to bend with PK. This is because of the metallurgical characteristics of stainless steel. Stainless flatware is usually stamped out in large quantities. The process of cold stamping creates a large number of dislocations along the grain boundaries in the metal. The PK energy is somehow dumped into the metal and these dislocations act as beacons for that energy. Once the PK energy lands at a dislocation, there is nowhere for it to go, and it turns into heat, much as when neutrons and X-rays penetrate solid objects. At his spoon-bending parties, Houck watched hundreds, then thousands, of average Americans suspend their disbelief and bend metal without physical force. Yes, it's likely that some percentage of the guests cheated, but hundreds of them bent hacksaw blades, silver-plated serving spoons, and 5/16-inch steel rods that are physically impossible to bend by hand. By the time Hal Puthoff's paper on psychoenergetics research in China was making its rounds at DIA, Jack Houck had hosted more than 50 PK parties, attended by approximately 1,000 individuals. His conclusion was that everyone seems to be able to do PK. Metal often continues to bend for up to 3 days. This seems to correlate well with the chi energy discussed in various martial arts disciplines. Naturally, there were military implications in what Jack Houck had unveiled, and soon he would be contacted by the U.S. Army Intelligence and Security Command. Chapter 16: Killers and Kidnappers. On March 30, 1981, just 70 days after becoming president, Ronald Reagan was shot and seriously injured in an assassination attempt in Washington, D.C. As the president was leaving a speaking engagement at the Hilton, the assassin, John Hinckley Jr., was able to fire 6 bullets in the direction of the presidential entourage, striking President Reagan with a single shot. It was a perilously close call. The president's left lung was punctured, and he suffered heavy internal bleeding. The attempted assassination was the first time a bullet had hit a sitting U.S. president since John F. Kennedy had been killed in Dallas 18 years before. 2 months later in Rome, in St. Peter's Square, Vatican City, an assassin opened fire on Pope John Paul II, the leader of 600 million Roman Catholics around the world. 4 bullets hit the pontiff, 2 lodged in his abdomen, another hit his left index finger, and another his right arm. The Pope underwent more than 5 hours of surgery and survived. That fall, on October 6, 1981, Egyptian President Anwar el-Sadat was assassinated by Islamic fundamentalists in Cairo, an event that stunned the world. Sadat had been watching a military victory parade when a group of men in uniform threw grenades and fired assault rifles at him. Mortally wounded, Sadat was airlifted to a military hospital and died 2 hours later. In a span of roughly 7 months, there had been 3 assassination attempts against world leaders, with 3 direct hits and 1 death. The perceived vulnerability of international figures escalated to alarming proportions. The day after Sadat was murdered, newspapers across America and around the world hinted at future assassination plots against President Reagan. The Secret Service tightened protocols, and the FBI was placed on high alert. Across the intelligence community, analysts were assigned a variety of threat assessments, both foreign and domestic. At CIA and DIA, intelligence officers learned of a plot by Colonel Muammar Gaddafi to send Libyan hit squads to kill President Reagan and members of his cabinet. The president began traveling in an unmarked limousine. Secret Service members were assigned to protect National Security Council staff. A pair of surface-to-air missiles was installed on the White House roof. The CIA learned of a second presidential assassination plot, this one spearheaded by the international terrorist Carlos the Jackal, who was thought to have already entered the United States. All kinds of intelligence collection were called up to thwart assassination plots, including human intelligence, signals intelligence, imagery intelligence, open source intelligence, and the Detachment G remote viewers at Fort Meade. In Washington, Dale Graff had just begun his new job working for Jack Verona, Assistant Vice Director for Scientific and Technical Intelligence at DIA. Graff moved to the nation's capital and rented an apartment not far from his office, on the far side of Arlington National Cemetery. Barbara stayed behind in Dayton, where she worked as the head nurse at St. Elizabeth Hospital. She and the children would join him the following year. Graff's role as Verona's action officer was to oversee both the SRI research in Northern California, now being financed by DIA, and the grill flame operation at Fort Meade. With the assassination threat level heightened, Graff traveled back and forth between Arlington and Fort Meade, where he worked with the information provided by remote viewers and tried to develop protocols to separate signal from noise. The information was voluminous, and much of it was noise. For example, Fort Meade psychics drew sketches of would-be assassins that were male and female and ranged in age from 18 to 65. Some had black hair, others wore wigs. Some had brown eyes, others had altered their eye color with contact lenses. Still others wore glasses. One remote viewer was certain of an assassin who always dressed in natural tones and wore brown shoes. Almost all of the remote viewers perceived an assassin carrying a 9mm automatic pistol. Descriptions of getaway vehicles included a Chrysler, a Ford, a light blue sedan, and a purple GMC van with gold trim, black interior, and carpeting on the seats. The remote viewers pinpointed dozens of locations on maps around Washington where they individually intuited that an assassination attempt might occur. The information was as overwhelming as it was nebulous. Where to begin? Day in and day out, deciphering the information and devising a plan of action was Dale Graff's greatest challenge. Given the critical nature of the operation, Grill Flame's ancillary support team at SRI was brought in on the high-priority effort. Staff at SRI consisted of 2 senior scientists, a research analyst, a consultant, and several support personnel. Normally, the remote viewers at SRI worked on research programs. Now, they too were shifted to operational status. As data from the SRI viewers came in, Graff examined it. On the afternoon of December 12, 1981, Hal Puthoff was working with remote viewer Gary Langford, the former naval officer who'd provided information on the Zaire operation and the missing Soviet bomber. In this particular session, Puthoff asked Langford to determine if an event of major importance to the United States will occur in the near future. Langford worked the question for several days, with no clear impressions coming in, he said. Then, 3 days later, on December 15th, at 8:37 a.m., during a session identified in declassified CIA documents as Task Identification 0049, one of the most spectacular apparent instances of extrasensory perception intelligence in the history of the program occurred. Out of Langford's mouth came a prophecy. A United States Pentagon official would be kidnapped by terrorists on the evening of 17 December 1981. The information was so specific in terms of date and time, and Langford was so assertive in relaying this information that Puthoff ran several additional sessions with him to try to learn more. Langford said he saw the terrorists breaking into this Pentagon official's apartment, binding and gagging the man, and then kidnapping him. Even more specifically, Langford saw this high-ranking official being shoved inside a trunk and secreted in the back of a van. The kidnappers were Mediterranean-looking, Langford said, and the van was blue with some kind of strange markings on the side. He drew a sketch of the trunk and its dimensions. Puthoff alerted Dale Graff. The DIA passed Puthoff's information to the FBI, which issued a threatened kidnapping alert against a federal official. The International Criminal Police Organization was alerted, and by the next morning, Interpol had issued a worldwide counterterrorism alert. At 5:30 on the evening of December 17, 1981, Brigadier General James L. Dozier, a senior Army official and Deputy Chief of Staff in the NATO Southern Command, was sitting in his penthouse apartment on Strada Lungadige Catania in Verona, Italy, with his wife Judy when the doorbell rang. Dozier, age 50, was a graduate of West Point, a Vietnam War veteran, and a recipient of the Silver Star. He had been reading a letter when the doorbell rang. He stood up and walked toward the door. Interviewed in 2015, Dozier recalled thinking the situation was odd. The bell was the one that rang when pushed from inside the building, here on the top floor, not down on the street. The Doziers weren't expecting visitors, but perhaps it was a neighbor, Dozier recalled. Qui est? Dozier asked. Who's there? A man on the other side of the door addressed him as Generale and identified himself as a plumber. There was a leak in the building, the voice said. Could he come inside? Dozier opened the door. In front of him were two young men in workmen's uniforms. Each had a full beard and mustache. One carried a leather bag. I told my wife, don't worry, Dozier recalled, explaining that the plumbers were trying to determine the cause of a water leak in the building. Judy had used their washing machine earlier in the day, and Dozier led the men toward the appliance. Il termofissone, the plumber asked. Dozier did not have any idea what a termofissone was. He headed into the library to get a dictionary and was looking for the translation when he was attacked. The leader grabbed him from behind. Dozier swung around just in time to see that the man had backed up. I was looking down the barrel of a pistol, he recalled. The man pushed Dozier. Dozier struck back, and the two began fighting. The second man joined in, punching Dozier until he almost lost consciousness. He lay on the floor, an eardrum ruptured and bleeding from open wounds on his forehead and cheek. When I looked up, I saw they had my wife on her knees with a pistol to her head. That's when the fight was over, he said. The kidnappers tied up Judy, gagged her, and put heavy tape over her eyes. They bound the general's ankles with rubberized elastic bandages and heavy packing tape, and taped over his mouth. With guns drawn, they ordered him to his feet. Using walkie-talkies, they summoned two accomplices who arrived with a large steamer trunk on a mover's dolly. With a gun to his head, Dozier climbed inside. He was rolled down the hallway and into the service elevator. Outside on the street, additional accomplices waited in a blue Fiat van. The general's trunk was loaded into the back. The door slammed shut and the van sped away. General Dozier had been kidnapped by a Marxist-Leninist paramilitary group called the Red Brigades, a terrorist organization whose stated goal was to foster revolution in Italy and force its withdrawal from NATO. The Red Brigades had been conducting kidnappings and murders for a decade, the most notorious of which had occurred 2 years before. In March 1978, the group ambushed and kidnapped former Prime Minister Aldo Moro. They held Moro for 55 days, then murdered him. Now the group had Dozier. Word reached Washington roughly 6 hours after the abduction. The Pentagon went into action. Every moment mattered. The FBI offered a $2 million reward for information that could lead authorities to the general. A joint Special Operations Command team left for Italy. In Washington, Dale Graff was deeply concerned about Dozier's abduction, as were many of the other individuals involved. 5 days after the kidnapping, an Arabic speaker called the Italian wire service Agenzia Nazionale Stampa Associata to say that the Red Brigades claim responsibility for the death sentence and execution of the American General James Dozier, found guilty by the People's Tribunal, and that his corpse would soon turn up in a country village. At Fort Meade, Graff worked remote viewing sessions with Joe McMoneagle, Hartley Trent, and Ken Bell, all three of whom had strong perceptions that General Dozier was still alive, still in the same place, and not being moved around. Every remote viewer was enlisted to try to pinpoint where in Italy the general was being held, but the multiple sessions produced an overload of vague and disparate information. Dozier was being held near a small, Gothic-style church with a watchtower nearby. He was in a large house with a tile roof in the rolling countryside with a domed structure and a large river nearby. He was in an open space near the water or a shoreline with lots of buildings close together, towers and yellow hills, like sand. Or in a dome-shaped building near a shoreline and water with machinery nearby. Graff culled the information to narrow search parameters and home in on what might be significant and what was merely noise or analytical overlay according to protocols SRI had developed for the Army. As time ticked on, the possible locations grew more scattered and less clear, and Graff feared that with every passing day, the noose grew tighter and time was running out. The Red Brigades were known killers. To make matters more complicated, a raft of unsolicited information from civil sector psychics flooded into the Pentagon. Declassified logs indicate that a trio of psychics living in Kent, Washington, insisted they knew where Dozier was being kept. He is dressed as a shepherd on a mountain tending his sheep. Please contact us, they wrote. The general had been in captivity for 2 weeks when a powerful snowstorm brought the city of Washington to a near standstill. With 21 inches of snow on the ground, all government employees who were not in security or facility maintenance were advised to stay home. This included Dale Graff. Not one to sit inside, Graff ventured outside to hike through Arlington National Cemetery. He put on his snow boots, grabbed his new 35mm camera, and swung by a 7-Eleven to get a coffee. It was 8:30 in the morning, sunny and clear. I was taking photographs when suddenly I got this overwhelming feeling. I've got to go to the office, he recalls. The subways were closed, and it was a 4-mile walk. Graff set out, trudging through the deep snow to the DIA office in Arlington, across the river from Georgetown. At the front door, the guard asked him why he was there. I wasn't about to say I wasn't exactly sure why, so instead I said I'd come in to catch up on some work, he responded. He was standing in the office looking around when he heard a phone ringing in Jack Verona's office. It rang and rang 10, 11 times, recalls Graff. This was long before the days of answering machines. I thought, someone is really trying to get through. It must be important to let it ring that many times. Graff walked into Verona's office and picked up the telephone. The voice on the line said something like, "We're calling from the Pentagon. We need to talk to someone who knows about remote viewing." Graff said Verona wasn't in, "But you've got one of the right guys. That's me." The person told Graff the situation was urgent and asked, "Can you come to the Pentagon and explain this program to us?" Graff called Verona at his house to make sure he was authorized to conduct this briefing. Verona told him to head over there at once. Public transit was finally running. Graff took the metro from the Rosalind stop to the Pentagon. The Pentagon parking lot was empty. He'd been instructed to go into a classified briefing room in the basement. When he arrived, the room was full of Army brass, Graff recalls. I learned later this was the first grouping of Delta Force. They'd just been mobilized for quick reaction response to go anywhere in the world. One of the Army officers asked Graff to explain what remote viewing was. Graff talked and the men listened, took a few notes, and thanked him. The way Graff recalls the meeting, The officers got up as a group and left him sitting alone at the table. A few minutes later, a colonel came in. He began making insulting remarks about remote viewing, recalls Graff. "This is terrible stuff," he said. "Nobody believes in this crap." It was very confrontational. I remained calm, showing no defensive responses, and I wondered if it was some kind of psychological test. After a while, the colonel left. The original group returned. "Can you travel to Italy starting tomorrow evening?" one of the officers asked. For a few moments I was speechless, remembers Graff. Travel to Italy. Regaining focus, he said, "Sure," except he didn't have a passport. The officer told him not to worry, that the Pentagon could provide that, and a translator too. He explained to Graff that the idea was to see whether the Army could use remote viewing operationally in the field. Graff headed home and packed his bags. The following day at 6 p.m., with the approval of DIA Director General Edmund R. Thompson, Graff and an Army translator headed to Washington National, where they caught a commercial flight to Italy. When they landed, they drove to the U.S. Army garrison in Stuttgart. There, Graff and his translator were told they were being recalled. Since they'd left Washington, the commander of the American forces in Europe had decided that there were too many people in the field working on the Dozier case. The military staffer who met them at the airport suggested that Graff and his translator turn around and catch the next flight home. Graff responded that since he was already there, he should at least have a brief discussion with the commander in charge. The staffer went away and came back. "The commander will give you 5 minutes," the staffer said. "Make it to the point and fast." Graff walked into the commander's office. Big desk, tough-looking guy, in charge of the Dozier operation, Graff recalls. He made a pitch for the merits of using extrasensory perception in a search and rescue operation. He told the commander he was convinced that remote viewing could add value to the effort to locate Dozier. The commander interrupted, Graff recalls. "I'm not sending anybody down there," he said. Graff recalls asking the commander whether he could at least explain the phenomenology involved. The commander interrupted him. "He told me to stop right there. He said, 'I don't believe a word of what you are saying. I know all about J.B. Rhine and that it's a bunch of fraud.' Then came the part Graff found illuminating. He said to me, 'I know it's hard to believe, but my aunt lived in Durham, where Rhine had his parapsychology lab at Duke University. The commander's aunt was part of a carpool of locals who knew all about this J.B. Rhine fellow and his fraudulent claims of ESP. In the early 1980s, J.B. Rhine was still considered the most famous parapsychologist in modern American history. Starting in the 1920s, at the Institute for Parapsychology in Durham, North Carolina, he'd performed tens of thousands of now famous ESP experiments with Zener cards. But in 1974, one of his assistants, Walter Levy, was caught cheating. The experiment involved testing rats in an apparatus designed to see if they could use extrasensory perception to increase the number of pleasurable brain stimulations the apparatus was rigged to deliver. When Levy's research assistants spotted him tampering with the lab equipment, they rigged up a recorder and caught him on videotape. When confronted with the evidence against him, Levy confessed and resigned. The scandal became fodder for anyone skeptical of Rhine or his parapsychology research, skeptics who included the commander's aunt. What fascinated Graff was how a person's strong opinion is often shaped by the strong opinion of someone else. Quickly and to the point, Graff filled in details of the Rhine cheating scandal, as well as details of some of the work Rhine had done for the Navy. Graff recalls the commander taking a moment to digest what he'd said. He said, "Tell me more," Graff recalls. The two men had a debate about ESP for roughly 25 minutes. Graff remembers the high-ranking senior officers in the room sitting patiently, but also eyeballing a clock on the wall and giving him puzzled looks. "Here was a commander who knew his stuff," explains Graff. Great men don't become great leaders by being narrow-minded. He wanted knowledge, and I had the information. He was genuinely interested in what I had to say. As the meeting ended, Graff recalls the commander's parting remark. "There's one thing I really need to understand," he said. "This precognition stuff. That's a tough one. I was with you until you got to that. That part is beyond belief. You lost me there." Graff told the commander that there was no theoretical explanation as of yet, and that ESP research was still in the hypothesis or conjecture stage. One hypothesis, he recalls saying, has to do with electromagnetic modeling of the phenomena. Another involves quantum entanglement, or what Einstein famously referred to as spooky action at a distance. Then Graff presented in basic terms how the electromagnetic wave equation has two potential solutions involving the forward and backward movement of time, that, although the reverse or precognitive solution is actually ignored in practice, and that some emerging concepts in quantum physics permit precognitive phenomenon. The commander interrupted, remembers Graff. "Go south," he said. On the commander's authority, Dale Graff was now an ancillary member of Delta Force. He and his translator headed south to Vicenza, where the 584th Military Intelligence Detachment was working with the Joint Special Operations Command to find and rescue General Dozier. Graff was given a working space in a secure annex to the main headquarters. The place was teeming with people coming and going, operators, analysts, officers, and staff. From his secure telephone, Graff worked on information from the remote viewing unit at Fort Meade. Halfway across the world, in room 2654 at Fort Meade, Joe McMoneagle worked session after session. He saw Dozier in an apartment inside a building in a town he identified as Padova or Padua. He drew details of the inside of what he thought was the apartment and the exterior of the building. But as the DIA office would later learn, the time difference made direct communication difficult. The action officer at DIA was out sick, and McMoneagle's information never reached Graff in Vicenza. As the days wore on, the pressure ratcheted up as the general's abduction passed the 30-day mark. In Italy, when Graff tried to sleep, he experienced strange, vivid dreams. The Dozier operation was a life-or-death situation. "In a dream state, I began to get impressions," says Graff. "It was as if he were doing remote viewing sessions himself. I saw the general upstairs in a room above a grocery store. I said to my translator, 'He's in Padua.' Graff wrote up his experiences and gave them to his superior in Vicenza. I didn't identify myself as the remote viewer," he remembers. The following day, a U.S. signals intelligence team provided Italian police with information that led to the capture of key informants with direct knowledge about the activities of the Red Brigades. The informants' data broke the case and led Italian special forces to the exact street address where the general was being held, above a grocery store in Padua. The largest manhunt in Italian history ended with 10 men from Italy's Central Operative Security Nucleus storming the apartment. Inside, Red Brigade's member Antonio Savasta was holding a gun to General Dozier's head. But before Savasta could pull the trigger, a commando hit him from behind with the butt of a machine gun, knocking him to the floor. The 42-day ordeal was over, and the general was alive and free. Dozier was flown home and given a hero's welcome. Ronald Reagan invited him to the White House for lunch. When the elation over Dozier's release wore off, Graff grappled with fundamental questions. "It was distressing, really," he recalled in 2015. "I had to ask myself, what good did ESP dreaming or remote viewing do? Once in the field, I learned quickly that there was no way to actually pass on any remote viewing information to the Italian search team. We had to wait until the operation was over to understand what information was correct. Yes, the location of Padua proved to be correct, but that was one data point in the volume of information that was coming in. It was the same old question again. How does one discern what is signal and what is noise? Yes, Gary Langford's precognitive information was remarkable after it became a fact. But what good did it do? It neither stopped the kidnapping, nor did it help locate Dozier once he'd been taken hostage. Back at DIA, Graff wrote up an after-action report in which he identified the positives and the negatives from the Fort Meade remote viewing involvement in the Dozier search. A few weeks later, he was invited to attend a conference with General Dozier at Fort Meade. The emphasis was on special forces, Graff recalls. I wanted to talk about remote viewing. I waited until the end of the Q&A, until after most of the audience thinned out. With just a few individuals remaining, Graff introduced himself to the general and asked whether he'd ever heard of the remote viewing program at INSCOM, the Intelligence and Security Command. Graff recalls Dozier asking if he meant ESP. Some call it that, Graff said. Dozier stated that the way he finally figured out where he was being held involved listening to voices and realizing that groceries were being sold. He said that later he heard his captors building a box. He thought it might be a coffin and started focusing hard on his wife, Judy, and his love for her. Dozier said he thought that if he concentrated hard, she might pick up on his thoughts, like a lighthouse or a beacon sending out a signal. Not using any names, I told him that 2 remote viewers had given us the name Padua. He seemed genuinely interested, Graff recalls. I did not say one of the remote viewers was me. Graff returned from Italy to find himself in the middle of a heated battle over the military's involvement in remote viewing. The existence of the classified program had made its way into the upper echelons of the Defense Department, various congressional intelligence committees, and the White House National Security Council. The subject matter was so contentious, the U.S. Army using psychics in military operations, that individuals felt compelled to take sides. The Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, William Perry, stated in a memo that it was not appropriate for Army to fund technology programs aimed at scientific development of parapsychology. Congressman Charlie Rose, a Democrat from North Carolina, disagreed. It seems to me that it would be a hell of a cheap radar system, Rose said during a debate on psychic research in a House Select Committee on Intelligence meeting for which he served as chairman. And if the Russians have it, and we don't, we are in serious trouble. Religious elements crept into the debate. A fundamentalist Christian group, aligned with a powerful congressman, declared remote viewing to be the devil's work and lobbied to have the program canceled. CIA Director Stansfield Turner, a Christian scientist and former Navy admiral, did not allow theology to get in the way. In an interview in 2002, Turner said, "When I was first introduced to this idea of parapsychology, I was very skeptical. Then I began to think about it, and we all know of people who seem to have some kind of psychic powers." Leading the charge in support of the remote viewing program was Senator Claiborne Pell, a powerful Democrat from Rhode Island and a ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. A former Foreign Service officer who had worked behind enemy lines in Nazi-occupied Hungary, Pell was a proponent of extrasensory perception and reached out personally to Graff, offering his support. National Security Council member Lieutenant Commander Jake Stewart of the Office of Naval Intelligence had been impressed when he first learned about the remote viewing program during the MX missile basing era, and like Senator Pell, offered his unwavering support. Stewart had direct access to the president and other leading White House officials. Polemics aside, for the Army's INSCOM program to survive, it needed clients, meaning operational requests from the military and intelligence services. In the spring of 1982, 2 months after Graf's return from Italy, the program caught the break it needed after Lieutenant General Lincoln D. Fowler, director of the National Security Agency, was given a briefing. Fowler saw extrasensory perception as a form of signals intelligence and believed in its potential operational value. In April 1982, he assigned the remote viewing unit at Fort Meade a dozen new tasks. But the crux of the matter was that the program's longevity depended on the quality of intelligence that Army psychics could provide. If the results were authoritative, the program would thrive. That's the way the U.S. military operates. During the Vietnam War, for example, a majority of generals opposed cutting-edge technology, namely electronic warfare, being developed for combat applications. In their nascent stages, the sensor systems, computers, and overhead satellite technologies being pushed onto battlefields left many generals asking how electronic systems could possibly benefit their soldiers on the ground. Despite intense criticism, these technology concepts were pursued by the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, and other military laboratories, and they eventually led to a revolution in military affairs. Extrasensory perception was hardly a new technology. It was an ancient discipline linked to magical, mystical, supernatural, and occult ideas. But how to uncouple ESP and psychokinesis from their primitive, pre-science past? The Army had a plan. The U.S. military is built on principles and protocols. It loves manuals, directives, and codes. The Army decided it would develop a manual and train soldiers to become remote viewers. It would jettison the idea that people were born psychic. Remote viewing would henceforth be regarded as classified Army tradecraft. The job of creating the manual was assigned to Hal Puthoff and Ingo Swann at SRI. The two began developing a system to train soldiers and civilians with the U.S. Army in a 6-stage process called Coordinate Remote Viewing, or CRV. While Puthoff and Swann wrote the CRV manual, Fred Atwater, now serving as branch chief, traveled to Fort Huachuca in Arizona to locate 2 military intelligence officers who would be trained personally by Swann in CRV techniques. The men he chose were Captain Rob Cowart and Captain Tom McNear. In 1982, both men were read onto the classified Grill Flame program. The plan was that after Cowart and McNear had been trained, they would become the program's CRV trainers. The timing was fortuitous. In 1982, there was a new commanding general at INSCOM, Major General Albert Stubblebine, a powerful figure who welcomed unconventional beliefs. His purview was vast. Stubblebine was in charge of all of the Army's strategic intelligence forces around the world, including signals, photographic, and human intelligence, along with counterintelligence. "They all belong to me," Stubblebine said in an interview in 2009. "I was supposed to find out what the enemy was doing before the enemy did it, so that we could take action against the enemy. That's intelligence, before the fact," he said. General Stubblebine had a long-standing interest in anomalous mental phenomena. He had studied altered states, out-of-body experiences, extrasensory perception, and precognition. These, he said, were not hocus pocus, not superstitious, and not occult. They were mechanisms that consciously tapped into human potential. This was human technology, Stubblebine insisted, and like all technology, it needed to be researched, developed, and advanced. Under a psychoenergetic phenomena program banner, with access highly restricted, a series of new programs related to extrasensory perception and psychokinesis emerged. Some of these efforts sought to use the mind to affect biological systems, including one's own. This new work at INSCOM would resemble programs going on in China under the leadership of H.S. Chen, in which the mastery of Qigong was seen as a pathway to such extraordinary human body functions as skin reading, clairvoyance, and psychokinesis. General Stubblebine set up an entity called the Advanced Human Technology Office. The man he chose to run it was Lieutenant Colonel John B. Alexander, a former Green Beret and Special Forces commander in Vietnam, with a Ph.D. in thanatology, the study of death. Chapter 17. Consciousness. The first time extrasensory perception and psychokinesis were written about in an official U.S. Army publication was on December 12, 1980. The article, titled "The New Mental Battlefield, Beam Me Up, Spock," was published in Military Review, the bi-monthly magazine of the U.S. Army Combined Arms Center at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. The author was Lieutenant Colonel John B. Alexander. While the concepts may stretch the imagination of many readers, wrote Alexander, the possibility for employment as weaponry has been explored. To be more specific, there are weapon systems that operate on the power of the mind, whose lethal capacity has already been demonstrated. Alexander was not yet part of the Grill Flame program, nor did he have access to information about any of the CIA, DIA, or Army projects involving ESP and PK, now also being called remote action, RA, and remote perturbation, RP. Alexander's article was based on personal experience and open-source information, material found in books and articles in the public domain, which in 1980 meant the library. The military establishment's initial response to Alexander's article was relatively subdued. Then Washington Post columnist Jack Anderson read the article and wrote about it in his column under the heading "Voodoo Warriors of the Pentagon." Anderson surmised that the generals at the Pentagon were dabbling in the dark arts, using Ouija boards and the evil eye, and studying programs a Haitian witch doctor might try. The wire services picked up on the story, and it went national. That's when the shit hit the fan, John Alexander recalled in 2016. Back in January 1981, Alexander recalls, he was sitting at his desk at the Pentagon, where he worked for the Inspector General, when an Army officer came in unannounced and highly agitated, and began asking questions about the New Mental Battlefield article. This was one in a series of synchronicitous events, he says. Hardly prone to magical thinking, Alexander is a former Green Beret. From 1966 through 1969, he commanded Special Forces A teams in Vietnam and Thailand, earning the moniker Assassin 6. After the war, he engaged in a variety of pursuits that kept his brain and body challenged. He climbed mountains in Nepal and swam with whales in Tonga. In an effort to understand human belief systems, he studied superstition, sorcery, and witchcraft around the world, interviewing witch doctors in Zimbabwe, shamans in Siberia, and tribesmen in New Guinea who still practiced cannibalism. What interested him most was how people faced fear and how people feared death. For his PhD in near-death studies, working under the celebrated physician Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, Alexander was a founding board member of the nation's first Children's Hospice International, where he facilitated the development of protocols to help terminally ill children face death without fear. No hospital wanted to touch this concept at the time, Alexander says, as if the idea of children dying of cancer was somehow taboo. Alexander embraced a topic that had been ignored by the mainstream, and for his pioneering work with terminally ill children, he received the President's Volunteer Service Award from Ronald Reagan. The angry fellow on the other side of Alexander's desk was from the Office of the Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence, U.S. Army. He wanted to confirm that Alexander was the author of the article Jack Anderson had recently written about in the Washington Post, and if he was, then surely he was aware of clearance procedures for military employees with regard to publishing. When Alexander showed him the appropriate paperwork, the officer reviewed the documents and left. By January 1981, John Alexander's esoteric interests had caught the attention of a high-level Army organization called Task Force Delta, not to be confused with Delta Force, led by Lieutenant Colonel Frank Burns and supported by several generals. Delta was an Army version of a think tank, Alexander explains, whose purpose was to address the myriad post-Vietnam War problems the Army was grappling with, including its own image. Task Force Delta believed that perception was a key component of everything, Alexander explains. With the right formula in place, the Army could change the way its soldiers thought. One such case was the Army's new recruitment strategy campaign. This huge success arrived on the heels of a decade of abysmal failures. In 1971, the Army's recruiting slogan was, "Today's Army wants to join you." Not only awkwardly phrased, it made little sense, and it turned out to be one of the least successful advertising campaigns in Army history. 2 years later, at the end of the Vietnam War, the slogan changed. Now it was, "Join the people who've joined the Army," which was almost as feeble. General Maxwell R. Thurman, a Task Force Delta participant, understood the power of messaging. In 1979, he helped create a new slogan, "Army, be all you can be." This crafty and empowering message would become one of the most memorable Army recruiting mottos of all time, and it remained in use until the War on Terror. Its success underscores the power of words to influence perception. Language, perception, and communicating the message were key components of Task Force Delta, but so were other, more extreme, out-of-the-box ideas. Nothing was too unorthodox to consider, recalls Alexander. Task Force Delta was an organization that thought so far outside the box that its members didn't know whether or not a box existed. In 1981, there were 5 people permanently assigned to Task Force Delta. Lieutenant Colonel John Alexander was a part-time participant. He'd been invited to join the group before he'd written the controversial article. The day after the awkward meeting about publication clearances, Alexander received word that the Deputy Undersecretary of Defense, a retired Army 4-star general named Richard G. Stilwell, wanted to see him. A lieutenant colonel being asked to meet with a 4-star general was an uncommon occurrence, since it bypassed the chain of command. Alexander was unsure what to expect. Stillwell was an Army legend. He'd participated in the Normandy invasion in World War II, served as head of the U.S. Military Assistance Command, Thailand, during the Vietnam War, served in the CIA, and as Commander-in-Chief of the United Nations Command in Korea. What did Stilwell want to see John Alexander for, he wondered. At 12:30 p.m. that same day, Alexander made his way to the general's office, located in the elite E-ring of the Pentagon, for the meeting. It was oddly informal, he recalls. The general wanted to discuss various forms of phenomenology I'd written about in my paper. The conference ended without a specific request, which also struck Alexander as unusual. Walking back to his desk in the Pentagon's C-ring, Alexander wondered what the real purpose of the meeting might have been. That afternoon, at a little after 4 p.m., an executive officer approached Alexander and told him this was his last day in the office of the Inspector General. General Stilwell had arranged for his transfer to INSCOM at Arlington Hall, Virginia. His new commanding officer would be Major General Albert Stubblebine. I'd been formally moved into the psychic realm, says Alexander. In the early 1980s, a panel of scientists working for the Army Science Board had identified a major challenge facing the military institution. Machines were getting smarter, but humans were not. Sophisticated high-technology systems are changing faster than the human beings required to operate and maintain them, the panel found. The Army needed new ways to improve human productivity in order to offset what had officially been identified as the growing human technology gap. The operational definition of human technology, wrote the board, includes strategies and actions which improve human capability and/or performance. The Army did not want soldiers to be all they could be. They wanted them to be better than that. At INSCOM, General Bert Stubblebine was the man in charge of developing human technologies that would be useful to the Army. John Alexander had been transferred to help him realize this vision. As part of a program called INSCOM Beyond Excellence, Alexander was now in charge of the Advanced Human Technology Office and would interact with Stubblebine's High-Performance Task Force. General Stubblebine was a commanding figure. He was 6'3" with a shock of white hair, enormous ears, and a broad forehead. Colleagues described him as a dead ringer for the actor Lee Marvin. A West Point graduate, class of 1952, Stubblebine had a master's degree in engineering. He had spent the first decade of his military career in armored units and as an instructor at the U.S. Military Academy, where he taught chemistry. During the Vietnam War, he worked as an imagery analyst and became the third military intelligence officer to serve as a primary staff officer in a combat division. After the war, Stubblebine worked his way up through the leadership ranks, distinguishing himself with pioneering ideas in the new, so-called electronic battlefield. By 1982, as head of INSCOM, he had 16,000 soldiers under his command. Protected by his broad authority, Stubblebine had no qualms about expressing his interest in all forms of anomalous mental phenomena, including extrasensory perception and psychokinesis among them. He once told a group of officers that his goal in meditation was to learn how to levitate. Members of the Advanced Human Technology Office traveled across the country on a quest to learn what factors motivated people to strive for greatness in performance and why. The team visited organizations as diverse as the Dallas Cowboys, the Menninger Foundation, Ford Motor Company, and Frito-Lay. They examined courses centered on New Age thinking, structured writing, the Lazarov learning method, the Cortex program, cohesion technology, and SALT, suggested accelerated learning teaching techniques. The team examined a multitude of New Age and self-help programs across America, including sleep discipline, neuro-linguistic programming, and Silva Mind Control, a self-help practice in which students are taught to rewire their subconscious using guided imagery. The goal was to sift through volumes of data, pare down the results, and identify the 5 best human technology programs that Army INSCOM could get behind. 5 programs to narrow the human technology gap and create soldiers who were better than they thought they could be. In the remote viewing unit at Fort Meade, Joe McMoneagle was exhausted. Between 1981 and 1982, he'd worked on more than 100 intelligence missions targeted directly on terrorism, including ones in Africa, Europe, South America, the Middle East, and the United States. Ken Bell had left the unit, and just about everyone else was away training at SRI. That left McMoneagle and Hartley Trent with a heavy caseload. Army personnel don't get overtime pay for longer hours or more work. Salaries are finite, set by rank and years of experience. There were requests coming in from NSA, CIA, FBI, even the Joint Chiefs of Staff. While this was good news for the longevity of the program, it also placed considerable strain on McMoneagle and Trent. Remote viewing was grueling, intense work, the strain of which was exacerbated by the fact that someone working in a classified special access program couldn't tell anyone what he or she did all day. Even if he could tell, McMoneagle was practical enough to know that most people doubted the legitimacy of psychic functioning and might even laugh at it. The pressure was taking its toll. To reduce the stress, McMoneagle and Fred Atwater played racquetball at the Fort Meade gym during lunch hour. Normally a gentle game, it became what the 2 men called combat racquetball. Full body blocking was allowed, and so were body checks against the walls. Sometimes an audience gathered in the gallery upstairs. On one particularly intense day, the 2 men were on a roll, with one recovery after the next and the ball moving at what seemed like lightning speed. As one of Atwater's returns came at him hard, McMoneagle twisted around to put a downward spin on the ball when, wham, his racket caught Atwater in the face, just over the eye. There was blood everywhere. Fred just sort of stood there a few seconds. His eyes looked very strange, recalls McMoneagle. Then he fell down. I thought I had killed him. He hadn't, though the cut was serious enough that the 2 decided to stop playing racquetball. Atwater was fine, but without this regular exercise, McMoneagle put on weight. Health problems kicked in, he says, then snowballed. The disc injury from the helicopter crash in Vietnam resurfaced, with cold and wet days feeling particularly hellish. In the office, he struggled to meet demands. Kidnappings, weapons assessments, the Iran-Iraq War. Special access programs were lonely. At least Hartley Trent could relate to what he was going through. But Trent was also feeling physically ill from a sharp pain in his left hip. We would sometimes sit and talk with each other about how bad it felt, McMoneagle recalls. The Army threatened McMoneagle with probation for his weight problem. The military does not tolerate soldiers who are physically unfit. McMoneagle started having steroid shots at Kimbrough Army Hospital across the street. The pain got so bad, he says, he took up meditation, then started seeing a Chinese doctor who performed acupuncture. I started to get better, McMoneagle recalls, but Hartley Trent got worse. When tests revealed Trent had Hodgkin's disease, McMoneagle felt devastated. A black cloud descended. Trent endured radiation and chemotherapy treatments, but modern medicine could not stop the cancer from invading his body. McMoneagle struggled with ominous feelings. His second marriage was moving toward separation and divorce. On the way to work one morning, he was involved in a multi-car pileup on I-95 and narrowly missed dying. The Army and the CIA believed, or at least wanted him to believe, that he had extraordinary human powers, a sixth sense, or ability to see things other people could not physically see, and that it was his job, his duty, to develop these abilities. But on the human front, he was as frail as the guy in the next cubicle. He couldn't make a marriage work, believe he was a good father, or live free of physical pain. Now his friend was dying right in front of him, and there was nothing he or anyone else could do. When Hartley Trent was taking his last breaths, McMonagall was standing beside his bed along with Hartley's wife. His end was near, McMonagall recalls. His eyes suddenly popped open and he smiled at us. Then, after a moment, he spoke. "It's really quite beautiful where I'm going," he said. He closed his eyes and died. No more pain, McMonagall remembers. For me, there was a very large hole. McMonagall could not stop thinking about the nature of grief and how soldiers deal with sorrow. What happens to all this grief, he wondered. You put it away somewhere in the back of your mind, bury it under layers of calloused scarring from years of accumulated experiences. Soldiers are told to be tough, not to be crushed by experience, however painful those experiences may be. A soldier learns to use his or her grief as a motivator, he says. But from McMonagall's perspective, there was one thing soldiers rarely do. They never take the time to process the loss. They suck it up and move on, putting one foot in front of the other, he says. Over time, the grief they've accumulated and buried becomes so great it can never be processed. Opening the door to those feelings would be like splitting the face of a dam. Once the water started to flow, there would be no way to stop it. And so Joe McMonagall put the deep feelings of sorrow and loss of his friend Hartley Trent in the same place he put similar feelings about friends he'd lost in Vietnam. One foot in front of the other, one remote viewing session after the next. He was the only one left to conduct operational sessions now, and his stress levels skyrocketed, he says. During this difficult time, Fred Atwater came up with an idea, something to help him relax. Fred suggested I accompany him to a place called the Monroe Institute, McMonagall recalls. It was a New Age retreat in the Blue Ridge Mountains, run by a 76-year-old guru named Robert Monroe. Monroe was a peculiar figure, someone who for the first half of his adult life lived a conservative existence as a radio executive, and then, in his mid-40s, abruptly retired and immersed himself in consciousness studies and the supernatural. Monroe's mentor in these pursuits was Andrea Puharich, who, according to Monroe, taught him how to alter his consciousness on demand. The result, Monroe said, was an out-of-body experience, or OBE. The mystical idea of an out-of-body experience is rooted in religion and has many names. Hindu scripture describes Yoganandas who perform astral projection. Ancient Egyptian texts refer to a second non-physical body, or subtle body, called Ka. The YY people of Brazil called it soul flight. In The Secret of the Golden Flower, an 8th century Chinese handbook on alchemy and meditation, out-of-body experiences are referred to as travel to the celestial sphere. Bob Monroe's modern out-of-body experiences were of a much more plebeian kind. Monroe claimed to be able to leave his body and travel to very specific places here on Earth, including the kitchens and bedrooms of various friends and acquaintances. In his memoir, he wrote that Andrea Puharich was one of his early test targets. Desiring to be repertorial and objective, Monroe kept a record of his experiences, he said. In a journal entry dated May 5, 1961, he wrote, "Applied mental liftoff and concentrated mental desire to visit Dr. Puharich in California. After a short trip, stopped in a room. There was a long, narrow table with several chairs and bookshelves. There was a man sitting at the table writing on paper. He resembled Dr. Puharich. I greeted him, and he looked up and smiled. Later, Monroe checked in with Puharich. The locale was right and actions were correct, but he has no memory of the visit, Monroe wrote. But the more Monroe practiced leaving his physical body, the better he became at it, he said. Everyone has a second body, he wrote, one that can travel around at will. He planned to keep track of his OBEs and write a best-selling book. It did not take long for Monroe's out-of-body experiences to take a salacious turn. During one experience, he desired to have sex with his wife, he wrote, but she was sound asleep next to him in their bed, he said, so he branched out with his second body and began enjoying sex with numerous women on the astral plane. Monroe described each experience as unbearable ecstasy, but also as ordinary as shaking hands. When Monroe's wife, Mary, found out, she made copies of her husband's journal entries and gave them to Puharich, ostensibly for his opinion as a medical doctor. According to Monroe's biographer, Ronald Russell, Mary never heard back from Puharich, who wrote about Monroe's sexual escapades in his own book, Beyond Telepathy, published in 1962. In it, Puharich declared Monroe's out-of-body experiences were a fraud. Monroe had a drug habit, he wrote, which involved sniffing model airplane glue. Puharich surmised that Monroe was merely simulating out-of-body escapades while high on drugs, an ironic instance of the pot calling the kettle black. When Monroe read about himself in Beyond Telepathy, he became furious and told his lawyer he wanted to sue Puharich for libel. The attorney advised against this on the ground that a jury might instead question Monroe's sanity. In the end, Monroe decided not to sue. The woolly world of consciousness expansion does not necessarily include integrity, empathy, or honesty, Monroe said. Bob Monroe published his own book in 1971, Journeys Out of the Body, in which he described his experiences on the astral plane. The book became a hit, selling more than 100,000 copies. Now Monroe had an audience to which he could market and sell a product he'd patented, an audio tape of binaural beats he'd trademarked as hemisync, short for hemispheric synchronization. The concept was more than a century old, built on the work of Heinrich W. Dove, a Prussian physicist who proposed the concept of the binaural beat in 1839. The idea was that when two pure tones of slightly different frequencies are played one in each ear, the brain perceives the difference between the two signals as a third phantom sound. According to Monroe, listening to his tapes produced a state of mind conducive to astral projection. Hemisync, he said, was a gateway to another level of consciousness, not awake, but also not asleep. Across America, people wanted to have the same kinds of experiences Bob Monroe enjoyed, so he opened the Monroe Institute and became a celebrity in parapsychology circles. Monroe's ideas were far out and unorthodox. He promoted the idea that life after death was real, and that with enough hemisync training, clients would be able to visit with dead loved ones on the other side. This was all very New Age, and it was accepted in certain circles, but the U.S. Army was historically not one of them. It would be safe to say that the average taxpayer would not condone this kind of training for soldiers. In the fall of 1982, however, in his capacity as branch chief, Skip Atwater thought the Monroe Institute would be a good place for Joe McMoneagle to learn how to relax. McMoneagle agreed and became the Institute's first official U.S. Army client. Soon, hundreds of INSCOM personnel would follow. A 30-minute drive from Charlottesville, Virginia, in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains, the Monroe Institute sits on 800 acres surrounded by dense forest and rolling hills. In the winter of 1983, Fred Atwater accompanied Joe McMoneagle there with the goal of helping Remote Viewer 001, as he was designated, learn to relax deeply. After a week-long seminar, McMoneagle returned home feeling different, he says. He slept a little better, felt less stressed, and seemed better able to focus. After a second trip to Monroe, McMoneagle recalls experiencing a shift. There was a noticeable difference in my remote viewing, he says. Atwater suggested that McMoneagle write a report and request more time at the Institute. Permission granted, he began a 14-week intensive course in pursuit of a new goal. With Bob Monroe, McMoneagle would develop a system to have and repeat the out-of-body experience. Things started to really open up, says McMoneagle. Atwater was pleased and encouraged him to write another review. This time, McMoneagle produced a very positive 10-page classified report encouraging his commanding officers at INSCOM to allow other soldiers to learn how to expand their consciousness and have out-of-body experiences at the Monroe Institute. Intellectual horizons would be broadened and new concepts of perception would be unavoidable, McMoneagle wrote. Light and heavy emotion-packed responses will result from the intensive hemisync tape experience. This experience can be expected to alter the participant's personality with regard to interpersonal relationships. McMoneagle cautioned that Monroe's program was not ideal for the average military-minded individual unless participants across the board are willing and urged to divest themselves of peer pressure, rank consciousness, and ego-based self-protectiveness, he warned. The experience is intended to expand man's consciousness and broaden his perception of reality. If a soldier couldn't accept this, the experience of the whole would be seriously diluted. In hindsight, this is where a red flag should have been raised. The Army was and remains, by its very nature, military-minded. Coupling Army doctrine with expanding consciousness and shifting perceptions of reality was a potentially catastrophic mix. But Fred Atwater was not the only officer at INSCOM working with Bob Monroe. So was Lieutenant Colonel John Alexander, director of General Burt Stubblebine's Advanced Human Technology Office. In the winter of 1983, in search of human technologies to enhance soldier performance and shrink the technology gap, the Army Science Board hosted a retreat at the Monroe Institute to discuss strategies and actions which improve human capability, potential, and performance. Bob Monroe was one of 4 speakers to address the attendees. In documents declassified by the CIA, Monroe told Army Science Board advisors that in the 5 years his institute had been in business, he had personally conducted 4,823 experiments on 1,200 individuals. The results, he said, illustrated that the electrical effect of hemisync simulated the brain to induce certain changes in the biological sphere of influence, including the ability to cause sleep, cause wakefulness, increase concentration, increase recall of information, reduce stress, decrease pain, and increase speed of healing following surgery or injury. Cognitive benefits included enhanced reading skills, rapid vocabulary learning, improved decision-making, improved problem-solving, and improved muscular control. All the things General Stubblebine was looking for. A second advisory team, not affiliated with Stubblebine's high-performance task group, was sent to the Institute to assess the results of the Hemisync tape seminar. This group rejected Monroe's claims. In findings presented to Pentagon officials on April 18, 1983, the team found that exposure to the sleep tape did not appear to aid sleep, and wakefulness effects were not convincingly demonstrated. As for enhanced cognition and medical claims, concentration benefits were not convincingly demonstrated, and medical claims and effects were not supported by scientifically acceptable studies, only testimonial-type comments. The Defense Intelligence Agency asked the Central Intelligence Agency to weigh in. The CIA assigned Kit Green the job. Green read the reports, examined the data, and made a general assessment. Altered states make the brain unstable, he said, and can have effects similar to hallucinogens. Enhancing an altered state in pursuit of intelligence collection, he wrote, would likely produce more noise and less signal. The CIA recommended to DIA that the Army disengage from its partnership with the Monroe Institute. General Stubblebine read the CIA's recommendation. He disagreed and overruled it. In an interview in 2016, Dr. Green stated that he believed what General Stubblebine was doing was dangerous. And that is where I started diverting from Dale Graff and Hal Puthoff and others. I do not believe you can train a soldier to be a psychic spy, Green insists. I had conducted enough experiments with a few people, i.e. Uri Geller, Ingo Swann, and Pat Price, that it was clear to me that the phenomenology that had to do with remote viewing was, from time to time, 100% accurate, meaning that in certain people it was phenomenal in the literal sense of the word. I felt that what I had found was that the people who were almost always right and were doing the things that were the most dramatic, the Sugar Grove experiments, the experiments with Uri Geller, Pat Price's experiments, those were not average human beings. They were much smarter than the average human being. I looked at their blood tests, their genetic tests, their IQ tests, their neurological tests, and their cardiovascular tests, which has a lot to do with endocrinology. I concluded that these people are abnormal. In Green's assessment, that was an indicator of why they were so good at remote viewing. Green recalls his confrontation with General Stubblebine over this issue. I said, "You cannot take young soldiers and ask them if they want to be psychic spies, and then train them in remote viewing." Green suggested what he believed was a wiser approach. Take these physiological, psychological, psychiatric, and genetic characteristics we identified at CIA and go recruit more people like that. Stubblebine disagreed. He was convinced that ESP and PK and other forms of psychic functioning were latent in all people and could be brought out through training, and as commander of INSCOM, he had the authority to overrule Kit Green. Green's dissent, however, brought up the issue of research ethics and principles for human experimentation established by the Nuremberg military tribunals, i.e., the Nuremberg Code, and INSCOM was now required to create a human use review board in order to continue its training. For General Stubblebine, one hurdle remained. Monroe's patented Hemisync tapes were part of a Monroe Institute seminar called Gateway, and these seminars involved daily group discussions among participants. Army intelligence personnel could not mix with the civilian population in such an open discussion environment. The Army would need its own program, an INSCOM version of Gateway. So Stubblebine arranged to have Robert Monroe's stepdaughter, Nancy Honeycutt, redesigned the Gateway Seminar to meet Army intelligence needs. The new program was called RAPT, Rapid Acquisition Personnel Training. At Fort Meade, word spread fast. There was a new training program being offered, one that could teach a soldier or an Army civilian how to expand their consciousness and have an out-of-body experience. Scores of Army intelligence workers signed up for RAPT. It did not take long for chaos to descend. More trouble was brewing. In January 1983, the magician James Randi's battle with Uri Geller over the issue of psychokinesis took an extraordinary turn, one that devastated the civilian parapsychology community. Since 1973, Uri Geller and James Randi had continued to appear on national talk shows, with Geller asserting that his ESP and PK powers were genuine, and Randi insisting that Geller was a magician. Unable to put Geller out of business with rhetoric or to get the public to dismiss ESP and PK as fraud, Randi decided to up his game and perpetrate a hoax against a well-known parapsychology lab in St. Louis, Missouri. Randi sent two young magicians pretending to be psychics to a privately funded institution called the McDonnell Laboratories for Psychical Research at Washington University. Stephen Shaw and Michael Edwards told scientists there that they could use psychokinesis to bend spoons and move objects without touching them. In reality, they employed a form of prestidigitation or sleight of hand taught to them by James Randi. Over a 3-year period, the two teenagers spent a total of 5 weeks in the Washington University lab. In the meantime, Randi sent 22 letters to lab director Peter R. Phillips, warning Phillips that spoon bending could easily be faked by skilled magicians, and offering ways to share methods the lab could employ to catch people who were cheating. Phillips never took Randi up on his offer. At one point in 1982, the two magicians were dismissed from the lab on the grounds that they could not perform under certain controls, but were rehired a few months later by a different set of researchers working for the same lab. In January 1983, Randi held a press conference to announce that he had masterminded a hoax against McDonnell Laboratory. When a reporter asked one of the young men, "Can you tell us how you do that?" Stephen Shaw walked up to the microphone and said, "I cheat." The room went wild, and the story generated much negative press against parapsychologists. The Washington Post called the event the slyest scientific hoax in years. Laboratory director Peter Phillips said he had trusted the research subjects and that there are ethical issues involved in lying to scientists. Randi retorted that this was exactly his point. Ray Hyman, the psychologist hired by ARPA in 1973 to evaluate Uri Geller at SRI, weighed in. Randi was very upset by Geller's using trickery to deceive scientists. He thought it was very immoral, and he felt that it was a prostitution of his beloved magic. Martin Gardner, the father of the skeptical scientific movement, also spoke out. Paranormal metal bending is so fantastic a violation of natural laws that the first task of any competent experimenter is to determine whether a psychic who bends spoons is cheating or not. The Pentagon assigned an analyst to examine the hoax and see how it might affect its top-secret grill flame program. The magician James Randi claimed a lab was taken in by trickery and that most, if not all, parapsychology research is suspect, the analyst noted, but insisted that Randi's claims were gross distortions of the facts. The two magicians had been dismissed from the lab the year before, the Defense Department analyst wrote, when it became clear they could not demonstrate psychic abilities under tighter controls, or formal scientific experimentation. It is clear Mr. Randy is solely interested in promoting his image as a clever magician and in enhancing his career as a showman at the expense of reporting accuracy. The use of tactics involving plants raises ethical questions as well. As for any potential impact on grill flame, the analysts concluded that the bad publicity should in fact have an overall beneficial effect on open parapsychological laboratories that are not as tight in experimental technique and subject selection as they could be, which sounded a bit like wishful thinking. But the hoax did affect the INSCOM program, explained Colonel John Alexander in an interview in 2016. We started using magicians as consultants. Among the people I was involved with was Doug Henning, Alexander says. In 1983, Henning was one of the most famous magicians in the world. The first episode of Doug Henning's World of Magic in 1975 still holds the record as the most watched magic show in television history, with a reported audience of over 50 million. Another individual Alexander was working with at this time, also involving psychokinesis research, was Jack Houck, the Boeing aerospace engineer and progenitor of the PK spoon-bending party. Jack would host spoon-bending parties at my house, Alexander says. Doug Henning was invited to attend. Alexander wanted the magician's expert opinion about whether some or all of a group of roughly 20 guests could collectively cheat at one of Houck's PK parties. There were two things that blew Henning away at a PK event at my home in Northern Virginia, Alexander recalls. The first was the bending of a spoon by an 11-year-old girl. The other was that Henning's manager had a spontaneous bending happen, meaning that the spoon bent in his hand while he was holding it out in front of him. That meant no physical force was involved. Since it was Henning's guy, obviously we had not set him up. The controversial and contentious world of psychics, magicians, and skeptics experienced another extraordinary moment in 1987. At the height of his popularity, Doug Henning quit stage magic. He left illusion magic for what he said was real magic, the kind that science could not yet explain. Henning thereafter focused on transcendental meditation, TM, and began spending much of his time with the movement's founder, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. Magic is something that happens that appears to be impossible, Henning told the Los Angeles Times in 1988. What I call illusion magic uses laws of science and nature that are already known. Real magic uses laws that haven't yet been discovered. In 1999, Henning was diagnosed with liver cancer and died 5 months later. James Randi blamed his death on the Maharishi. He and his multi-million-dollar kingdom of sycophants caused the death of my friend Doug Henning, who dedicated himself to the transcendental meditation notion so deeply that he abandoned regular medical treatment for liver cancer, continued to pursue his diet of nuts and berries, and died of the disease, Randi wrote. Chapter 18. Psychic Training. Dale Graff stood on an upper floor of the partially built U.S. Embassy in Moscow, a high-powered experimental X-ray scanning machine designed by the Los Alamos National Laboratory, at his feet. He stared out over the Moscow River and across the city that represented America's arch nemesis. It was 1983. Fierce winds whipped through what amounted to the shell of a building, just steel framing, floor joists, and window frames. Winter here in the Soviet capital was brutal, and the snow and wind stung his face. Graf was dressed in a mountaineer's jacket and boots and carried mountaineering ropes. Pausing for a moment, he asked himself the proverbial, "What am I doing here?" There were easy short answers, including one that had to do with his job at the Defense Intelligence Agency. Graf was in Moscow as team leader on a classified counter-espionage effort called Project Spitfire. But it was finding an answer to the bigger question that most interested him. What mystery lies behind causality, he wondered. Is there a force responsible for cause and effect? Or is a man's life a series of random events strung together from which meaning is derived? Graf considered another reason for his presence here, events that had occurred a few months earlier when he had attended lectures in the cafeteria at the new DIA headquarters at Bolling Air Force Base in Washington, D.C. DIA had a recreation club that would meet at lunchtime, Graf recalls. By 1983, I'd been taking Arctic canoe trips for almost 10 years. During lunch, I'd show Super 8 movies of me dragging my canoe over icy rivers in the Arctic tundra. Bureaucrats and analysts alike crammed into the lunchroom to hear Graf talk about his sojourns in the far north. Word got around, he recalls. Right around that time, DIA issued a solicitation for a team leader needed for a classified mission with an unusual set of qualifications. The person had to have a background in physical sciences and have a proven ability to survive in harsh winter weather, says Graf. Apparently, there was only one guy at DIA who fit the bill. Me. So here he was in Moscow, in charge of Project Spitfire, a highly classified foreign technology investigation. The CIA had received intelligence that this new embassy, being built at a cost of $200 million, $485 million in 2017, had been bugged at its core, that sensors had somehow been embedded deep inside the structural framing materials. Graf was charged with determining whether this assessment was accurate. Paranoia was high, we had to be sure, he recalls. So much was at stake. In 1983, in the middle of what seemed like an ever-escalating crisis between the world's two nuclear superpowers, the United States could not afford to falsely accuse the Soviets of espionage. At the same time, it could not afford to fall prey to a massive Soviet eavesdropping and surveillance program. The new U.S. Embassy in Moscow was not just any embassy. It was going to be the most elaborate and expensive such edifice built by the United States to date. 8 stories tall and set on a 10-acre parcel overlooking the Moscow River, it would stand as a Cold War symbol of prosperity, power, and freedom. It was located right around the corner from many important Soviet Politburo buildings and a short walk from the ambassador's private residence. The negotiations on erecting the building had been going on for more than a decade. Now, finally, the United States and the Soviets had agreed on terms, and construction had commenced. The Soviets were in control of fabricating the embassy's structural system, with Russian supply companies providing precast concrete blocks for the building's exterior. The Americans would be responsible for the building's finish work, including walls, flooring, windows, and doors, the places where bugging devices were traditionally hidden. When Graf arrived in Moscow, the building was still a shell. There was no elevator, nor was any stairwell complete, he recalls. We used mountain climbing ropes to get ourselves around the building, which was also how we got the X-ray machine in. This machine was the centerpiece of the counter-espionage operation, engineered by Los Alamos scientists with specifications that were classified. It weighed 400 pounds, Graf recalls, and getting it to Moscow was an arduous task. First, it had been flown from New Mexico to Helsinki on an Air Force plane. Then it was secreted into Moscow by rail, disguised as U.S. Embassy office equipment. Graf recalls that in exchange for several cases of vodka, local construction workers helped him and his team raise the heavy machine from the street to an upper floor of the building with climbing ropes. For weeks, the Spitfire team had been using the machine to scan each concrete block for bugging devices. Soviet officials became suspicious of the machine, which they were told was checking for cracks in the concrete construction work. Each block weighed 7,000 pounds, explains Graf. The suspicion was that the Soviets had embedded sensors directly into these massive precast blocks. There were several thousand of them in total, and each had to be inspected. Back at Fort Meade, remote viewers from Det G conducted sessions to determine where Graf and his team should look for bugs. We had viewers targeting certain areas, certain pillars on specific floors, Fred Atwater recalls. The viewers' information would prove futile, but it did not take long for the members of Project Spitfire to confirm the CIA and the State Department's worst fears. Not only had the Soviets embedded sensors into the precast blocks, they had also devised a scheme whereby they mixed garbage with the concrete, which made it impossible to see high-tech sensors among the Russian trash. Thus, there was no way to identify and remove individual sensors. The embassy was, in essence, a giant antenna. First, the Moscow signal at the previous embassy, now this. There was nothing left for Graf and his team to do but pack up and head home. When the story finally broke as news 3 years later, in 1987, the Senate Committee on Intelligence described the Soviet effort as the most massive, sophisticated, and skillfully executed bugging operation in history. Back in the States, as director of the Advanced Concepts Office at DIA, Graf had an abundance of work to catch up on. When he'd left for Moscow, the Grill Flame program was on track, with 2 remote viewers working on intelligence operations and 4 individuals undergoing training with Ingo Swann. Upon his return, Graf found himself in the middle of the drama unfolding at the Monroe Institute. One of the sideline participants in the saga was a young Army captain named Paul H. Smith, who recalled the story in 2015. When Paul Smith arrived at Fort Meade in September 1983, he had been in the Army for 7 years. He'd worked as an Arabic linguist, an electronic warfare operator, and a strategic intelligence officer. Recently recruited into the remote viewing unit, Smith had no background in anything psychic or paranormal. He was a practicing Mormon who wore thick glasses and listened to heavy metal. He also possessed an artistic talent that helped recruiters identify him as a good candidate for the remote viewing program. In college at Brigham Young University, Smith had worked as a botanical illustrator and had mastered the art of stippling, creating complex images out of thousands of dots. Smith's first assignment in the Army's Psychic Spy program was to learn coordinate remote viewing from Ingo Swann. At first it went well, he says, but just a few months into his training, he felt stuck. I was having trouble acquiring and decoding the signal line, Smith recalls. He'd completed several stages of the protocol, out at SRI in California, and also at Swann's home in the Bowery in New York City. But Swann had recently told Smith he needed to loosen up. Stage 1 of the CRV training involved learning how to draw ideograms, quick, visual sketches of the target or symbols representing an idea. His ideograms were too stiff and scripted, Swann said, and suggested that the young captain place a Coke bottle under his wrist to relax his hand and get into the flow of drawing without intellect. It was weird, Smith thought, but it helped. When Smith heard that Bert Stubblebine, INSCOM's commanding general, was sending hundreds of Army intelligence personnel to the Monroe Institute for hemisync training, he signed up. Smith knew quite a bit about the secret program because for several weeks now, he and a personnel specialist named Charlene Cavanaugh had processed the paperwork for those who wanted to attend the WRAPT seminar. There was a waiting list, and when Paul Smith learned that he'd been picked, he was thrilled with the prospect. On December 2, 1983, with a weekend bag in tow, Smith headed over to the parking lot outside Nathan Hale Hall and boarded a bus headed to Monroe. His seatmate and roommate for the weekend, a former Morse code intercept operator named Edward Dames, had also recently been assigned to the remote viewing program. He was smart, dedicated, and very enthusiastic about remote viewing, Smith recalls. He had a reputation as an innovative, imaginative thinker, someone known for thinking outside the box to solve intelligence problems. To Smith's eye, Ed Dames looked more like a California surfer than an intelligence officer. He had a mop of sandy brown hair, with a thick set of bangs across his forehead in a razor-straight line. He was an odd combination of single-mindedness and sardonic humor, says Smith. One moment, he could be gravely assuring you that the Soviets were likely to unleash vile biological weapons any minute now, and the next moment he'd be making a rude or irreverent joke. Smith liked him immediately, he says. Dames loved to pontificate. Most of the 4-hour trip, Ed spent talking about space aliens and UFOs, remembers Smith. Growing up in Utah as a strict Mormon, Paul Smith had been taught that intelligent life existed on other planets. Mormonism holds these extraterrestrial beings as creations of deity, he says, not the stuff of flying saucers or invaders from Mars. Still, he listened to Dames talk and decided to remain agnostic on the subject of UFOs and Dames' obsession with the subject. He exuded confidence, seemed knowledgeable, and hinted at insider access to some of the details, Smith recalls. The Monroe Institute's main building, called the Center, was set on a sprawling, grassy lawn lined with trees. It was 3 stories tall and warm and friendly inside, with wall-to-wall carpeting, soft, comfortable furniture, and wood paneling. Because it was built into a hill, participants entered on the middle floor, which gave newcomers a sweeping view of the center's Great Hall. All 3 floors featured wraparound balconies and double occupancy rooms. Each room contained a pair of sleep chambers known as Controlled Holistic Environmental Chambers, or CHEC units. Each unit contained 2 bunks with twin air mattresses and blackout curtains that could be drawn around each bunk for privacy. The CHEC units were wired for sound with built-in speakers that played Monroe's suggestions, hemisync audio signals, white noise, and new age music. WRAPT participants were encouraged to lie naked, most remained clothed, in their berths, while Bob Monroe's voice guided them through various focus levels, starting on focus level 1, which was physical waking consciousness, and moving through higher levels. On focus level 12, a person could achieve expanded awareness. Focus level 13 was where no time existed. Focus level 18 was where unconditional love resided. Focus level 23 and above were inhabited by people who were already dead. The signals were mixed with music or white noise on tapes that lasted for an hour or 90 minutes at a stretch, Smith recalls. After each audio session, everyone gathered in the meeting area to talk over their experiences. Imagery we encountered, or new insights, or, and this is what everyone was most anxious to hear about, the occasional report of something that might have been an out-of-body event. The sessions were always led by a trained psychologist. Other activities included strolling around the property and listening to Monroe's lectures. By day 5, participants were expected to be prepared to move from focus level 15 to 21, a place where participants were most likely to enter an ethereal dimension, Monroe said. As the rap session drew to a close, General Stubblebine came down from INSCOM with more than a dozen staff members and delivered a motivational speech. Then it was on to a final exercise. All rapt participants were asked to assemble in the Great Hall for a group remote viewing session. Stubblebine wanted all the Army intelligence personnel present to collectively try to predict the future, a feat he believed was possible. The general had a lot of really far-out ideas, recalls John Alexander, and group precognition was one of them. Participants were asked to lie on their backs, close their eyes, and hold hands on the surround sound system. Monroe guided everyone through a series of relaxation exercises. Then came the questions, starting with, will there be a terrorist attack against a government facility in Washington, D.C. area in the next few months? The effect was jarring, recalls Paul Smith. It sounded as if Monroe were reading from a script. After 7 days of drifting without clocks, in a setting designed to approach serenity and bliss, he says, this sudden talk of terrorism was a shock. The way Smith remembers it, he and his fellow Army intelligence personnel did the best they could in these circumstances. They'd been given pens and paper, and many people began jotting down notes and recording whatever came to mind. Where will the next terrorist attack take place? Asked Monroe's disembodied voice. And finally, when will the next terrorist attack take place? Smith was new to the unit, hardly an expert on protocol, but the procedure struck him as not likely to be successful, he says. It began to remind me more and more of a game I had played in high school, the game where everyone lies on the floor with their head on someone else's stomach. Someone would giggle, and the bouncing of the laugher's stomach would set off the next person, then the next person, until in a chain reaction, the entire room would be laughing hilariously. The difference, says Smith, was that during the RAPT seminar, everyone was seriously trying to look into the future. No one laughed. While this and other RAPT seminars were taking place, 100 miles to the north, at Arlington Hall Station, Virginia, a 30-year-old intelligence analyst named Angela Della Fiora was one of the scores of INSCOM personnel on the classified waiting list, hoping for an opportunity to attend. Della Fiora worked at the INSCOM Watch Center as a civilian intelligence analyst. Her specialty was Central America, which meant that she wrote papers on current military crises in hotspots like El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. One week, she might be writing on the activities of leftist guerrilla forces and counter-revolutionaries. Another week, she could be profiling a country's political leaders. Before working for Army intelligence, Della Fiora had been with the FBI, entering fingerprints of convicted criminals into the new FBI database. She dreamed of becoming a special agent, but her eyesight was poor, and she failed the Bureau's vision test. When she learned that the Defense Intelligence Agency was hiring young civilians with degrees in political science, she leapt at the chance. The work at Arlington Hall Station was challenging, and she received high marks for her contribution. One day, she found out about General Stubblebine's paranormal program. As a special access program, it was a closely guarded secret, but her twin sister's astrologer knew about the Army's Black program and told her. From that moment forward, says Della Fiora, I just had to get into the program. all these people were training to try and become psychic? Well, I am psychic. That's who I am. Angela Della Fiora was born in Coral, Pennsylvania, a poor coal mining town 50 miles east of Pittsburgh. It was a roadside community of a few hundred people, predominantly immigrant families from Italy, Czechoslovakia, and Poland, most of whom worked in the mines and coal yards up the road in Lucerne. Coral's few roads were named for trees and lined with small clapboard houses and trailer homes. The streets were unpaved. There were no sidewalks and no stores. The one business establishment in town was a tavern owned by Della Fiora's aunt and uncle. Her father, prosperous by coal miner standards, owned a beer distributorship in the next town over, across Highway 119. Bertha Della Fiora, a housewife, raised her twin daughters, Angela and Louise, in an environment filled with books and radio programs about mystical and supernatural subjects, including reincarnation, channeling, and ESP. She read books by Edgar Cayce, the so-called father of mystical healing, and Ruth Montgomery, a foreign affairs reporter turned past life advocate, and she encouraged the psychic abilities that seemed evident in her twin daughters. Angela remembered being psychic as a young girl, but in high school her abilities waned. In college they returned, owing to the encouragement of her chemistry professor, Carl W. Bordas. During World War II, Bordas had worked as a surgical technician with the Army and was part of the group that liberated Ebensee concentration camp in Austria. The experience altered his perception, he said, and he began to think about the sixth sense. After the war, Bordas offered adult education classes in extrasensory perception that Angela, Louise, and their mother attended. Through these and other courses, Angela learned to access her third eye. The third eye helps you see. It's a very old idea, she says. It's located in the middle of the forehead. When you are being psychic, you have to open it up. When you are not being psychic, it's important to have it closed down. The third eye is an esoteric concept said to allow for perception beyond ordinary sight. In Eastern religions, it is described as an invisible eye located in the center of the forehead. In ancient statuary, it is often represented as a circle or an eye symbol carved on the forehead of the statue. In Qigong, third eye training involves focusing one's attention on the space between the eyebrows while moving through a series of physical exercises, postures, and poses. In literature, it is through the third eye that a soothsayer or seer commonly obtains supernatural insight, including prophecy. The concept of the third eye and the claim by a person that he or she has one is about as far from U.S. Army doctrine as a person can get, except for the brief period in the early 1980s when Albert Stubblebine, head of the Army's Intelligence and Security Command, was embracing paranormal concepts as a possible means of intelligence collection and encouraging the organization's staff to approach new technology with an open mind. Angela Della Fiora defied Army protocol by asking around to see if anyone could help to arrange for her to meet with General Stubblebine. Word came back that this was impossible. Della Fiora was a civilian analyst, and Stubblebine was INSCOM's commander. Della Fiora recalls, "I kept pursuing this. I really wanted to meet Stubblebine. My management did not know I was psychic. I was working this on my own. Finally, word got to Stubblebine and back to me. The general wanted to see my abilities, so I went in and channeled for him." Channeling was what Angela did. She opened her third eye and the words came, she says. He wanted to know about his future. I can't remember exactly what I told him. I wish I could, says Della Fiora. I was nervous. He was the commanding general at INSCOM. My focus was to show him I am psychic and to get myself into the program. Stubblebine thanked Angela for coming and said he would see what he could do. In the meantime, Angela applied to take the RAPT seminar at the Monroe Institute and was put on the waiting list. After months of waiting, she was thrilled to learn she had finally been chosen to attend. Then a sudden change of plans. I was told by my supervisor and his colleague, a fellow INSCOM employee, that they were going instead. So I'd lost my place for the RAPT seminar and was put back on the list. Della Fiora was disappointed, until she learned what had happened during the seminar, what a disaster it had been. During one of the Hemisync sessions, the fellow INSCOM employee reportedly had some kind of breakdown. Agitated and threatening, he approached the Institute director, Nancy Honeycutt, Bob Monroe's daughter, who was running the office that day, remembers Paul Smith. Sweating profusely, he removed his shirt and began toying with a ballpoint pen, suggesting that his martial arts training made it possible for him to kill her with it. Then he accused her of working for an enemy intelligence service. Nancy Honeycutt called for a staff member, and the two of them were able to defuse the bizarre situation. I saw him when he was brought back to Arlington Hall, John Alexander confirms. He was raving. He did not make any sense. Court documents indicate the man was sent to Walter Reed Army Medical Center in Washington for psychiatric evaluation. A classified investigation ensued. Army Command was livid, recalls Dale Graff. They wanted to know, how did this happen? General Stubblebine quietly retired. Dale Graff returned from Moscow in the middle of the fallout. I was the person who had to write up the report, he says. It was a genuine mess. I had to make clear these were not our people from the remote viewing unit. They were under General Stubblebine's command. He had a lot of strange ideas. An unforgiving light was shined on the program. Angela says it made everybody paranoid at INSCOM. Angela was called into her boss's offices at Arlington Hall Station. How and why had she broken rank and gone to see General Stubblebine, she was asked. Only then did I realize I'd made a terrible, terrible mistake, says Della Fiora. Here I was, a young civilian, a female. I had gone way over my chain of command to get myself in to see the general. When my management found out that I went to Stubblebine and why I went to Stubblebine, real problems began to materialize. She had not considered the consequences. I was so focused on getting into the psychic program, I had not seen the bigger picture, she says. I am a quiet person. All my bosses knew was, here's this quiet person who gets up out of nowhere and goes to see the commanding general and tells him she has a third eye. My bosses decided, well, she must be crazy. I was told that they thought that the same thing that happened to the INSCOM colleague happened to me. Della Fiora received word that she'd been scheduled for a psychiatric evaluation at Walter Reed Hospital. I was worried I'd lose my job. What if I was locked up? I asked to see the staff psychologist, who made a few things clear. He said, Angela, these people follow protocol. You skipped the chain of command, and you held a séance with General Stubblebine. The staff psychologist wrote a letter on Della Fiora's behalf, she recalls. He said something like, this is who Angela is. She has these abilities. This is a part of her. This is her belief system. Official documents reveal the psychologist to have been Colonel Dennis Kowal. Of Della Fiora, he stated, I find nothing psychiatrically wrong with her. She was referred to the command because she had been participating in behavior that was actually encouraged by the commander Stubblebine, and they thought it was crazy. She was an automatic writer. But orders were orders, and Della Fiora's commanding officer insisted that she be evaluated at Walter Reed, so she went. I met with the doctor and told them my version of events. The doctor said I wasn't crazy and discharged me. Back at Arlington Hall, Angela was effectively demoted. Not officially, but it was obvious. I used to do a briefing once a week. Now I did a briefing maybe once every 6 weeks, she recalls. She was moved to an office in the attic. She did her job. She analyzed military crises in hotspots across Central America, wrote reports, and wondered what the future might bring. More than a year passed. Then, one day, the phone rang. It was an Army captain named Paul Smith calling from the 902nd Military Intelligence Group at Fort Meade. Smith said he wanted to interview Della Fiora about a special access program. He couldn't say much more over the phone. How soon could she come down? Angela could barely contain her excitement. She knew enough about the program and the participants to know that Captain Smith was calling about the psychic program. After a year in the attic at Arlington Hall Station, she could hardly believe the good news. Chapter 19. The Woman with the Third Eye. It had taken 2 years for the fallout from the fiasco at the Monroe Institute to clear. The battle had been a contentious one, full of hostility, bureaucratic maneuvering, and strife. In July 1984, just weeks after General Stubblebine was forced into early retirement, INSCOM's new commander, Brigadier General Harry Soyster, canceled the remote viewing program. Then it came to light that Soyster lacked the authority to cancel the program because it had been authorized by the Secretary of the Army, which meant that only the Secretary of the Army could cancel it. In effect, the Army's psychoenergetics program was now up for grabs. The CIA considered taking the reins, then passed. According to declassified documents, so did NSA. For several months, the Assistant Surgeon General of the Army, Major General Garrison Rapmond, engaged in discussions to move the program under his command, within the Army Medical Research and Development Command at Fort Detrick, Maryland, where the emphasis would be on testing the physiology of the viewers. But after several rounds of negotiations, the Office of the Surgeon General also declined. During this time, Dale Graff and Jack Verona had been lobbying for the DIA to absorb the psychoenergetics program in its entirety. RV has potential for U.S. intelligence application, they wrote, and the implications are revolutionary. Finally, on August 24, 1984, Secretary of the Army John Marsh authorized negotiations for transfer to the DIA. But this was the Pentagon, and so the bureaucratic entanglements continued for another 17 months. On January 31, 1986, the Special Access Program was finally given a new code name, Sunstreak. Jack Verona, chief scientist for the Directorate of Science and Technology, was still officially in charge. The chairman of the oversight panel was Donald C. Latham, Assistant Secretary of Defense. The unit's offices remained at Fort Meade. Sunstreak's new science panel included 3 of the nation's top physicists: Donald M. Kerr, director of Los Alamos National Laboratory in New Mexico; Fred Zachariasen, professor of physics at Caltech, also a ranking member of the Defense Department's elite Jason Committee; and W. Ross Aday, chief of staff of the research division at Veterans Hospital in Loma Linda, California. 3 heavy hitters. And the official definition of psychoenergetics phenomena had been further refined. Remote viewing, RV, the ability to describe remote areas or concealed data via unknown mental processes, and remote action, RA, the ability to influence physical or biological systems via undefined physical means. During the first year and a half after the Rapt debacle, while the battle raged on, Joe McMoneagle, remote viewer 001, was the only person actually assigned to remote viewing operations at Fort Meade, which were still functioning with funds left over from the Stubblebine era. Records indicate that he conducted 33 sessions on 7 different operations for clients that included CIA, NSA, and SED, the Army's Systems Exploitation Division. When McMoneagle retired in the fall of 1984, the Assistant Deputy Chief of Staff for Human Intelligence at INSCOM awarded him the Legion of Merit for exceptionally meritorious service. After a short respite, he went to work at SRI, where he participated in research studies. Multiple sources indicate that he was almost certainly working for the CIA. If these files exist, they are still classified, unlike a majority of the Army INSCOM and DIA files, which have since been declassified. The same mystery attends the files on Pat Price, also still classified as of 2017. By the time DIA took over the program, 5 viewers from INSCOM remained. They were Bill Ray, Paul H. Smith, Ed Dames, Tom McNear, and Charlene Kavanaugh Schufeld. They were all sent to New York City to be trained in the 6 stages of coordinate remote viewing with Ingo Swann. When General Stubblebine was forced to resign, the Advanced Human Technology Office had been shut down, and the High Performance Task Force was disbanded. But one concept had not disappeared with Stubblebine, and that was the idea that Army soldiers and civilians could be trained to be psychic. The DIA had its reasons for insisting that this was the case. If remote viewing was a skill that could be taught, then ostensibly it could be unlinked from its magical, mystical, supernatural, and occult past. The expectation at DIA, says Dale Graff, was that charges of pseudoscience by defense officials, members of Congress, and eventually the public would be put to rest. But this logic was flawed, and it flew in the face of thousands of years of human history. The fact remains that until science can account for anomalous mental phenomena, prevailing opinion will keep it elemental to the belief system from which it sprung, the unknown. A declassified 6-page summary entitled Coordinate Remote Viewing, Theory and Dynamics makes clear the uphill battle DIA was now facing. Coordinate remote viewing, CRV, is a psychic technique which permits a viewer to transcend time and space, to view or perceive people, places, or objects without the viewer being physically present, reads the summary. But even a layman knows that transcending time and space defies the known laws of physics. How could remote viewers in training believe that they could view or perceive information from a distant place unless they accepted that divination was in play? And divination, by its very definition, involves seeking knowledge of the unknown through supernatural means. So to declare that psychic functioning was science and not the supernatural, or at least scientifically unexplainable, was to ask remote viewers to live in a catch-22, a paradoxical situation from which they could not escape because the rules contradicted the rules. The DIA issued memos of doublespeak. DIA has refined the process of teaching CRV to the degree that individuals possessing no known natural psychic abilities can be taught to remote view with extreme accuracy in a relatively short period of time, one declassified memo read. Another predicted that training would take approximately 6 months to complete, depending on the individual. CRV was divided into 6 stages, with each stage promising to increase the scope and ability of the viewer. And as per the training protocols, the stages must be completed in sequence because movement to the next stage of training is entirely dependent upon successful completion of the preceding stage. None of this proved to be accurate. Some of the most intractable problems came from the remote viewers in training. Invariably, students have questions, and questions require answers. Ultimately, the DIA would have to explain where the remotely viewed information came from. For this, DIA provided a cryptic, quasi-theoretical explanation for ESP, as hypothesized by Ingo Swann. Somewhere, perhaps in the unconscious mind, there exists what we will label the matrix, Swann's declassified summary states. The matrix knows no boundaries and has no limitations, he wrote. It contains all information about all things. It could be thought of as omnipotent, or you could think of it as a database, etc. Here was Ingo Swann, a committed believer in the magical, the mystical, and the supernatural, attempting to give generally skeptical military personnel a metaphor to work with. The matrix concept was to be interpreted as a figure of speech, akin to Carl Jung's archetypes of the unconscious, but some took it literally. Paul Smith recalls what happened when viewer in training Ed Dames first heard about the matrix and how excited he became. The viewers in training were sitting around the kitchen table at Ingo Swann's home in New York City when Dames exclaimed, "Why, that sounds just like the Akashic Records, a concept introduced by the famous spirit medium and occultist Madame Helena Blavatsky." Smith said he wasn't familiar with the concept, so Dames took the opportunity to lecture to the group. The Akashic Records were located on the astral plane, where all of human history and its memories are stored, Dames said. And according to the Edgar Cayce Association for Research and Enlightenment, the Akashic Records contain every deed, word, feeling, thought, and intent that has ever occurred at any time in the history of the world. The seeds of calamity were being sown. The original Army screening protocols were meant to identify individuals whose minds were not closed to the possibility of psychic functioning. Dames exemplified an individual who appears to have been at the other end of the spectrum. His belief system was such that he was already fully invested in UFOs, extraterrestrial visitations, and the so-called Akashic Records. To suggest to someone with this set of pre-existing beliefs that he could become a psychic spy for a top-secret military program was, in hindsight, a recipe for fiasco. After finishing their training with Ingo Swann, the viewers returned to Fort Meade, where Joe McMoneagle was preparing to retire. McMoneagle did not have a good feeling about the direction the program was headed, he says. Earlier in the year, when he'd been asked to help locate non-psychic people who could be trained to become psychic, he declined. There is no indication that training enhances remote viewing, McMoneagle says. Perhaps bright and intelligent officers who were already prone to psychic functioning could become proficient, he wrote, but in the majority of cases, people with extrasensory perception are born, not made. Tom McNear was an exception. McNear, an intelligence officer, was one of the 2 original Swann trainees, starting in 1981. He immediately showed considerable talent, but his training moved slowly. It took him 2.5 years to get to stage 6, the level where viewers learn how to remote view a target, then create a 3-dimensional model of that target out of clay. McNear's clay models were so accurate in both concept and scale that photographs of them, alongside pictures of the target, were used in National Security Council briefings. By the end of his training, which included all 7 stages, Tom McNear had become so good at identifying training targets that Ingo Swann confided in colleagues, "He is better than me." But McNear didn't want to be part of the viewer unit at Fort Meade anymore. The program was a series of ups and downs. We had funding, we didn't have funding. 2 members of the unit died of cancer, and Rob Cowart, my fellow trainee and friend, was medically retired due to cancer. My wife said I had become very withdrawn and introverted. I felt the time was right to move on. I requested a transfer, McNear explained in 2015. The Army granted his request, and he went on to build a successful career in Army intelligence, where he still works as of 2017. In 1985, the Defense Department published a 41-page how-to manual, Coordinate Remote Viewing, stages 1 to 6 and beyond. Declassified in 2000, the manual's project officer or author remains redacted. The author was Tom McNear. Why did Swan insist that military personnel with no predisposition to psychic functioning could be trained to acquire extrasensory perception? The answer remains a mystery, though Joe McMoneagle believes he knows why. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, says McMoneagle, Ingo was forced into an impossible situation. The higher-ups wanted training methods, and they wanted it right then and there. This flawed idea eventually set the stage for tearing the unit apart. The irony was that as soon as DIA took over the psychoenergetics program, it parted ways with Ingo Swan. On January 31, 1986, what had once been Stubblebine's remote viewing program, by then codenamed Center Lane, was officially transferred from Army INSCOM to DIA. Jack Verona made administrative changes he felt were long overdue. He converted the job of branch chief and operations officer from a military to a civilian position. He allowed for the rotation of military officers who'd served previously to come back into the program. He reduced training time from 2 years to 1. Viewers who had been trained by Ingo Swan would now train new recruits. Assisting Fred Atwater was Ed Dames, assigned the role of operations officer, which meant it was his job to supervise viewers and handle administrative affairs. In 1986, there were 6 viewers and 3 taskers, individuals assigned to monitor viewing sessions. In July 1986, Angela Della Fiora joined the Special Access Program, Sunstreak. Unlike the other members of the DIA's Psychic Spy Unit, she identified herself as psychic. Everyone else insisted they were not psychic, they were remote viewers. This immediately caused friction, Fred Atwater explained in 2015. To begin with, she'd gone around the chain of command to get into the program, went straight to General Stubblebine himself, and that is not allowed. Fred Atwater believed that is a violation of Army Code of Conduct. There are rules. People are expected to follow them. When asked to elaborate, he said, "She ignored what is sacred to soldiers, chain of command. In the military, if a soldier has a query, he or she is allowed to report only to a direct superior, who in turn decides whether that query moves higher up the chain. Angela Della Fiora did what is common practice almost everywhere in America except in the military. She went to the person she believed was in the strongest position to help her achieve her goal." Paul Smith says what incensed him most was that Della Fiora called herself a psychic, which made him and every other soldier wince. "At Fort Meade, we'd worked hard to establish ourselves as remote viewers," says Smith, "to separate the process from the terrible stigma of the occult. Della Fiora's insistence she was psychic flew in the face of all that," he says. "She read tarot cards and did automatic writing," he says, and this was unacceptable to a unit of military men and women. "I told her she had to lose the bad habits if she wanted to stick around," Atwater recalled. Her worst offense? The concept that none of the soldiers could accept was that Angela Della Fiora still insisted she had a third eye. In order to follow Sunstreak program protocols, Angela Della Fiora needed to be trained in the 6 stages of coordinate remote viewing. Declassified documents demonstrate this training to be something of a farce. She apparently didn't need to learn how to draw ideograms or identify gestalts or make clay models of things she perceived. When given a long-distance target to remotely view, Della Fiora closed her 2 eyes, opened her self-described 3rd eye, and in a matter of minutes arrived at DIA's target site. This made operations managers and taskers uncomfortable. Starting in November 1986, Operations Officer Eugene Lessman and Fred Atwater took turns monitoring Della Fiora. Lessman went first. A former Special Forces soldier with 2 tours of duty in Vietnam, his disdain for the occult was as palpable as his hard-charging personality. Large and burly, with a signature handlebar mustache, he liked to talk about Vietnam. On his last mission in the war theater, he was ferrying a Viet Cong intelligence asset back to Da Nang when the man revealed himself to be a double agent and opened fire inside the helicopter. With the pilot dead and Lessman seriously wounded, the aircraft was crashing. Putting his quick reaction training to use, Lessman killed the Viet Cong fighter and crash-landed the helicopter at the airbase. Lessman was happy to show his torso full of bullet scars to anyone who asked about Vietnam, Paul Smith recalls. Now he was tasking Angela Della Fiora on a remote viewing session. He and the other soldiers had devised a plan to mold her into a good remote viewer. Privately, they called her a witch. The remote viewing room had been designed as a monotone environment, free of distraction. The walls were gray, the carpet was gray, and so were the desk and chairs. The room was wired for sound. The viewer sat in a relaxation chair, which was part chaise lounge and part dental chair. Wires connected the viewer to equipment that tracked physiological data, including respiration, temperature, and pulse. Across the hall, in the monitoring room, the tasker sat in front of a rack of television monitors, microphones, and audio and video recording equipment. In this case, Della Fiora sat in the viewing room wearing headphones through which Lessman communicated from the monitoring room. As he worked this Global Beacon target session, Lessman took notes that are now declassified. Start time 10 a.m., wrote Lessman in the log. He spoke into the microphone. This is a man-made object at 37 degrees, 24 minutes, 31 seconds north, 122 degrees, 10 minutes, 41 seconds. Begin your relaxation now. When you arrive at your sanctuary, you must tell me, he instructed. Sanctuary was a Fort Meade term for a metaphorical place of safety, somewhere in the matrix where a viewer was to travel first, not at Fort Meade, and not at the actual target site. Lessman continued, I will provide you the coordinates again from your sanctuary, he said. This will be your cue to go to the target and begin describing your impressions. Remember to relax your body completely, from foot to head, and prepare that thing you call a 3rd eye for the task at hand. Lessman and the others had such disdain for Angela's 3rd eye that they could only refer to it as that thing you call a 3rd eye. In the monitoring room, Lessman opened a sealed envelope and looked at the target for the first time, a photograph that only he could see. He gave Della Fiora the coordinates again. The target was the Stanford dish, located in the foothills near Stanford University. It was a massive, 150-foot diameter radio telescope built by the Air Force to communicate with satellites. From the logs, Lessman learned that the dish was built on top of a large, rounded hill with grass in wide abundance, and that it was an antenna consisting of concentric circles in a vast array of metallic framework. These kinds of descriptions were provided so that the tasker knew what to look for in the viewer's details. In 2017, if a person were to type these coordinates into Google Maps, which did not exist in 1986, an image of the Stanford dish would almost instantly appear. It took Della Fiora 12 minutes to arrive at her so-called sanctuary location, then another 3 minutes to arrive at the target site. By November 1986, Jean Lessman had been overseeing remote viewing operations for 7 months. Most viewers spent at least 20 minutes listening to music or meditating in the relaxation chair before they were ready to begin a viewing session. Getting to the sanctuary often took a viewer 20 or so minutes, then another 15 or 20 minutes to get to the target. Not only was Angela Della Fiora fast, she was really fast. She spent the next 25 minutes describing to Lessman what she saw at the Stanford dish coordinates. His notes read, "Source described a large open area, windy with green and brown colors associated with the land mass. True. There was a feeling of isolation at this site, but it was at least visible by many people. True. The object consisted of a wide array of shapes with triangles and circles being the predominant shape. True. A general feeling of roundness, curving, and pointed curves were also described. True. An opening or center portion of the structure appears to be of importance. True. With the concepts of transference of things back and forth as prime purpose. True. And a concept of seeing without using the eyes. True. There was an impression of heat, but non-specific heat, in that it did not burn or even give off warmth. Radio waves, but rather tickled the body. Probably true. In the official declassified operations log, Lessman could not hide his awe. He'd been doing tasking operations for long enough to know that it generally took a viewer several noisy sessions to get close to receiving a good signal line. For example, in a recent session in which the target was the Great Pyramid at Giza, remote viewer 017 saw liquid, fluid, a man-made structure, a thin gray bridge. In another, in which the target was Madison Square Garden, remote viewer 023 saw hospital corridor, stone columns, and an altar inside an Egyptian temple. Most viewers training in coordinate remote viewing protocols were way off target. In hundreds of pages of declassified documents, there are a fair share of target descriptions that read like a drowning man grasping at straws. Yet, in her very first tasking session, Angela Della Fiora was getting majority signal and almost no noise. Lessman asked her to get in closer to the object and to describe the structure in more detail. Della Fiora began laughing, loud giggling, as Lessman noted in the log. "You are happy," he said. "Grass, hay," she cheered. "Tell me about your happiness." "I moved away from the structure, I'm sorry," she said. "Okay," Lessman said. "Round things make me crazy," Della Fiora explained. "Tell me its purpose," Lessman directed. "Its purpose is the opening. It's the opening," she said, and began giggling again. "You are laughing," he scolded. "I feel something tickling me." "Tell me about that," he said. "I don't know. The heat is under the roundness, causing movement at me." Lessman noted in the log that Della Fiora's voice began to quiver and her body began to shake. This was the kind of occult behavior, too reminiscent of witchcraft, that the military men in the group decided must be terminated. "Return now to your sanctuary," Lessman demanded, and ended the session. Still, he noted in the log that she'd done an excellent job. He graded the session as a 5 on a scale from 1 to 6. Lessman reported the results to his superior, Fred Atwater. According to the operations log, in an effort to curtail Della Fiora's occult habits, the quivering voice and shaking body, a new protocol was installed for her next session, as indicated in the operations log. For this one, the target site was the Eiffel Tower. Today, we will be working on another global beacon target, Lessman said through the microphone. One difference today needs to be discussed. Very often, you begin to shake and your voice begins to quiver. For the integrity of coordinate remote viewing protocols, said Lessman, it needs to be controlled. If it occurs again, you will hear me state, refocus. That will be a signal to stop reporting, reacquire the sight, and to fix the images in your mind. You will then hear me state, continue, at which point you can continue to report. Lessman repeated, refocus. This time, it took Angela 3 minutes to get to the sanctuary, then 4 minutes to get to the target site. Okay, structure, triangle, I see another triangle, she said. Describe the structure, he said. The log indicates that Angela's voice started to quiver and her body began to shake. Refocus, commanded Lessman. Angela went silent. Continue, he said. But the connection was lost. Della Fiora's signal line went dead. Nothing, she said. When shown these declassified documents in 2016, Della Fiora recalled the sessions and remembered that time in her professional life when the unit's managers and taskers worked hard to gather extrasensory information according to the military's rules. My process is my process, she says. Trying to change it isn't going to help. But still, I should have gotten the Eiffel Tower. How can you miss the Eiffel Tower? It's huge. Della Fiora's third Global Beacon session took place on November 24, 1986. She sat in the relaxation chair, and Jean Lessman read the coordinates to her from the monitoring room. I have read you the coordinates, he said. I will read them again when you reach the sanctuary. Begin your relaxation now, in preparation for your tasking. This is a man-made object. The logbook indicates that Della Fiora's target was the Great Pyramid at Giza, a huge four-sided edifice containing numerous chambers and passageways. This ancient tomb was built as the final resting place for the 4th dynasty pharaoh, Khufu, 2800 BC, read the description in the log. At one time, the tomb contained fabulous treasures, most of which were stolen by grave robbers over the centuries. In recent history, archaeologists have uncovered several heretofore unknown chambers containing colorful hieroglyphics and a large amount of ancient artifacts, including gold and jewel-encrusted jewelry. It took Angela Della Fiora 5 minutes to get to the sanctuary, then another 3 minutes to get to the target site. And while some might argue that she simply had an amazing memory for coordinates and therefore knew this location was near Cairo, others might think she was divining information through unknown means. From the notes, we know that Lessman did not hide his surprise over the ease with which she reported what she saw and the specificity of details. Source reported a rolling, breezy, soft, warm area which closely correlates to the general geographic description of the site. Source further stated that at this site there are at least 2 structures. True. One of which is huge in its dimensions. True. Inside the structure there are pictures of animals, designs, and faces on the wall of long hallways, a clear reference to the hieroglyphics on the walls inside the chamber. Source reported that one of the overwhelming impressions of the site is the preservation of history and culture, and that the people on the walls of the site wore unusual clothing and were noted for their culture and refinement, as well as their life of luxury and ease. True. The area, according to the source, has witnessed many wars and invasions in the area around the site. For this session, Lessman gave Della Fiora a grade of 6. It did not take long for Della Fiora to begin delivering 8-martini results. On average, she could get to the sanctuary in 3 minutes, then the target site 3 minutes after that. The taskers stopped trying to correct her hypnagogic voice and instead let her report what she saw. The following month, Branch Chief Fred Atwater ran Della Fiora on what was called a dual target, 2 locations near one another to be viewed in one session. This was a skill that was supposed to take more than a year of CRV training to acquire. The first target was a coordinate. In the monitoring room, Atwater looked at a photograph of the rustic home of Ulysses S. Grant, 18th President of the United States. Now restored, the home is a National Historic Monument located inside a tourist park near St. Louis, Missouri. The second target, 14.8 miles to the northeast, was the 630-foot stainless steel monument called the Gateway Arch. In the operations log, Atwater wrote that at Grant's house, Source began by describing a structure in a breezy, hilly area with a generally open feeling about it. This structure was correctly reported as being square, sloping, monumental, fenced in by a short, low fence, divided room, or perhaps the effect of stacked logs. The source correctly reported that the place was associated with a man, and its purpose was to look, to wander about, and to view awards, medals, and displays. Source correctly associated this structure with an important person who wore a blue uniform and was associated with a terrible war. Next, Atwater noted in the log, Source was asked to switch locations and to move to the second target that was of interest to the tasker. He reported that Source correctly identified this as being high, overwhelmingly modern, 2 halves exactly like making a whole, a mirrored image, which very accurately describes the actual symmetry of the arch. Atwater was impressed. He gave Della Fiora a score of 6 and wrote, "Based on the very concise description, there can be no doubt that she was able to successfully acquire the proper sites and accurately describe the major components of the targets in such a manner that an analyst would have no difficulty in correlating these perceptions to the actual target." In an intelligence collection operation, the ability to access a site next to a site is key. For example, a viewer might be sent to a known military facility, like Semipalatinsk in the Soviet Union, then asked if there was anything of interest nearby. This concept was the result of Kit Green's first experiment that used coordinates to remotely view a target, in that case, the summer cabin of Green's colleague, a CIA clandestine officer. When Pat Price described the NSA's top-secret Sugar Grove Station facility nearby, it was because this was the far more interesting target, Price said, which is similar to what happened in Della Fiora's next Global Beacon session when she was given coordinates for the Devil's Tower in Wyoming. The Devil's Tower is a natural stone outcropping, tall, monolithic, and conical in shape. It has a flat top and striations running down the side. After arriving at this site and describing the Devil's Tower accurately, Source asked to move to something more sinister nearby and began describing some kind of underground facility, wrote Atwater in the declassified log notes. At the time, Atwater was unaware of any underground facility nearby, but he was curious about what Della Fiora might be referring to, so he encouraged her to provide further details. She described what she saw. Special areas, railings, circular, things go in there to make things occur. Domed-shaped rooms, cold, testing, controlling, innovative, shiny, new with people working around. The primary object in this facility, she said, was man-made, hard, modern, flying, tossing, turning, fenced off with a sign I can't read, special area, power. After the session ended, Atwater did an internal special access program search that showed him the locations of highly classified nuclear weapons facilities in Wyoming. A subsequent check found that in the area there are several U.S. defense underground missile silos classified top secret that are not far from the Devil's Tower. Grade 6. In her final consecutive Global Beacon target session, Della Fiora delivered what is considered the holy grail of remote viewing, the ability to access alphanumeric data. On February 4, 1987, she was given a coordinate and told, "This is a new target. You have not seen this before." It took her 2 minutes to get to the sanctuary, then another 5 minutes to get to the target site. The target was the thoroughbred racetrack, Churchill Downs, home to the Kentucky Derby. As noted in the logs, it is a place characterized by the wearing of antebellum costumes, toasting with champagne, and eating of strawberries and cream. Once Della Fiora arrived at the target site, she described the location as a nice place where people play games. They are pretending, she said, wearing costumes, toasting with champagne. She saw food vendors and smells. People walking, people talking, animals, she said. Tall, wild animal, exotic. People get dressed up to have fun. The animals walk around. They are controlled by the people. The animals are used for the fun, to show how smart they are. Atwater asked her to describe the animals. A riding feeling, up and down, fast. When I get this riding feeling, I can feel wind and I feel I can move fast, she said. Asked for more specifics, Della Fiora said the place was called Church, then Town, not a far stretch from Churchill Downs. When Dale Graff and Jack Verona read the report, they knew they had a rare and unique viewer in Angela Della Fiora. They also knew they had a potential problem as far as operations were concerned. In point of fact, their best remote viewer could access reliable information because she was psychic, not because she had learned how to be psychic from a military manual. The Coordinate Remote Viewing Manual was created to teach soldiers and civilians to be psychic because the Defense Department believed such a guide would solve some of its problems with antagonistic forces within the military and the Congress who had declared the program to be voodoo warfare, hocus pocus, and occult. Government programs are designed to be egalitarian and training-based. Battlefield skills are to be taught, learned, and honed. Too much reliance on one person was not good for protocol. So a new protocol was implemented to try to smooth over these interconnected problems. It was called large-scale remote viewing and involved several individuals viewing the same target. The information was collected by the operations manager and delivered to Dale Graff. It was Graff's job to cull the information and pass it on to his boss, Jack Verona. Finally, Verona would run the information by analysts at DIA who would help him decide what information to pass on to the client, be it the NSA, the Air Force, the CIA, or a host of other military and intelligence agencies. The year 1986 marked a significant buildup in advanced technology weapons facilities, both in the United States and in the Soviet Union. The Soviets were pursuing advanced technologies applicable to strategic defense, including laser, particle beam, kinetic energy, and microwave technologies applicable to strategic weapons, recalls Robert Gates, Deputy Director of Central Intelligence at the time. The scale of the effort was impressive, with more than a half a dozen major research and development facilities and test ranges. Inside the Pentagon, Gates was known to be a vocal adversary of the psychoenergetic phenomena programs, but not everyone at CIA shared his views. Between 1986 and 1988, says Graff, we did many facilities targets for the intelligence community, and with acknowledged ground truth success. Many of these facilities targets involved large-scale remote viewing efforts. At Fort Meade, several people would view the same target with coordinates provided by the client. The branch chief and operations monitor would sort through the data looking for common threads in a signal line. Viewers who delivered the most promising results would return to the target site for more information. For Project 8701, viewers were sent to coordinates located outside Dushanbe, Tajikistan, in what was then the south-central USSR. Viewers consistently reported large metal structures near a large building in a barren area with confirmed accuracy. For Project 8704, viewers were sent to coordinates where they described workers in protective clothing, containment areas, and livestock pens filled with chickens and pigs. Satellite photographs confirmed the location as a Soviet chemical and biological test site. For Project 8609, viewers were asked to gather information about a top-secret Soviet research and development facility in Kazakhstan. They described infrastructure consistent with anti-ballistic missile testing, according to declassified memos. The site was later revealed to have been Sari Shagan, an anti-ballistic missile anti-satellite systems testing range. Projects 8715, 8716, and 8717 were all facilities targets for the CIA. The detailed results of these three projects remain classified as of 2017. In Washington, Graff and Verona chaired the Remote Viewing Tasking Group for Sunstreak. Declassified memos reveal that representatives from CIA, NSA, and the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency regularly attended, as did intelligence officers with the Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, and the Drug Enforcement Administration. Also present was a congressional staffer from the House and Senate Intelligence Committees. Targets included underground tunnels near the DMZ in Korea, silkworm missile launch facilities in Iran, and an errant nuclear-powered Soviet satellite called Cosmos 1900. The CIA requested information on a possible mole working deep inside the agency. Declassified documents reveal that their target was Aldrich Ames, an American CIA analyst turned KGB mole. For Dale Graff, the challenge remained what it had always been: how to pare down volumes of information in order to determine what might matter. With 10 years of experience examining data, Graff believed he'd developed a sense of what was signal and what was noise. I did not want to appear impartial, Graff recalled in 2015, but Angela's results were consistently the best results. This meant that Graff now gave many of the high-priority targets to Della Fiora. For some of the most sensitive projects, he took trips down to Fort Meade to run Angela Della Fiora's remote viewing sessions himself. And as the number of her sessions increased, so did tensions in the unit. The remaining viewers were kept active doing remote viewing training sessions with operations manager Ed Dames. But instead of cultivating and refining tradecraft on DIA-sanctioned targets, which included over 100 landmarks, bridges, and monuments around the world, Dames began sending viewers to what would become known as anomaly or chimera targets, non-standard destinations not in DIA protocols. These targets did not exist or could not be verified, places like alien bases beneath the desert in Phoenix or on Mars. Dames's personal interest in supernatural concepts like the Akashic records, extraterrestrial visitations, and an impending apocalypse began working their way into his professional life and, by default, into the unit at Fort Meade. Joe McMoneagle says of this time, "One difficulty in the study of psychic functioning, is that it is not only possible to delude oneself into thinking something that isn't true. In some cases, it is highly likely. It can happen to anyone." In time, these actions would have grave consequences for the program. It was thoroughly ironic. In trying to divorce itself from the mystical and the supernatural, and by insisting remote viewing was a skill that any soldier could learn, DIA had opened the door to the irrational. For reasons that have never been explained, Dames was allowed to run wild with his anomaly targets. In an interview in 2016, Fred Atwater says he was getting ready to retire and had already been assigned to standard, outgoing administrative duties, and that he was not made aware of Dames's anomaly targets until after he left Fort Meade. Dale Graff says he was not privy to the anomaly targets until the records were reviewed at a later date. But Graff's deputy, a man by the name of Jim Salyer, raised a larger issue, one Salyer believed allowed problems such as Ed Dames's anomaly targeting to exist. In his Secret Working Papers, Salyer outlined what he called existing problems at Fort Meade. Whereas the SRI group is managed by scientists with extensive experience in understanding and researching psychic phenomena, the Army group has no one associated with it who has any understanding of psi phenomena or experience in researching or utilizing remote viewing, Salyer opined. The experienced scientists were at DIA, located an hour south of Fort Meade at the new headquarters in Washington, D.C. The unit at Fort Meade consists of Army personnel who were selected and trained to do remote viewing. Their problems are that no selection criteria were available when they submitted to an unevaluated training program, which was completed by only one member who has now left the unit, Salyer wrote, referring to Tom McNear. Essentially, what you have is a group of amateurs led by another amateur and being trained by yet another amateur. Success in any science is rarely achieved by an amateur, hence, it is not surprising that the results produced by their group have not been astounding. The damning assessment led to a critical review of the program, says Graff. This document helped DIA establish a Psi-RV intelligence community working group with representatives from CIA, NSA, State Department, and several of the military operational commands, and eventually resulted, Graff remarks, in DIA being given control of the Fort Meade personnel. But before that occurred, the craziness would escalate. Chapter 20. The End of an Era. The mid-1980s marked the end of an era for the scientists who originally worked on anomalous mental phenomena programs for the CIA at Stanford Research Institute. Kit Green retired from CIA to work for General Motors Asia Pacific Division in China, where he became a member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Hal Puthoff left SRI to lead a private research foundation in Texas, the Institute for Advanced Studies at Austin. Jacques Vallée resigned from his contract position on the SRI team and became a venture capitalist specializing in high technology in Silicon Valley. As general partner of Euro-America Ventures, he spearheaded the early-stage investments of what would eventually total 60 startup companies, more than a dozen of which would go public through IPOs or acquisitions. At the end of this era, while some of the pioneers of U.S. government psychic research thrived, others struggled. Apollo 14 astronaut Ed Mitchell was not faring so well. He remained deeply interested in ESP and consciousness studies, and this made him endless fodder for journalists. He began speaking out against the Reagan administration's Strategic Defense Initiative, or Star Wars, which he said could lead to the weaponization of space. The former astronaut's outspoken opposition to the president's ambitious space weapons program made him a pariah in military and defense science circles. Almost every news article about Mitchell made disparaging reference to the ESP tests he'd conducted in space. In 1985, news broke that Mitchell was involved in a paternity suit and that the child's mother was a former Playboy playmate with whom he'd been having an affair. When Mitchell denied being the father and dismissed the suit as extortion disguised as paternity, the press descended upon him. When blood tests confirmed he was the child's father, the press chastised him. In turn, he tried blaming the press for his hardship. Publicity about the case had a devastating effect on my credibility, my reputation, and most of all, my income, he said, opening the door for further criticism. If Edgar Mitchell left his footprints on the moon as an American hero, he has since become the man who fell to Earth, wrote a reporter for South Florida's Sun Sentinel. While Mitchell has been pursuing his goals for a higher understanding, he has also led a life of turmoil. He was enmeshed in 5 separate lawsuits. He was under threat of eviction. He was getting another divorce. This and more was reported in the press. I was suicidal, he told a reporter. Life had become a disaster, he lamented. The anti-ESP and PK crusader, James Randi, had also fallen on difficult times. In 1986, he won a MacArthur Foundation grant worth $272,000, but according to the New York Times Magazine, he burned through almost all of it in legal costs fighting libel cases brought on by Uri Geller. The organization James Randi helped found, the Committee for the Scientific Investigation of Claims of the Paranormal, told him to lay off making false statements, but Randi wouldn't stop. His campaign against Uri Geller ultimately cost him his position on PsyCop. When PsyCop board members demanded he stop discussing Geller in public, Randi resigned in fury, wrote reporter Adam Higginbotham. For Uri Geller, life was good. He had spent most of the 1970s and early 1980s in the spotlight, but by 1985, he'd become more private and family-oriented. For a while, he'd lived in a compound in Stamford, Connecticut, with his wife, Hannah, and their 2 young children, but had recently moved to England. He'd made a fortune divining information for petroleum and mining companies. The technique he used was map dowsing, what he'd done for Moshe Dayan in 1970. Geller's clients included Petróleos Mexicanos, or Pemex, in Mexico, Rio Tinto Zinc in England, and Xanax Limited in Australia. According to the Financial Times, Geller's map dowsing fee was £1 million, and he'd been involved in at least 11 known dowsing projects for an income total of roughly $35.75 million in 2017 US dollars. He maintained contact with numerous government sources, Geller says, and on occasion assisted with FBI searches for missing persons. Then, one day in January 1987, he received a call from the State Department. The caller identified himself as being from Ambassador Max Kempelman's office in Washington, D.C., Geller says. Since 1985, Kempelman had served as head of the United States delegation to the negotiations with the Soviet Union on nuclear and space arms in Geneva. His office was calling with an unusual request, Geller remembers, and he was asked to meet with Kempelman in London for a private discussion. There is no way to independently verify the call, but photographs taken by Shippey Strang show Geller and Kempelman shaking hands outside an office building in what appears to be London. He wanted to know if I thought that a human mind could influence others at a distance in a positive way, says Geller. The following month, Geller was invited to attend a reception at the U.S. Embassy in Geneva. Also in attendance would be Soviet and U.S. arms negotiators and their wives. Negotiations between the two nuclear-armed superpowers had been going on for years, and now it seemed as if closure might finally be at hand. The goal of the talks was to eliminate the Soviets' ground-launch ballistic and cruise missiles, called Intermediate-Range Nuclear Forces, or INF missiles, stationed in Eastern Europe. Presidents Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev had met 3 months before in Reykjavik, Iceland, but the talks had recently stalled. Much was riding on these Geneva disarmament talks, in which Ambassador Kempelman played a primary role. Geller was flown to Geneva and driven to the U.S. Embassy. Already present at the reception were 5 senators, including Al Gore, Arlen Specter, and Claiborne Pell, as well as Ambassador Kempelman and Anthony Lake, the U.S. National Security Advisor. If the press spotted me, I was told to be described as an entertainer, Geller recalls, although who ever heard of entertainers at disarmament talks? Geller had been given a secret mission that involved Yuly M. Vorontsov, Russia's first deputy foreign minister and the lead Soviet arms negotiator in the Geneva talks, he says. Geller's instructions were to stand near Vorontsov and try to influence his thoughts in a way that would get him to sign the INF Treaty. As preposterous as it may sound, in 2009, British journalist Jonathan Margolis traveled to Claiborne Pell's home in Rhode Island and verified the story. At the reception, Geller located Vorontsov, who was engaged in a conversation with Senator Pell's wife, Nuala. Geller joined the discussion. I liked Vorontsov at once, he recalls. I felt no trace of hostility from him, and we soon began a pleasant and informal conversation, ranging over world affairs in general and the abilities of individuals to alter the course of events by no more than the state of their minds and their real desire for peace. Vorontsov knew who I was, and since I had been brought along as an entertainer, I thought I had better do some entertaining. Geller asked Vorontsov whether he could have his watch so that he could make the hands stop with his mind. Vorontsov refused. So I decided to demonstrate how I could make a seed sprout in the palm of my hand by closing my palm and concentrating very hard, Geller remembers. Nuala Pell later said, What I remember was Uri putting the grass seeds in the palm of his hand, and they grew. He did it in front of all of us. We just couldn't believe it. Everybody was floored. The Russians just looked stunned. They didn't know whether to believe it or not to believe. Finally, Geller did what he'd been asked to do by Ambassador Kempelman, he says. I went and stood behind Vorontsov. I stared at the back of his head. I repeated in my mind, sign, sign, sign. 7 days later, on March 6, 1987, Ronald Reagan made a statement to the world. I have just met with Ambassadors Kempelman, Glittman, and Lehman to hear their report on the nuclear and space talks in Geneva, the president said, and added that the Soviet Union has recently offered to move ahead with an agreement to cut longer-range INF missiles. This is something the United States and our allies have long urged. Now it had finally happened. They signed, remembers Geller. Of course, I would never take full credit for such a thing. But it worked, whatever it may be. 2 months later, Claiborne Pell asked Geller to come to Washington for a classified meeting on Capitol Hill. The meeting took place in the Capitol building's sensitive, compartmented information facility, which is located in the top of the rotunda. They wanted to know about my ability to place a single thought in someone's mind. They wanted to know about what happened with Vorontsov. I showed them my abilities. I did a telepathy test with a senator. I bent a spoon. Colonel John Alexander was sitting in the front row, watching. By now, I'd been trained by magicians on how to bend a spoon, and I'd watched James Randi's spoon-bending video frame by frame, he says. Uri bent the spoon using no physical force. Then he laid it down on a chair a few feet in front of me and went back to talking. As he talked, the spoon continued to bend and fell on the floor, says Alexander, who picked up the spoon and took it home with him. The meeting was supposed to remain a secret, but appeared in the May 4, 1987 issue of U.S. News and World Report. In a vault in an attic of the Capitol, government officials gathered to hear Israeli psychic Uri Geller reveal what he has divined of Soviet strategic intentions, quipped a Washington Whispers columnist. Geller says that several officials asked privately whether he would meet with them discreetly in their homes. He recalls being surprised at how similar these meetings were. They wanted to know about themselves, about their own personal careers, what the future would bring for them. Many people are superstitious. Some will admit this publicly, but most will not. It is human nature to grapple with the powerful ideas of destiny, providence, and fate. Geller recalls going to Al Gore's house and telling him that one day Gore would be elected president. Reached for confirmation, the former vice president declined to comment. The following year, the association of divination with national security was once again in the news, this time involving the President of the United States. In May 1988, Donald T. Reagan, former White House Chief of Staff, revealed in his memoir that President Reagan had sought the advice of a private astrologer during his tenure at the White House. Virtually every major move and decision the Reagans made during my time as White House Chief of Staff was cleared by a woman in San Francisco who drew up horoscopes to make certain that the planets were in favorable alignment for the enterprise. The revelation was stunning to some, perhaps even more so when the White House press secretary, Marlin Fitzwater, went before the cameras and confirmed the statement. President Reagan and his wife, Nancy, are both deeply interested in astrology, Fitzwater said. Others, like Washington Post reporter Sally Quinn, said it was simply a well-kept secret. I have known since before Reagan was elected president that they went to astrologers, and that's why I'm surprised at all of the surprise and shock. The astrologer was a San Francisco socialite named Joan Quigley. After it was revealed that Quigley allegedly cast star charts for the president, she became the subject of considerable public interest. In her memoir, What Does Joan Say?, Quigley wrote, "Not since the days of the Roman emperors, and never in the history of the United States presidency, has an astrologer played such a significant role in the nation's affairs of state." When a reporter with United Press International asked the president whether he believed that psychics could see the future, he said, "I've found it difficult to write them off entirely. The scriptures say there will be such people." The potential of prophecy as a military intelligence tool was also being investigated by the Defense Intelligence Agency under the Sunstreak banner. The classified project was identifiable inside the Special Access Program by its code name, Project P, as in prophecy. Graf and Verona were examining the possibility that remote viewing could be used as a tool to foresee future events. As per declassified documents, Project P was a utility assessment initiated to determine a remote viewer's ability to function effectively in a purely predictive mode. In 1987, The Persian Gulf was a particularly dangerous place, and America's military presence there represented the largest massed naval strength since the Vietnam War. Based on the premise that near-time exposure to future events might enhance remote viewer access to significant occurrences, e.g., the President Kennedy assassination, 4 remote viewers were conducted free-flight sessions against events of foreign intelligence significance in the Persian Gulf, reads a declassified Sunstreak report covering the winter of 1987. Free flight means that viewers functioned without the assistance of a monitor. When analysts at DIA reported that sessions were yielding weak correlations to the actual events, remote viewers' enthusiasm of Project P waned considerably. Upon review, it was suggested this project be held in abeyance pending completion of an in-depth review of this effort, according to DIA. There was more than enough work to keep the remote viewers at Fort Meade busy. In addition to sessions against foreign facilities targets, a new methodology was being developed for Project N1. This new utility assessment tested a viewer's ability to read a document remotely and substantially determine the nature of its contents. The broader military intelligence goal was to access and report against foreign documents with a reasonably acceptable rate of success. Declassified documents indicate that during training sessions, only 2 viewers successfully described the substantial content of the test document and provided conceptual drawings in support of their findings. Dale Graff confirmed that one of the successful viewers was Angela Della Fiora. The other viewer's number is not specified and could not be confirmed, which meant that she was assigned to many Project N1 operations, while other viewers were asked to continue training sessions with Ed Dames. This led to many of the same problems that had arisen the year before, namely that Dames was directing viewers to anomalous targets. Declassified documents reveal that in the winter of 1987, Dames tasked remote viewers to dozens of sites of celebrated UFO encounters and alien abductions. Paul Smith reports that many in the unit were fed up with Ed Dames's shenanigans and chafed at his parade of extraterrestrial targets, but official documents indicate that his folly seems to have had a Pied Piper effect on others in the unit, with many viewers following his lead. This is evident in hundreds of pages of declassified operations logs. One example of this kind of target assignment involved a visit to the J.M. Davis Arms and Historical Museum in Claremore, Oklahoma, with instructions that the viewer learn about an alien visitation alleged to have occurred there. In the log, Dames noted that aliens likely visited this museum to learn about human weapons technology. The gallery of guns included firearms from the 1300s, as well as ones used by Pancho Villa and Pretty Boy Floyd. In another example, on June 23, 1987, Dames sent viewer LB back in time to inquire about a possible UFO encounter and abduction at a Methodist parsonage in Midway, Texas, between hours of midnight and dawn. The viewer spent 2 hours and 6 minutes on the task. His report included contact with a long, rounded object covered with red and black, raspy, sharp points. For a while during the experience, the remote viewer reported feeling paralyzed. A liquid, semi-solid, has me stuck in place. Dames's goal, he wrote, was to support his hypothesis that a group of extraterrestrials called the Supreme Galactic Council of Aliens was working to control Earth. With the help of other remote viewers in the unit, Dames sought to identify various alien bases already established on Earth, he said, including ones on Mount Hayes in Alaska, in South America, and in Africa. Dames's anomaly targets were not limited to UFOs. He asked viewers to examine crop circles, to search for the lost city of Atlantis, to try to locate the Ark of the Covenant. He asked viewer 032 to go back in time to learn the truth about who shot President Kennedy, and to watch gladiator games at the Colosseum in Rome circa 79 AD. When an unidentified commander examined the data on these rogue targets, he wrote, "Not verifiable, cannot evaluate, no ground truth, military speak for the reality of a tactical situation," and had the reports filed away. Smith says a new Detachment G commander, Lieutenant Colonel William Xenakis, ordered Dames to lay off the bogus targets. While not excusing Dames's frivolous actions, which were performed at the taxpayer's expense, Atwater says he had witnessed enough strange behavior in his decade running the remote viewing unit at Fort Meade that Dames's targeting was not uniquely aberrant. Fred Atwater, just months from retirement, was also expanding his own supernatural ideas, he says, but insists they did not interfere with his professional life. Atwater had recently purchased a parcel of land at the Monroe Institute, where he would eventually serve as president. There, he would lead instruction in the Human Plus seminars, teaching clients how to communicate with non-physical entities who, according to conference-approved Monroe literature, were inhabitants of the distant future. Given Atwater's personal belief system, Dames's ideas were not so far afield. Whether they were appropriate for U.S. military projects was a separate issue. On November 26, 1986, Ed Dames had asked Paul Smith to remote view Titan, one of Saturn's moons, keeping the extraterrestrial nature of the target secret. Dames's goal, he wrote in the Sunstreak operations log, was to locate evidence that aliens lived and worked there. During this training session, Smith reported seeing land, water, and some structures in the target area, which Dames took as confirmation that this was part of an observation post on Saturn. When Smith found out that he'd been sent to an anomaly target, he was furious. "You have to remember, as viewers, we were like mushrooms," he recalled in 2016, "kept in the dark. We were blind to the target. We did not know if Dames was sending us to a real place or an anomaly. He was the operations manager. We went where we were told." Eventually, the information about the anomaly targets reached Jack Verona, DIA's head scientist at the Directorate of Science and Technology. Repercussions followed. Dames had originally been slated to replace Atwater after he'd retired. Verona denied the position to Dames and redesigned the branch chief position as a civilian job. The position went to Fernand Gauvin, a former viewer from the Tehran hostage days. He had been working in human intelligence as a civilian at INSCOM. The unit's morale took another hit while viewer accusations about Angela Della Fiora continued to swirl. Some posited that she might have an eidetic memory and had memorized Earth's coordinates, which might account for her uncanny accuracy. A new protocol was put in place, one that had originally been designed by scientists at SRI back in 1985. Viewers would now be given what were called encrypted coordinates. For example, 20 degrees 34 minutes west, 48 degrees 13 minutes would be put into a programmable calculator and come out as 73082159, explains Smith. Because real coordinates are synonymous with real places, some of which were familiar to operations managers, the idea was that the encrypted coordinates would remove any level of cueing, either subconscious or intentional, and clear up suggestions about the system being gamed. Then, in late 1987 or early 1988, all members of the unit were summoned for a meeting. For the first time in Sunstreak history, a new training technique was going to be added to the Coordinate Remote Viewing (CRV) protocol. This new technique was called Written Remote Viewing, or WRV. Paul Smith was horrified. WRV means automatic writing, he observes, as in a tool of the occult. In an interview in 2015, Smith explained why this was intolerable to him. What this new approach accounted to, he says, was channeling. He'd been training in coordinate remote viewing for years. There were 6 stages to follow, each with its own specific set of techniques, Smith explained. Automatic writing was not one of them. Now, as if with the wave of a magic wand, a new protocol was being introduced by management, and he was certain Angela Della Fiora was behind it. Of the numerous occult practices, channeling is among the most maligned. It is generally defined as a process whereby an individual, the so-called channeler, speaks through an entity or a force outside themselves. A channeler is similar to a medium or a seer. Ancient history's most famous seer, the Oracle of Delphi, was a woman who would go into a trance and channel information for kings and generals. This figure was so important to national security that in 585 BC, Greek tribes fought the first sacred war to determine who would control it. The historian Herodotus indicates that Croesus, king of Lydia, visited the Oracle of Delphi in 560 BC to learn what his next conquest should be. Mediums, oracles, and seers have been around for millennia, but in the mid-1970s, the activity took on a contemporary twist when a young poet named Jane Roberts wrote a best-selling book, Seth Speaks, about her channeling. Now, a decade later, channeling was again part of the public discourse. While the WRV drama was unfolding at Fort Meade, ABC television was airing the 5-hour miniseries Out on a Limb, based on Shirley MacLaine's autobiography, which included her work with mediums and channelers. The magician James Randi became so incensed with the channeling craze that he embarked on another hoax. This time, he created a fake channeler he called Carlos and took the young man on a tour around Australia to prove how gullible people are. Publicity material claimed Carlos was a young American artist named Jose Alvarez, who was able to channel a 2,000-year-old entity who had last appeared in the body of a 12-year-old boy in Venezuela in 1900. Audiences across Australia fell for the Carlos hoax. When the deception was revealed on 60 Minutes, Australian news outlets felt duped. Randy's point, he said, was that audiences were gullible and journalists were not doing their jobs. No one bothered to fact-check the story of Jose Alvarez, Randy said, and he had a valid point. People were easy to deceive. At Fort Meade, Paul Smith became angry during the meeting about written remote viewing. Automatic writing was channeling and channeling was occult, he said. As Defense Department employees with secret clearances, it was their duty to know who their intelligence sources were, Smith argued. How do we know the entities aren't liars, pranksters, or evildoers, he asked. Who vetted them as intelligence assets? My misgivings were shared by nearly everyone else at the table, Smith later wrote. In his opinion, Angela Della Fiora was getting undue praise and attention. Now, it seemed, she was essentially being allowed to rewrite the rules. He was frustrated. He wanted to be useful to the Army, and he was tired of working rogue targets with Ed Dames. On May 15, 1987, Ed Dames tapped Smith on the shoulder and told him to get ready to head over to the viewer room for a session. Protocol forbade me from asking what the session would be about, Smith recalls. He figured he was in for another anomaly target, something or someplace that did not really exist. Smith headed over to building 2560 and into the viewing room. He put on his Sony Walkman and hit play on a mixtape of hard rock. AC/DC came on, his favorite band, followed by Guns N' Roses, his second favorite. The lights went down in the room, and with music pounding in his ears, he began to relax. After the 20-minute cool-down period, Dames came into the room and sat down at one end of the long table, Smith recalls. Smith got out of his chair and sat across from Dames. What some viewers did before a session, Smith among them, was to make a list of anything that was bothering them before a viewing session began. This was a way to clear the mind of worries that could distract them from the task at hand. On this day, Smith's list was long, he recalls. His car kept breaking down, and bills were due. His wife had moved out 2 weeks earlier, and his 3 children were understandably upset and confused. Smith was over the proverbial barrel at this moment in his life. It felt good to get all this off his chest. When he finished the list, Dames recorded the date and time in the operations log, and the session began. It was May 15, 1987, 10:23 a.m. The coordinates came first. Smith saw land, water, then structure, he said, and wrote this down. He heard a clanging sound and sniffed a faint odor, he said, something like sautéed celery. After a few moments, he wrote down the words forbidding and taken aback. His hand began moving, and he sketched out a tall structure like a tower with steep stairs. He wrote tall and weapons. There was water. This was a vessel. The U.S. Navy was involved. In declassified logs, Smith made 3 similar drawings. Each unmistakably resembles a radar tower attached to a frigate or warship. Weaponry, water, stanchions, extrusions, braces, appurtenances, radar, Smith wrote in quick succession. He recalls looking up at Dames and seeing what appeared to him to be a lack of research protocols and laboratory controls. He was clearly bored, his chin resting on his hand, his eyes staring at the tasking sheet in front of him. Whatever I was reporting didn't seem to be what he wanted, Smith later wrote. This wasn't a UFO site, and Dames often appeared uninterested during sessions that had nothing to do with UFOs, aliens, or unsolved mysteries. Smith continued reporting what he saw at the target site. The vessel was a moving structure, he said. It had something to do with waiting and watching, and a magnetic envelope, whatever that meant. He saw people and got the word tasking. He wrote, reminds me of PSP, pierced steel planking, runway or flight deck of a ship. Then the session took a radical turn. Loud sound, he reported. Zzz sounds, he wrote. Sense of unexpected. Degree of occurrence greater than anticipated. Effects pronounced. A dome of light. Misidentification. Accidentally on purpose. Like a game of chicken, he said aloud and wrote down troubling. Something had happened. The target was an event, some kind of an incident. He wrote, aircraft involved. U.S. ship, blinding crew and electronics. He finished the task, returned to the headquarters building, signed out, and went home. On Monday morning, as he was getting his children ready for school, the phone rang. It was Fred Atwater. He sounded agitated and wanted to know where Smith's notes were from the session on Friday morning. Smith said they were where they were supposed to be, locked in the office safe. Atwater told Smith to get over to the office fast. When Smith arrived, there was a newspaper on his desk. The headline read, 28 killed on U.S. frigate USS Stark. Didn't use defenses, don't know why, Navy says. The Stark had been patrolling within the general vicinity of the coordinates Paul Smith had been given by Ed Dames, off the coast of Saudi Arabia, near the Iran-Iraq War exclusion boundary when it was struck by 2 missiles fired from an Iraqi aircraft. 37 U.S. sailors were dead, 21 wounded. For reasons unknown, the ship's electronic warfare support systems had not detected the incoming missiles. Iranian Prime Minister Mir Hussein Mousavi called the incident a divine blessing and said the Persian Gulf was not a safe place for the superpowers. Smith reviewed his notes. He was stunned, he recalls. He had perceived the USS Stark incident 50 hours before it happened. He dedicated much of his recent life to the remote viewing unit. His marriage had suffered. It had reordered his sense of what was real. But precognition? Seeing an event before it happened? That astounded him. My impression had seemed real, he says. I was vicariously living an event that it turned out had not yet happened. Fred Atwater sent the details of Paul Smith's precognitive remote viewing session up the chain of command, where it was analyzed at DIA. But nothing came of it, says Smith. No positive feedback, no accolades, nothing, despite the fact that DIA was examining prophecy as a potential military intelligence tool, and that remote viewers were specifically asked to foresee future events of foreign intelligence significance in the Persian Gulf. When asked about this in 2016, Dale Graff said that it was hard to evaluate. When questioned further, he revealed that there were some religious issues involved, including with some members of Congress and their associates. For some in this group, says Graff, to hear about information received through extrasensory means was one thing, but to hear about remote viewers divining information about the future was considered heretical. As summarized in the 1987 Sunstreak report on Project P, except for a few isolated, eye-catching successes, there was no evidence of consistency or reliability in the results obtained from remote viewing efforts conducted in a predictive mode. Remote viewing the future does not appear to be a feasible or marketable aspect of this program at this time. Paul Smith's remarkably accurate prophetic viewing of the USS Stark incident would be filed away among the facilities targets, the global beacon tasks, and the imaginary research facilities on Saturn and on Mars. Chapter 21: Hostages and Drugs. In the mid-1980s, Americans and Western Europeans were being taken hostage by radical Islamic terrorist groups in the Middle East at an alarming rate. The remote viewers were detailed to help determine whether these hostages were dead or alive, and if they were alive, to help find them. The effort was called Project 8808. Over a 10-year period, from 1982 to 1992, a total of 104 foreign hostages were seized, including CIA Bureau Chief William F. Buckley in 1984, Associated Press reporter Terry A. Anderson in 1985, and Church of England envoy Terry Waite in 1987. The kidnappers called themselves Islamic Jihad, the Organization of the Oppressed on Earth, and Islamic Jihad for the Liberation of Palestine. Hostage testimony later revealed that almost all of the kidnappers were part of the same Shiite terrorist organization, Hezbollah. On February 17, 1988, Marine Lieutenant Colonel William Richard Higgins was abducted in Lebanon after meeting with the Amal militia, a local paramilitary group in the coastal city of Tyre. Higgins, who served as chief of the United Nations Military Observer Group Lebanon, was returning from a meeting to discuss procedures between local militia and the UN in the event of a kidnapping when he was pulled from his vehicle and kidnapped. His abduction was an international incident. At the Pentagon, it generated a crisis of some magnitude. Before joining the UN team, Higgins had served as a military aide to Secretary of Defense Caspar W. Weinberger from June 1985 until he went to Lebanon in June 1987. His in-depth knowledge of classified military matters made him a high-value hostage. Unlike a captured journalist or church envoy kept alive for leverage purposes, there was reason to believe that Higgins would be tortured to death by the Hezbollah terrorists in their effort to extract classified information. Time was precious. 4 days after the kidnapping, on a Sunday, Angela Della Fiora, Paul Smith, and Ed Dames were brought to the Defense Intelligence Analysis Center at Bolling Air Force Base in southeast Washington, D.C., to help in the effort. Inside a sensitive, compartmented information facility, the trio of viewers were shown satellite images and video footage, some of which was from an Israeli drone, uncommon in 1988, of locations in Lebanon, including a small village. Was Colonel Higgins anywhere locatable in these images? DIAC officials asked the viewers. Working the case was a DIA analyst named Louis Andre. He has never spoken to a reporter before. The nature of this operation was so sensitive, Andre said in 2016. There are many aspects that are still classified. What he could say was that before the operation began, I was highly skeptical of remote viewing. But this was a critical mission, and there was no room for pause, doubt, or distrust. There was strong reason to believe that Higgins' abduction had been carefully orchestrated by Imad Mughniya, the leader of Hezbollah's terrorist operations. Mughniya had overseen the 1983 suicide bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, in which 63 people, most of them CIA and embassy staff, were killed. And he had overseen the Beirut Marine Barracks suicide bombing 6 months later, a terrorist attack in which 241 U.S. service personnel were killed, including 220 Marines. In the 1980s, Imad Mughniya was considered one of the leading terrorist masterminds in the world. The DIA feared he was holding Higgins captive. Della Fiora was shown a map of a Lebanese village. She identified where she thought Higgins was being held, and she perceived him to be alive. She said Higgins was being kept inside a small structure. Imagery analysts told Dr. Verona that the area Della Fiora had pinpointed was a large, barren patch of land, and that there were no structures there. Della Fiora said she was confident about the location, which was on a hill not far from a major road. Dale Graff had the analyst check the dates on the satellite images and learned that they were outdated, but newer photographs were not available. Smith and Dames also viewed targets with different results. After a long day of intense work, the viewers went home. Louis Andre suspected that working with remote viewers was a waste of time. But in another session, Angela Della Fiora produced phonetically the name of one of the Amal militia commanders involved in the Higgins case, providing details about his role in the region that were accurate. This included his role in the militia and information about his family members. It was astonishing, Andre recalls. These were incredibly sensitive components. He could not comprehend how Della Fiora could have accessed this information, only that she had. The work continued. 7 months later, in September 1988, West German hostage Rudolf Cordes was released by the terrorists. Cordes had seen Colonel Higgins alive shortly after his capture and confirmed in a debriefing with a U.S. official that he had been held captive in a specially constructed shed. Cordes also confirmed the small structure as being very likely near the barren location Della Fiora had identified that first Sunday after Higgins' capture. Andre came to accept that Della Fiora's information was valuable to the overall mission. her talents continued to be applied, he says. The search for Higgins gained momentum over 113 sessions. Declassified memos indicate that Della Fiora perceived that Higgins was being moved from location to location and that he was on water. In March, Della Fiora continued to report that Higgins was alive and that he would eventually be released. Something about his feet would be a clue to investigators, she said. Della Fiora was wrong. Colonel Higgins was already dead. Intelligence agencies later confirmed that he had likely been killed between 4 and 6 weeks after his capture. Then it was learned that the terrorists had kept Higgins's body on ice to preserve it for reasons that would later be revealed. Higgins had been on water, says Dale Graff. It would be 18 months before the world learned the fate of Colonel Rich Higgins. In the summer of 1989, Israel Defense Forces captured Hezbollah leader Sheikh Obaid. 48 hours later, Hezbollah issued a statement demanding the return of the Sheikh or they would hang Higgins. When the Sheikh was not returned, Hezbollah released a video of Higgins's dead body with a noose around his neck. An FBI forensics team examined the tape and determined that Higgins had died before he'd been hanged. When a human body is suspended from the neck by rope, the feet naturally hang with toes pointed straight down at the ground, former DIA analyst Scott Carmichael explained in an interview for this book. Carmichael had also worked with Della Fiora. The FBI's examination of the videotape established, by contrast, that the colonel's feet projected out with the ankles at right angles, not with toes pointed straight down, Carmichael clarifies. The terrorists put a rope around Higgins's neck and videotaped him that way because they wanted to project power. Higgins's body was not recovered for another 2.5 years when his mummified remains were found in a bag left in a school parking lot in southern Beirut. Della Fiora's signal about the feet had played into the investigation. Higgins's feet were the clue investigators used to prove he'd already been killed, says Carmichael. When Higgins was confirmed dead, Dale Graff was again forced to confront a distressing reality. What good did remote viewing really do? None of the information divined had saved Colonel Higgins's life. Yes, small details had proved correct after the fact, but the information was never of operational use. Remote viewing promised to be useful in intelligence collection. Dale Graff was convinced this was fact. But at times like this, he felt despondent. Higgins was dead, and the remote viewers had, in essence, failed. As 1988 drew to a close, Captain Ed Dames was nearing the end of his assignment at Fort Meade. Declassified logs indicate his anomaly targeting had continued full bore to the end of his tenure, culminating in an anthology of reports entitled Galactic Federation HQs, full of colorful descriptions of 3 types of entities associated with ET bases at various locations within the solar system. When Dames was transferred out of Sunstreak at the end of the year, he received no recommendations or awards. Shortly before Dames was set to retire, a new recruit arrived at the unit. He was Captain David Morehouse, a former Army Ranger commander. Paul Smith remembers getting along with him right away. He was outgoing and friendly. He had been a successful combat arms officer. He exuded charm. Like Smith, Morehouse was a Mormon. He and Smith attended the same church. He won people's confidence, cultivating them as friends and allies, recalls Smith. Morehouse's commendations immediately placed him in the good graces of his superiors. In his first review, on May 24, 1989, Branch Chief Fern Gauvin wrote, "His eagerness to learn is equaled only by his ability and desire to be as highly proficient as possible in the pursuit of operational success." In Morehouse's second review, Gauvin had more praise. exercises strong leadership, demands high standards of performance, while ensuring genuine concern as a compassionate leader. A person of high moral fiber, whose word is unquestionable, maintains the highest level of physical fitness. Morehouse had been participating in remote viewing training for roughly a year when several members of the unit noticed odd behavior on his part. We began to realize Dave was around less and less frequently, says Smith. Viewers Mel Riley, Lynn Buchanan, and Angela Della Fiora reported seeing the office phone number emblazoned on a sign attached to Morehouse's van, advertising a construction company called House Tech. I fielded at least one phone call from one of Morehouse's prospective customers, says Smith, who remembers telling the caller that the number was not for the House Tech office, but was a government telephone. This kind of problem had been predicted by Jim Salyer in his Secret Working Papers written several years earlier. Regarding the operational structure of the Fort Meade unit, Salyer observed that some potential disadvantages are that it is composed of mostly military personnel who have time-limited assignments, and that there is little to do during periods where there are no operational assignments. The problem of too much free time was endemic to the unit. It does not appear, in hundreds of declassified documents dating from this time, that Morehouse was ever reprimanded. The unit was rife with contention among personnel, making it difficult to discern how much was merely office politics. While moonlighting was not exemplary behavior, it did not appear to violate the standards of conduct for Department of the Army personnel, which focused more on the prohibition of unauthorized relationships, misuse of government equipment, and gambling. In Morehouse's official performance evaluations, he continued to earn high praise from his superiors and was promoted to major. Truly outstanding in every respect, wrote Lieutenant Colonel Douglas B. Hudson, a commander at INSCOM headquarters, in Major Morehouse's exit review. A rare, talented officer with unbelievable abilities, a true workhorse that you want on your team. No one in the unit foresaw that David Morehouse would eventually play a significant role in the downfall of the entire program. In 1989, precipitated by an act of Congress, the DIA acquired a roster of new clients for its remote viewing unit. America had been fighting a so-called war on drugs since the Reagan administration's initiative. Then, in 1989, with the Defense Authorization Act, the military was formally enlisted in the National Drug Control Program. This placed the Department of Defense at the helm of the war on drugs. Almost overnight, a profusion of military assets were part of this protracted effort, including Navy radar frigates and airborne radar pickets, Air Force airborne warning and control systems, and U.S. Customs aviation units, as well as the full force of the Coast Guard. The operation escalated from state to federal and from local to global. In addition to the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DIA's new clients included the Coast Guard, Customs, and the Joint Interagency Task Forces in Florida and California. Key to narcotics work is knowing where to look for the drugs. Remote viewers were brought on board to help interdict cocaine coming into the United States from South America, to see into the cargo holds of huge vessels and to pinpoint exactly where drugs were being stored. Declassified memos reveal that a new protocol was implemented in this effort, the pre-science invention known as dowsing. The DIA termed its protocol Remote Map Sensing, or RMS. Remote map sensing is an intellectual process in which a person is able to identify the location of an object/person, which is remote to him, by simultaneously focusing his attention on the object/person and concentrating on a map, one memo states. In this case, the objects being sought were cargo vessels. Viewers were encouraged to use a variety of tools historically associated with dowsing. Among them, a pendulum, a weight hung from a string, described in an official memo as a handheld tool that responds by gyrating when the proper location has been found. Each member of the unit was given a thick file folder of articles to read on dowsing, including newspaper stories on how the Marines used dowsing rods to locate tunnel systems built by the Viet Cong during the Vietnam War. Each viewer was given a book of instructions titled The Study Guide for Use of the Pendulum as a Focusing Tool. Paul Smith went the extra mile to learn the procedure by attending meetings of the Chesapeake chapter of the American Society of Dowsers, which assembled at a Quaker meeting hall roughly 20 miles north of Fort Meade. Angela Della Fiora developed her own technique, she says. I used my finger to pinpoint a location on a map. For the viewers involved in the DIA's drug interdiction efforts, the top priority task was to locate the big loads of cocaine being trafficked into the states by the Medellin cartel in Colombia. The paranormal components of these drug operations were so classified that they had their own subcompartment within Sunstreak, codenamed Switchplate. Sunstreak was a black program to begin with, and yet deep within the Sunstreak Switchplate classified system, there were additional levels of compartmentalization identifiable only by a single classified code word, one of which is indicated in declassified logs to have been stippled. Even deeper within the Sunstreak Switchplate stippled black program was a compartmented three-tiered level of access: administrative access, normal access, and highest level access. Program material is only transmitted or communicated point to point between named, cleared individuals, notes one declassified cover sheet. Most of the Sunstreak Switchplate stippled counter-narcotics programs were eyes only, meaning that information could only be viewed, never copied or written down. The primary client controlling the information was the Army's Deputy Chief of Staff for Intelligence. Because this information was so highly classified, compartmentalized within a black program that did not officially exist, the DIA's clients wanted to protect their identities. To this end, they often used their own taskers, not the operations managers at Fort Meade. For this work, DIA wrote a briefing manual, some of which has been declassified. The information provided by Switchplate sources is obtained through a unique and highly sensitive collection technique, the DIA manual states. Your care in evaluating this information will ensure that we are better able to access or modify the technology to provide you, the customer, with a better product. The anonymous author of the monograph gave a metaphorical example that unintentionally but brilliantly sums up the conundrum of the anomalous mental phenomena research that had been going on in the post-war era. Sources, like all humans, tend to be attracted to aspects of the target that attract them personally. They also tend to ignore or gloss over aspects which do not attract them. For example, wrote DIA, consider the story of 4 blind men asked to report the shape of an elephant. One stood in front, felt the trunk, and said that an elephant is actually a huge variety of snake. Another felt the ear and described the elephant as being like a living leaf. Another felt the tail and reported that it is like a long, hairy rope. The 4th man felt one leg and reported that the elephant is a tall, vertical animal shaped like a tree trunk. The point was, and remains, that one's perspective is everything. each viewer sees only a small part of the whole. How to differentiate between a tail and a rope, an ear and a living leaf, an elephant's leg and a tree trunk. This was the puzzle, how to interpret and manage what people perceive. The DIA advised its clandestine clients to understand that sources using this technology tend to answer questions very literally, and that the customer must understand that the more precisely he or she words a question, the more exact the source's answer will be. Time spans should be as exact as possible. Where will Mr. X be Thursday at 3 p.m.? And when dealing with targets, locations should be as exact as possible. Describe the den of X's home. Still, the problem remained. In military operations, events happen fast. The time spent learning to separate signal from noise, and then deciphering that the rope is really a tail, always seemed to get in the way of using remote viewing information. For this reason, the holy grail of remote viewing was and remains the ability to access alphanumeric information. Numbers, letters, and words were actionable intelligence. But this kind of intelligence was extremely rare. In the history of the government's ESP programs, only a few people had produced alphanumeric information. Now, after years of struggling to keep the program funded, one thing became obvious to Dale Graff and Jack Verona. Providing clients with alphanumeric information that they could act upon was likely going to be the only way the remote viewing program could stay alive. In December 1988, press reports indicated that Libyan leader Colonel Muammar Gaddafi was producing chemical weapons at a facility called Rabta, 60 miles south of Tripoli. The weapons included blister agents and sarin nerve gas, a weapon of mass destruction, WMD. Further reports indicated that President Reagan was considering using force to destroy the Libyan chemical weapons complex. Declassified documents indicate that DIA learned that Gaddafi was set to move a large stockpile of WMDs out of Rabta in anticipation of a possible U.S. airstrike. Angela Della Fiora was assigned to the operation. Because of the sensitivity of the case, Jack Verona sat with her in the viewing room at Fort Meade, an action that incensed many of the other viewers, who had experienced no such high-level handling. The only time any of the viewers had sat with Verona was the day after Higgins' kidnapping, when Dames, Smith, and Della Fiora traveled to DIA. Dale Graff was also actively involved. Because of the urgency of the situation, and given that it involved a WMD, Della Fiora was given a prompt to help her focus on a specific geographical location. Graff recalls the single question as being, "Where will a stockpile of weapons outside Tripoli be moved to?" It was one of those sessions where the signal line was very clear, Della Fiora recalls. I concentrated for a moment. A word came to me and I wrote it down. She handed the paper to Dr. Verona. On the paper, Della Fiora had written potato or patuta, Graff recalls. When Verona asked for clarification, Della Fiora said a ship by the name of Potato would arrive in Tripoli to transport chemicals to an eastern Libyan port. Graff explains what happened next. Verona walked into the DIAC with a piece of paper and the word potato or patuta on it, and asked the analysts, "Does anyone know what this means?" One analyst spoke up. The analyst said Libya had a vessel in their inventory named Batato, says Graff. 2 days later, New York Times reporter Stephen Engelberg broke a story headlined, U.S. says Libya moves chemicals for poison gas away from plant. Engelberg reported that the officials declined to specify the source of their information. The source was Angela Della Fiora, confirms Graff. I was told that the U.S. Navy sent a submarine to hunt for Gaddafi's vessel, Della Fiora says. Graff is not at liberty to confirm this. Positive reinforcement of people's work generally affects their abilities. The reverse is also true. There was no question that Angela Della Fiora's work was favored above that of the other viewers. Her results were being shared in congressional meetings, in intelligence committee meetings, and in briefings across the military and intelligence communities. This created its own chicken and egg scenario. Her intelligence information was more likely to be considered by analysts, and she continued to get more tasks and produce actionable results. In the summer of 1989, the results of a particular Della Fiora search and locate effort would become one of the most celebrated cases in the program's 25-year history. It involved a customs agent turned drug smuggler named Charles Frank Jordan. Charles Jordan had worked for the U.S. Customs Service in South Florida as a special agent. In 1986, he was being accused of taking bribes from drug traffickers smuggling big loads of cocaine into the United States. When Jordan realized that law enforcement was onto him, he became a fugitive. For more than 2 years, he remained at large, earning a place on the FBI's most wanted fugitives list. In federal law enforcement circles, a rogue agent on the run is a highly sought-after target. Jordan had been a fugitive for 3 years when in 1989, the Customs Service requested that the DIA's viewers target him. Jordan was believed to be hiding in the Caribbean or South America, customs officials said. All 6 viewers on the Fort Meade team were asked to locate the fugitive. After multiple sessions, the operations manager wrote a report stating that 4 viewers had put Jordan in 4 different locations. Viewer 003 said he was in Mexico, in the coastal area due west of Mexico City, where he lived in a large, multi-story building with a red roof as a guest of the owner. Viewer 011 said Jordan was in south-central Minnesota, between the 2 small towns of Maida and Lake Crystal, living in a farmhouse with an adjacent smokehouse. Viewer 025 said Jordan was in Florida, in the western coastal area near the southern tip of the state, living in an apartment in a 1- or 2-story clapboard house. Viewer 095 said he was in central Mexico, near the town of Ciudad de Rio Grande, living in a large 3-story white building with a brown roof. Mexico, Minnesota, Florida? Where to start? My instinct was to go with Angela's information, says Graff. According to declassified memoranda, operations manager Fern Gauvin supervised Angela Della Fiora while unit secretary Jeannie Betters took notes. Where's the fugitive Charles Jordan? Gauvin asked. He's in Lowell, Wyoming, Della Fiora said. In 2016, she clarified. It just came to me as 2 words. Fern wanted more information, and I said something like, well, you don't need any more information because that's where he is. There's a Lowell, Massachusetts, said Gauvin. Is that what you mean? Jeannie Betters said, she said Wyoming, Fern. Gauvin asked for more information, but Della Fiora said he'd better end the session immediately. We'd been doing a lot of drug interdiction, Della Fiora recalls. I told Fern I was getting flooded with information, and if I didn't get out of the session right then and there, I was going to put the fugitive Jordan in Florida or the Caribbean. That is, somewhere where the drugs were and where Jordan wasn't, she explains. Gauvin went to the office bookshelves and pulled down a world atlas. He flipped through the index. There's a Lovell, Wyoming, not Lowell, he said. Well, that's probably it, Della Fiora confirmed. Automatic writing is not a science, Angela Della Fiora explained in 2016, and it is definitely not an exact science in the literal or metaphorical sense. When you do automatic writing, you get things phonetically. Lowell sounds like Lovell. At least it did, as Della Fiora heard it. Govan sent the information to Dale Graff at DIA. After the success of the Gaddafi chemical weapons assignment, Della Fiora's clear signal information was generally passed along to superiors, according to Graff. A few days later, Fern Govan asked Della Fiora if she could work another session on the fugitive Jordan. Absolutely not, she recalls saying. It was the same problem, she clarified in 2016. Too much overlay on the counter-narcotics operations, which involved scores of customs agents in a myriad of places like South America, the Caribbean, and South Florida. Graff and Verona agreed that Della Fiora's lead was solid and worth following up. Lovell, Wyoming was not a heavily populated area, says Graff. We arranged to have FBI send the fugitive's photograph around to federal employees at post offices and national parks in the surrounding area. Several weeks passed. Govan approached Della Fiora again. Could she work the fugitive Jordan case one more time? Della Fiora said fine. The signal line came to her right away, she recalled in 2016. Angela said, "If you don't go get him now, you'll lose him. He's moving from Lowell," Graff remembers. She sensed that Jordan was living at or near a campground that had a large boulder at its entrance. And she said that she sensed an old Indian burial ground is located nearby. Customs agent William Green increased the local law enforcement effort regarding the fugitive alert. A ranger at Yellowstone National Park spotted Jordan and notified the FBI. Agents were sent into the field. Graff recalls being on the telephone with the Customs Service when the news broke. They found the fugitive Charles Jordan at a campground located on the border of an old Indian burial ground. He was roughly 50 miles from Lovell, Wyoming. When the FBI retraced Jordan's movements, the Bureau determined he'd been in Lovell, Wyoming a few weeks earlier. Between March 1989 and March 1990, remote viewers conducted 982 counter-narcotics sessions. 565 were training sessions, and 417 were operational. Declassified documents reveal the number of search projects of intelligence value to have been 52%, while 47% were listed as being of no value. Because there is no narrative description of other factors involved in the operations, it is impossible to determine exactly what these numbers meant. But a new conflict loomed on the horizon. In the spring of 1990, the Defense Department began pulling resources from the war on drugs and directing them toward the coming Persian Gulf War. Paul Smith was transferred out of the Fort Meade unit and sent to the war theater in Iraq on an assignment that had nothing to do with remote viewing. He served as part of a helicopter assault unit attached to the 101st Airborne Division and was one of the first U.S. Army units into Iraq. There, he was involved in the capture of Iraqi infantry troops. He missed the remote viewing unit immensely, he says, and that his efforts at Fort Meade were, by far, the most interesting assignments in his 20-year Army career. In October 1990, Dale Graff was notified by DIA security that the Sunstreak code name needed to change. Given the classified nature of the program, a name change helped throw off foreign spies seeking information about military intelligence. Graff was allowed to pick the new name from a list of computer-generated words. He settled on Stargate. The wheels of bureaucracy churned, creating a new project review board, a new project oversight panel, and a new scientific oversight committee. Jack Verona was no longer head of the Directorate of Science and Technology. Now he was chief scientist, thereby severing his ties with the Psychoenergetic Phenomena program. Shortly thereafter, Jack Verona retired after 25 years of service at DIA. In 2011, he was inducted into the DIA's Torchbearers Hall. The new DIA division chief, John Burbridge, gave Dale Graff the position of branch chief at Fort Meade, replacing Fern Gauvin. Graff would be in charge of the remote viewers now, with close proximity and a hands-on role. Graff saw the creation of this so-called new program, Stargate, as a perfect opportunity to redesign a program to be as operationally effective as possible. This meant drawing heavily from lessons learned, he wrote in an early Stargate briefing. His first order of business was to allow the program to return to its scientific roots. Stargate is a new, dynamic approach for pursuing this largely unexplored area of human consciousness, subconscious interaction, his program overview declared, a document that was distributed to the intelligence community working group. Stargate planned to undertake research programs that would foster discoveries into how this phenomena work. After 16 years immersed in anomalous mental phenomena programs, Graff knew that until a general theory about the sources and origins of paranormal phenomena was developed, programs like the remote viewing unit would be relegated to the fringe. Thus, Graff wanted to widen the program so it was not limited to remote viewing. Stargate would research a wide range of anomalous mental phenomena, including psychological, physiological, neurophysiological, advanced physics, new wave concepts, and other leading-edge scientific areas. All of the programs would have a strong focus on applications research and an eye toward U.S. national security, Graff wrote. Blue sky thinking would be encouraged. Scientists and researchers would be asked to develop better scientific methodology and evaluation procedures in order to provide DIA with better documentation of activities and plans. The program would also develop a database to track foreign efforts in psychic research, particularly efforts by the Soviets and the Chinese. This database would be available to military and intelligence officers alike. The concept of training also needed to change, wrote Graff, because the attempt to train non-psychic people during Grill Flame and Sunstreak had proved problematic. Stargate would identify individuals with talent, people like Rosemary Smith, Gary Langford, Joe McMoneagle, and Angela Della Fiora. The concept of extraordinary human functioning, developed by Albert Stubblebine and John Alexander in the early 1980s, would be reintroduced. Locating the sources of anomalous mental phenomena such as extraordinary human body functions, extrasensory perception, and psychokinesis could lead to breakthrough achievements in human potential, he wrote. This is what the Chinese were doing. Graff sought to rid the program of its special access designation. That classification added unnecessary concealment to an already esoteric program, he said, and the draconian rules that came with a black program fostered not just secrecy, but furtiveness. Keeping the psychoenergetic phenomena program so tightly under wraps did more harm than good, he says. As the new branch chief, he hoped that by giving the program limited distribution status, they could dismantle the program's distorted image. He hoped to stimulate other branches of the federal government to engage in similar research. Limited distribution status would help cast a wider net and attract like-minded individuals. At least that was Graff's hope. By the end of the Persian Gulf War, only 3 remote viewers were left at Fort Meade. In May 1991, a little over a month after war's end, DIA Branch Chief John Burbridge, Dale Graff, and the 3 viewers, one of whom was Angela Della Fiora, traveled to England, Germany, and Israel as part of an annual intelligence exchange. The trip to Israel was particularly notable, an exchange between DIA and its Israeli counterparts, remembers Graff. After giving his Stargate briefing to Israeli intelligence in Tel Aviv, British intelligence in London, and German intelligence representatives in the Munich area, Graff felt the future of the Stargate program was on the upswing. but the aspirations, optimism, and confidence about where Stargate was headed couldn't prevent the program from beginning to unravel after a single newspaper story was released by the Associated Press in November of 1991. Chapter 22. Downfall. The beginning of the end of the government's 23-year history in extrasensory perception and psychokinesis began on November 19, 1991, when the Associated Press ran a 3-column story under the headline, UN Enlists Psychic Firm to Find Iraq's Weapon Sites. According to the AP, the psychic firm, identified as a private business called SciTech, was run by a retired major in military intelligence named Edward Dames. A United Nations team is turning to extrasensory powers to help it find Saddam Hussein's weapon sites, wrote Washington correspondent Ruth Sinai. The story focused on the work of a UN inspector and Army major named Karen Jansen, who was said to have carried with her to Baghdad sketches of 2 sites where the Iraqi leader had supposedly stashed biological weapons. The sketches had been provided to Jansen by SciTech president Ed Dames, according to the AP. Dames told the news agency that he and 5 SciTech associates, mostly retired military officers, drew the sketches through remote viewing, the ability to locate and accurately describe unknown things and events from afar. Remote viewing was a U.S. government weapon, said Dames, but remote viewing doesn't require psychic powers. It's more a matter of suppressing one's imagination and concentrating on a target with rigorous discipline, he said. Dames told Ruth Sinai that Jansen had contacted him about Iraq's biological weapons sites after she saw him discuss remote viewing on a Seattle television show. Asked to provide a copy of the invoice for the Weapons of Mass Destruction, WMD, assignment, Dames said he'd provided the information to the UN team for free, but that normally he charged between $6,000 and $8,000 a week. SciTech's mission statement, he explained, was solving the unsolvable, and added that SciTech also trained people to become remote viewers because the talent was a learned technique. According to legal documents filed in California, SciTech had been in business since 1989. The 3 individuals who signed SciTech's official documents were Ed Dames, David Morehouse, and Mel Riley. The trio, along with Paul Smith, all government employees with secret or top-secret clearances, had been moonlighting their services to private clients. Yes, says Smith, I agreed that as long as no classified information was compromised and I was not put into any conflict of interest with my military duties, I would be willing to moonlight as a viewer, and I did. He also says he was not violating any military code in doing so. He did not personally work on any SciTech assignments from the UN during the Gulf War, only ones from wealthy individuals interested in solving such mysteries as whether crop circles and the Tunguska explosion over Siberia in 1908 could be attributed to aliens. In 1990, Colonel John Alexander and General Bert Stubblebine, both of whom had retired from the military, joined SciTech's corporate board. It was a mistake, John Alexander said in 2016. Not much attention was paid by the public to what seemed like an anecdotal article by the AP. Major Karen Jansen could not be reached for comment. But at the Pentagon, the fallout was tremendous. General Clapper could not go anywhere without being hounded about the psychic spying program, remembers Alexander. Lieutenant General James Clapper was director of the Defense Intelligence Agency at the time. In June 1993, after 16 consecutive years leading much of the research and operations in government ESP and PK programs, Dale Graff retired. His efforts made him the longest-serving civilian scientist in the program's history. He left a sinking ship. With Graff gone, the speed of the unraveling was swift. News surfaced that Ed Dames and David Morehouse were collaborating with a former Texas newspaper reporter named Jim Mars to write an exposé about the still classified remote viewing program. But before a draft of the book was completed, Dames and Morehouse were preparing to sue each other. Without Dale Graff, the program really took a downward turn, recalls Angela Della Fiora. Graff's replacement, Albert Gerard, thought the unit was totally out of control, she says. He was the kind of government official who wore a three-piece suit to work, and it seemed as if he had inherited something that was way beyond his comfort level. Then, one day in the winter of 1994, a phone call came in from the Pentagon. David Morehouse was being court-martialed by the Army. The military charges against him were serious and included adultery, sodomy, assault, theft of Army property, and conduct unbecoming an officer. Morehouse was being investigated by the Intelligence and Security Command, as well as by the Army Criminal Investigation Division and the Defense Investigative Services. He was facing jail time. Della Fiora was asked to accompany Al Gerard to the Pentagon to meet with Morehouse's lawyer. The situation came out of left field, Della Fiora recalls. Morehouse was with the psychic program for a short time. He came and went. Why we were getting dragged into this, nobody knew at the time. Al Gerard didn't know Morehouse from the man on the moon. I went along as a character witness because I'd worked alongside him. After his 2-year service with the remote viewing unit at Fort Meade, Morehouse had returned to school at the Command and General Staff College at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. As part of a master's program, he wrote a thesis on non-lethal weapons, including the use of remote viewing as an intelligence collection tool. Upon graduation, Morehouse received high praise from the deputy commandant. Major Morehouse is the smartest and most dynamic of the 3 executive officers I have had in the last 24 months, wrote Brigadier General William M. Steele in June 1992. None has worked harder and pushed for excellence with his zeal. He is truly one of a kind. Everyone Dave Morehouse comes into contact with is a better soldier because of his intense professionalism. Morehouse was assigned to the 82nd Airborne Division at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and it was there that the troubles arose. He was accused of having had an affair with the wife of his driver, an enlisted man, and having stolen government computer equipment and given it to his married paramour. When Angela Della Fiora was summoned to the Pentagon for a matter related to David Morehouse, it was unclear to her what Morehouse's legal troubles had to do with remote viewing. The crimes he was being accused of occurred more than 3 years after he'd left the program. Angela Della Fiora recalls the meeting at the Pentagon. The lawyer told us that what it boiled down to was that the defense was going to take the position that remote viewing had made David Morehouse crazy, she says. Some months later, Della Fiora accompanied Gerard to a preliminary court-martial hearing at Fort Bragg. She had been called as an expert witness on the DIA's remote viewing program. The entire situation was absurd, she recalls. Here I was, testifying on DIA's behalf. Here I was, psychic, remembering back to when people accused me of being crazy because I said I was psychic and that I had a third eye. Here was Morehouse saying he'd gone crazy because the Army made him a psychic. This was his defense as to why he'd slept with another man's wife and stolen government computer equipment. It felt like some kind of comedy of errors, she said, an extravagant, improbable farce. The Army did not accept Morehouse's contention that remote viewing had made him crazy, and the judge ordered the court-martial proceedings to commence. In early April 1994, Morehouse checked into Walter Reed Army Medical Center in Washington. He told doctors there that evil demons possessed him, a result of working in the remote viewing unit at the Intelligence and Security Command, he said. He was assigned to Ward 54, the inpatient psychiatric facility. In June, Paul Smith received a call from Debbie Morehouse, David's wife, whom he knew from the Mormon church they both attended. She asked me to visit Dave at Walter Reed, Smith recalls. Since I was now a bishop's counselor in my local Mormon congregation, she was hoping I could offer advice about how the church might be able to help her and her family in their time of crisis. Smith traveled to Walter Reed. On June 6, he met Debbie in the hospital waiting room, and together they walked down the corridor to David Morehouse's hospital room. Debbie told Smith that her husband was preparing to do an interview with 60 Minutes, in which he would say that the DIA's remote viewing program at Fort Meade had made him crazy. Howard Rosenberg, one of the 60 Minutes staff, had already been to Walter Reed to interview Dave, Smith recalls. Dave was arranging to be released from the hospital for a day of leave so 60 Minutes reporters could interview him in depth. Smith recalls thinking this was a very bad idea. The remote viewing unit was a special access program that was highly classified, and revealing anything about it could be a violation of the Espionage Act of 1917. The entire situation struck Smith as tragic, and he recalls being unnerved by how terrible his old friend looked, wearing a hospital gown, unshaven, and with a caged look in his eyes. He admitted to the affair, calling it a stupid mistake. He said he was being unfairly prosecuted. He described evil spirits that beset him all the time. But the crux of the matter, says Smith, was that he wanted me to testify that remote viewing had caused the mental problems he was manifesting. He hoped that if he were diagnosed as mentally ill, traceable to a military-related cause, he would be granted a medical retirement rather than being sent to the military prison at Fort Leavenworth. Smith told Morehouse he could not do that. Since no one else from the unit had ever gone crazy, Smith explained in 2015, it seemed unlikely that if Dave really was having mental problems, that remote viewing caused it. In late June, David Morehouse was transferred from the psychiatric facility at Walter Reed to the psychiatric ward at Womack Army Hospital at Fort Bragg, where the court-martial was to proceed elsewhere on base. Prior to transfer, the Walter Reed Army Medical Sanity Board concluded, "It is the opinion of the Sanity Board that Major Morehouse did not have a severe mental disease of defect, and that his clinical psychiatric diagnoses are major depression and alcohol abuse episodic in remission." 60 Minutes decided not to air the show it was working on. Because the DIA remote viewing program was still classified, America's oldest and most watched TV news magazine could find no other sources to corroborate that the program even existed. No one would talk about it on the record, 60 Minutes producer Howard Rosenberg later recalled, and the principal promoter of the story, i.e. David Morehouse, and of the program, was of questionable credibility and seemed to me to have multiple agendas. The Morehouse saga ended in January 1995 when he proposed resigning his commission in lieu of being tried before the court-martial. His proposal was accepted in the best interests of the Army, and he was discharged from the service under other than honorable conditions. Congress ordered an evaluation of the Stargate program by an outside research firm, and the CIA was put in charge as custodian. The agency hired the American Institutes for Research to conduct a review of Stargate and an investigation into government's decades-long research into ESP and its potential for intelligence use. Most of the work in psychokinesis was left out of the report. The results were presented in 2 documents totaling 232 pages. Studies of paranormal phenomena have nearly always been associated with controversy, the researchers warned, and described how the U.S. government's efforts were no different. Conceptually, remote viewing would seem to have tremendous potential utility for the intelligence community, it was noted. But after comprehensive review, the analysts found only a compelling argument against continuation of the research program within the intelligence community. The reason was a restatement of what had been said all along. Although laboratory studies demonstrated the existence of a paranormal phenomenon, remote viewing, in the absence of evidence regarding the sources or origins of the phenomenon, there was no rationale for continuance. The remote viewing phenomenon has no real value for intelligence operations, the researchers wrote. One must question whether any further applications can be justified. It was a curious situation. The researchers were given less than 2 months to review nearly a quarter of a century's worth of work. One of the team leaders on the report was the psychologist Ray Hyman, a founding member of the Committee for the Scientific Investigation of Claims of the Paranormal, and a critic of the government's psychic research ever since he had investigated Uri Geller on behalf of the Advanced Research Projects Agency back in 1972. Because the time was so limited, the researchers did not examine any of the research or reports done at SRI in the 1970s. It was later revealed that the American Institutes for Research based its evaluation on roughly 40 sessions conducted in 1994 and 1995 by 3 randomly chosen remote viewers. On June 31, 1995, the CIA ordered DIA to cease all Stargate operations. Angela Della Fiora's last task for the Psychoenergetic Phenomena program was to travel to CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, to box up the documents for the National Archives. In October, CIA declassified 262 documents related to the psychic research programs, some dating back to 1972. Starting in the year 2000, the CIA began to declassify and release tens of thousands of additional documents. An untold number remain inaccessible. 5 months after the original CIA order, on November 28, 1995, a Nightline expose made the Stargate program public. Ted Koppel interviewed the DIA's Dale Graff and the CIA's Robert Gates on national television. Graff defended the integrity of the programs. Gates downplayed the significance of it all. Koppel also interviewed customs agent William Green, who confirmed the amazing story of how one DIA psychic, an unnamed woman, had located one of the FBI's most wanted fugitives, Charles Frank Jordan, thereby bringing closure to what had been an otherwise futile 2-year manhunt. The story generated additional press in local and international news reports. The general tenor was skeptical and satirical. Former DIA Director General James Clapper told reporters that he and his 3 predecessors had all tried to kill the program. It just didn't feel appropriate for DIA to be doing anything like that, he said. It was just too far out at the leading edge of technology to maintain very well as an ongoing intelligence activity. But we got directions from Congress every year in our appropriation and specific language to sustain the operation. After a few months in the spotlight, the public's interest in what was generally referred to as the government's psychic spy program seemed to wane. But it was interesting that General Clapper categorized the Defense Department's ESP and PK research as leading-edge technology, not leading-edge parapsychology. The year 1995 marked the end of another era when Andrea Puharich died tragically, alone, impoverished, and under threat of eviction from the North Carolina estate of his last benefactor, R.J. Reynolds. Reynolds, heir to the tobacco fortune, had died 7 months before, and Puharich refused to leave the 1,000-acre estate, Devotion, where he'd been living as a scientist in residence. The once brilliant medical doctor and research pioneer, whose Puharich theory had set the CIA and the Defense Department's psychic research programs in motion in the early 1950s, had somehow lost his way. To the end, Puharich wrote papers in service of his theory that extraterrestrials were trying to send messages to humans through psychic people, and that extremely low frequency, or ELF waves, were responsible for the sicknesses of the age. Surrounded by filth and feral cats, early one evening in the winter of 1995, Puharich fell down a set of stairs to his death. He was 76. According to the Winston-Salem Journal, he had been suffering from dementia, kidney failure, and the onset of gangrene in one leg. And so, the 20th century chapter on secret U.S. government research into extrasensory perception and psychokinesis came to a close. The scientists and psychics went their separate ways. For some, the quest to understand the phenomena continued to be an epic pursuit. For others, it remained an affliction, like a curse. Members of the scientific skeptics community saw victory in the program's exposure, cancellation, and subsequent ridicule. But for a growing number of Americans, the revelation that the government was keenly interested in anomalous mental phenomena renewed its appeal. With the increasing popularity of late-night talk radio shows like Art Bell's Area 2000 and the growth of the Internet, paranormal topics gained new traction and evolved. But what of the military and intelligence communities? Efforts to use prophecy, prediction, and extrasensory perception for military gain is as old as civilization itself. To see the future, to know the unknowable, has been an ageless obsession. It is as controversial in the modern era as it was in 585 BC, when Greek tribes fought the first sacred war over who would control the oracle at Delphi. Regular people and world leaders alike have coveted esoteric knowledge since time immemorial. Would the U.S. government begin the 21st century any differently? Will modern technology unravel the mystery of anomalous mental phenomena once and for all? Or will the search be forever unresolved, like Nietzsche's eternal return? Part 4. The Modern Era. What is past is prologue. William Shakespeare. Chapter 23. Intuition, Premonition, and Synthetic Telepathy. Are ESP and PK real? Back in the early 1950s, when the U.S. government's post-war research into them was just beginning to take off, the Nobel laureate Wolfgang Pauli and the psychiatrist Carl Jung had a lively conversation about the phenomena. The two men were discussing a paper that had recently been written by physicist Robert A. McConnell called ESP, Fact or Fancy. Jung remarked to Pauli how some age-old mysteries never change. As is only to be expected, Jung said, every conceivable kind of attempt has been made to explain away these results, which seem to border on the miraculous and frankly impossible. But all such attempts come to grief on the facts, and the facts refuse so far to be argued out of existence. The physicist and the psychiatrist could have been having this conversation in 2017. For 7 decades, the CIA and the Department of Defense have been actively conducting research on anomalous mental phenomena. A large body of reliable experimental evidence points to the inescapable conclusion that extrasensory perception does exist as a real phenomenon, the CIA concluded in 1975, albeit characterized by rarity and lack of reliability. The agency ultimately canceled its program. There exists no satisfactory theoretical understanding of these phenomena. Present theories, of which there are many, are both speculative and unsubstantiated. Without a theory, the CIA was left with hypothesis or conjecture. A decade later, in 1986, the Army concluded similarly that its ESP and PK researchers and program managers had succeeded in documenting general anomalies worthy of scientific interest, but that in the absence of confirmed paranormal theory, paranormality could be rejected a priori. Still, laboratory research operations continued. But in 1995, a joint CIA Defense Department-sponsored review of the government's ESP and PK programs resulted in the program's cancellation based on this same paradox. Although a statistically significant effect of the phenomena has been observed in the laboratory studies do not provide evidence regarding the sources or origins of the phenomenon. Remote viewing is vague and ambiguous, the scientific reviewers of the CIA Defense Department programs wrote, making it difficult, if not impossible, for the technique to yield information of sufficient quality and accuracy. No source, no origins, no general theory. Carl Jung had something important to say about this notion of possibility versus impossibility. The so-called possibility of such events is of no importance whatever, for the criterion of what is possible in any age is derived from that age's rational assumptions. What was possible in the early 1950s, when the CIA and the Defense Department began its ESP and PK research, is light years from what is possible today. Today's Defense Department programs in anomalous mental phenomena research leverage modern technology. They exist in research domains involving cognition, perception, and the human brain, and have been retooled and rebranded as distinctly 21st century pursuits. They fall under the rubric of anomalous human cognition, and the research is being conducted not by parapsychologists, but by neurophysiologists, neurobiologists, information technologists, computer engineers, and other scientists whose areas of research did not exist as such in the 1950s. These professions have been made possible by the advent of certain technologies and the astonishing speed of technology's advance. In the late 1940s, when Dr. Andrea Puharich first began researching ESP for the Department of Defense, home radio technology was just 20 years old. 30 years later, in 1976, NASA landed a spacecraft on Mars. 10 years after that, high-temperature superconductivity was discovered, opening the way for order-of-magnitude increases in faster, more efficient computer technology that could record, produce, and analyze information. In 1998, automated DNA sequencing was patented. In 2009, NASA launched the Kepler Space Observatory to survey the Milky Way galaxy and discover Earth-sized planets orbiting other stars. All this technology is the product of the human brain. We live in an age totally transformed by the human brain, and yet humans and their brains are still relatively the same. Outer space is now known to humans in ways unimaginable in the 1950s. Inner space is still lodged in the Dark Ages. What consciousness is and how it works in the brain remain as puzzling to scientists today as chemistry was to early man. There presently exists a huge gap between where researchers are on a hypothesis for anomalous mental phenomena and where the science needs to be for them to move toward general theory. But it took more than 1,000 years for man to move from the hypothesis that the sun, not Earth, was the center of our solar system to the general theory of Copernican heliocentrism. Will modern technology allow for more interest in scientific research into the paranormal, or will the stigma prevail? If the stigma regarding ESP and PK research were removed from the world of science, what might be uncovered? In 2014, the Office of Naval Research embarked on a 4-year, $3.85 million research program to explore the phenomena it calls premonition and intuition, or spidey sense for sailors and Marines. We have to understand what gives rise to this so-called sixth sense, says Peter Squire, a program officer in ONR's Expeditionary Maneuver Warfare and Combating Terrorism Department. Today's Navy scientists place less emphasis on trying to understand the phenomena theoretically and more on using technology to examine the mysterious process, which Navy scientists assure the public is not based on superstition. If the researchers understand the process, there may be ways to accelerate it and possibly spread the powers of intuition throughout military units, says Dr. Squire. The Pentagon's focus is to maximize the power of the sixth sense for operational use. If we can characterize this intuitive decision-making process and model it, then the hope is to accelerate the acquisition of these skills, says Lieutenant Commander Brent Old of ONR's Warfighting Performance Department for Human and Bioengineered Systems. Are there ways to improve premonition through training? He asks. According to the Pentagon, the program was born of field reports from the war theater, including a 2006 incident in Iraq, when Staff Sergeant Martin Richburg, using intuition, prevented carnage in an IED, or improvised explosive device, incident. Commander Joseph Cohn, a program manager at the Naval Office, told the New York Times, "These reports from the field often detailed a sixth sense or spidey sense that alerted them to an impending attack or IED, or that allowed them to respond to a novel situation without consciously analyzing the situation." More than a decade later, today's Defense Department has accelerated practical applications of this concept. Active duty Marines are being taught to hone precognitive skills in order to preempt snipers, IED emplacers, and other irregular assaults using advanced perceptual competences that have not been well studied. Because of the stigma of ESP and PK, the nomenclature has changed, allowing the Defense Department to distance itself from its remote viewing past. Under the Perceptual Training Systems and Tools banner, extrasensory perception has a new name in the modern era: sense-making. In official Defense Department literature, sense-making is defined as a motivated, continuous effort to understand connections which can be among people, places, and events in order to anticipate their trajectories and act effectively. Over decades, wars change location and weapons design evolves, while man's perceptual capacities remain relatively close to what they have been for thousands of years. 50 years ago in Vietnam, Joe McMoneagle used his sixth sense to avoid stepping on booby traps, falling into punji pits, and walking into Viet Cong ambushes. His ability to sense danger was not lost on his fellow soldiers, and the power of his intuitive capabilities spread throughout his military unit. Other soldiers had confidence in this subconscious ability and followed McMoneagle's lead. In a life-or-death environment, there was no room for skepticism or ignominy. If it saved lives, it was real. Since 1972, CIA and DoD research indicates that premonition, or precognition, appears to be weak in some, strong in others, and extraordinary in a rare few. Will the Navy's contemporary work on sense-making the continuous effort to understand the connections among people, places, and events, finally unlock the mystery of ESP? Might technology, available to today's defense scientists, reveal hypotheses not available to scientists in an earlier age? At Naval Hospital Bremerton in Washington State, defense scientists and military researchers are exploring cognition and perception in soldiers' virtual dream states. Starting in 2011, as part of a research program called Power Dreaming, soldiers plagued by PTSD-related nightmares have used biofeedback techniques similar to those studied by Colonel John Alexander in the Intelligence and Security Command's Beyond Excellence program under General Albert Stubblebine. For today's Navy, biofeedback has been updated with 21st century virtual reality technology that did not exist 30 years ago. Sponsored by the Naval Medical Research Center, the Power Dreaming program involves a process called cognitive behavioral treatment for warrior trainees. Participants are active duty soldiers suffering from PTSD-related nightmares who are eligible to be sent back to the battlefield. The method, called redreaming, is alleged to be a learned technique that produces changes in the way one's brain processes information. Its goal is to teach trainees to transform their debilitating nightmares into empowering dreams using biofeedback techniques and computer technology. Biofeedback, born in 1962, draws on the idea that the human brain, millions of years in the making, can benefit from seeing itself work in real time. Some of the life processes the trainee can see in real time are his brain waves, heart rate, muscle tension, skin conductance, and pain perception. The process goes like this. When the soldier wakes up from a nightmare, he gets out of bed and goes to a nearby government-issued computer. He puts on 3D goggles and straps a heart rate variability biofeedback device onto his forearm so that biofeedback can be integrated into the redreaming process. Hooked up to these two devices, the soldier opens a software program called the Book of Dreams. With a few clicks on the keyboard, he enters the virtual world Second Life. A soldier's first power dreaming session will begin with a virtual scenario crafted to simulate the event that likely caused the PTSD nightmares. It features an avatar of the warrior trainee, a 3D human cartoon of the self. In one of the Book of Dreams training videos, a soldier's avatar is seen driving a Humvee behind another Humvee along a narrow mountain pass in a place that looks like Afghanistan. The first Humvee is hit by an IED, and the avatar soldier in the second Humvee watches the explosion happen. All around him, people die and bodies fly. The soldier's avatar tries to help a dying colleague who appears to be missing his legs, but fails. The trainee is instructed to look at his biofeedback information, which appears on graphs on the computer screen, and to begin creating or redreaming a new narrative. Using the Book of Dreams software, the trainee can make his avatar run, walk, or fly away from the carnage to any pleasant environment imaginable. New geographical scenarios can be set at the beach, in the jungle, on a mountain, even in an underwater dream world filled with fish. The Book of Dreams allows the avatar to share his utopic virtual world with human or animal companions, including real pets like a dog, or imagined ones like a dragon. The warrior trainee can customize the weather, the time of day, and the background music. In the Navy training video available to journalists, the music is distinctly Chinese. While moving through this pleasant virtual world, the trainee is instructed to observe the real-time biofeedback data on his computer as the redream continues. This information is also monitored and tracked by naval medical research doctors. Can humans alter their consciousness and change their dreams? The Navy thinks so. Using one's mind to change the chemistry of one's brain is psychokinesis dressed up in a new name for a new age: power dreaming. Government programs that claim to harness the power of the mind to influence matter exist across the Defense Department today. The Pentagon currently supports more than 50 Qigong-based programs for soldiers and veterans, the majority of whom suffer from PTSD. But the National Institutes of Health and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services still consider Qigong unproven as medicine, and the NIH cautions that so-called energy medicine can improve outcomes, have no effect on outcomes, and worsen outcomes with respect to healing effects. Scientific skeptics insist that Qigong and all forms of traditional Chinese medicine are chicanery, including acupuncture and acupressure. The belief in the mind's ability to affect the health of the body is pseudoscience, according to the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry, successor to the Committee for the Scientific Investigation of Claims of the Paranormal. The Army and the Marines appear to disagree. The Operation Warrior Wellness Program, offered at Army and Marine bases and Veterans Administration medical centers across the country, teaches transcendental meditation to PTSD sufferers. The TM-based Resilient Warrior Program has been the subject of 340 peer-reviewed studies and has received more than $26 million in grants from the National Institutes of Health. Key findings of the program, with its NIH caveat, unproven as medicine, include a 40% to 55% reduction in symptoms of PTSD and depression, a 42% decrease in insomnia, 30% reported improvement in satisfaction with quality of life, and a 25% reduction in plasma cortisol levels. The man behind Operation Warrior Wellness is the film director David Lynch, who has been meditating since 1973, twice a day, every day. It has given me effortless access to unlimited reserves of energy, creativity, and happiness deep within. This level of life is sometimes called pure consciousness. It is a treasury, and this level of life is deep within all of us, says Lynch. This drives skeptics wild. The Skeptic's Dictionary describes Lynch's efforts to help traumatized soldiers recover from PTSD through meditation as being as effective as sharing ice cream cones. At least one study has found negative health effects from meditation. The dictionary's author, Robert Todd Carroll, writes, including feeling addicted to meditation, uncomfortable kinesthetic sensations, mild dissociation, feelings of guilt, psychosis-like symptoms, grandiosity, elation, destructive behavior, suicidal feelings, defenselessness, fear, anger, apprehension, and despair. At the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, and the U.S. Army, scientists are building technology-based mental telepathy systems called synthetic telepathy for the modern era. Under the rubric of brain-computer interface technology, the goal, says the Defense Department, is to enable future soldiers to communicate by thought alone. Present-day brain measuring and recording technologies, like electroencephalography, EEG, have advanced to the extent that the brain's alpha rhythms, electrical oscillations that predominantly originate from the occipital lobe, can be detected, translated into a computer-based speech recognition system, and transmitted to another person at a remote location. With a $4 million grant from the Army Research Office, Scientists at the University of California, Irvine, are at work on synthetic telepathy helmets for the Defense Department to allow soldiers to tell machines to do what they want by telepathically thinking about it, as reported in Digital Journal in May 2013. Initially, communication would be based on a limited set of words or phrases that are recognized by the system, says Program Director Michael DeZumra, chairman of the Department of Cognitive Sciences at the university. It would involve more complex language and speech as the technology is developed further. This synthetic telepathy technology builds off of work pioneered in the early 1960s by physicist Edmund M. Dewan of the Air Force Cambridge Research Laboratories in Bedford, Massachusetts. Motivated by a desire to gain philosophical insight into the nature of consciousness, Dewan trained himself and members of his staff to modulate the brain's alpha rhythms. They practiced until they were able to control their own brain waves at will and, hooked up to 1960s state-of-the-art machinery, filmed the results of their experiments, which can presently be viewed on YouTube using the keywords Brainwave Control Device by Edmund Dewan. After advanced training, Dewan was able to imagine individual letters of the alphabet in Morse code and then send these coded signals to machinery, first letters, then words, and finally phrases. Dewan's first Morse code message took 25 seconds per letter to transmit and record. The phrase was, "I can talk." Upon authentication of this seminal laboratory experiment in 1964, the Washington Post carried a page-one above-the-fold article titled, "Man's Brainwaves Can Talk, Overcoming Speech Barriers." At the Institute for Learning and Brain Sciences, iLabs, at the University of Washington in Seattle, similar studies are underway. If the first milestone towards synthetic telepathy was to compose messaging using thought alone, the next step was to be able to send those messages to a designated recipient, human or machine, using thought alone. Dr. Andrea Stocco, a co-director at the laboratory, explains, "Evolution has spent a colossal amount of time to find ways for us and other animals to take information out of our brains and communicate it to other animals in the forms of behavior, speech, and so on," Stocco says. But it requires a translation. We can only communicate part of whatever our brain processes. What we are doing with this new technology is kind of reversing the process a step at a time, taking signals from the brain and with minimal translation, putting them back in another person's brain. Experiments filmed in Stocco's laboratory on August 12, 2013, performed in collaboration with computational neuroscientist Raesh Rao, demonstrated synthetic telepathy between two human test subjects for the first time in human history. In 2014, direct brain-to-brain communication was achieved on an international scale, this time by a team of scientists led by Dr. Alvaro Pascual-Leone, professor of neurology at the Harvard Medical School in Cambridge, Massachusetts, using the Internet as a pathway. The work was partially financed by the European Commission's Future and Emerging Technology Program, often referred to as the EU's DARPA. The telepathy experiment involved technology, not ESP, Dr. Pascual-Leone assured me in a telephone interview in 2015. The sender, or emitter, sat in a laboratory in Tiruvananthapuram, India, wearing an EEG cap that detected and captured the brain's electromagnetic activity. Using the same system of messaging developed by Edmund Dewan in the 1960s, this sender transmitted the mental message "Hola," hello in Spanish, to 3 test subjects sitting in a laboratory in Strasbourg, France. Each recipient in France wore on his head a magnetic field generating device called a transcranial magnetic stimulation (TMS) cap. The test subjects in France received the sender's information as a sequence of tiny jolts to their occipital lobes, which caused sensations and showed up as flashes of light in the corner of their vision. As a result of this experiment, a coded message was successfully transferred between human brains, separated by a distance of approximately 5,000 miles. By using advanced precision neurotechnologies, including wireless EEG and roboticized TMS, we were able to directly and non-invasively transmit a thought from one person to another without the person having to use language to speak or to write, Dr. Pascal Leone said. It is a remarkable step in human communication. These direct brain-to-brain communication technologies would have been impossible to fathom in an earlier age. In the modern era, they have become reality. With technology-based synthetic telepathy research far outpacing traditional forms of mental telepathy research, what might become of psychic research? Chapter 24. The Scientists and the Skeptics. 3 pioneers involved in the government's anomalous mental phenomena programs, ones that began in the 1970s, remain active in the work, still searching for the source of the phenomena. Since 1985, Hal Puthoff has been chief scientist at the Institute for Advanced Studies at Austin, in Texas. Located in the suburbs, the facility is a 2-story brick and glass building surrounded by oak and elm trees in a research park. Inside the lab, some of the most exotic propulsion physics research in the nation takes place. The Institute's research arm, Earth Tech International, manages 32 subcontracts, mostly military and intelligence related. As chief scientist, Puthoff oversees the work of 3 physicists and 2 experimenters. We pursue novel ideas in gravity, cosmology, and new sources of energy, he tells me when I visit the Institute in 2015. The client list includes the Department of Defense, NASA, Lockheed's Skunk Works, and the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency's 100-year Starship project for interstellar travel capabilities. Puthoff confirmed that he continues to act as a consultant on government black programs. Yes, I presently work on classified programs in the aerospace sector, he says. Given my past activities, I fall into the class of consultants that, when an enigma arises, I get the call. Puthoff shows me around the lab, which takes up the ground floor. It's filled with measuring systems, gauges, and analytical instruments. Sources at the Defense Intelligence Agency confirmed to me that EarthTech International has, for years, maintained a Defense Department contract to investigate what are known as excess energy claims, devices that allege to be powered by things like magnetic motors and cold fusion, also known as low-energy nuclear reactions. It is ironic that a scientist who has spent decades of his professional life fighting claims by skeptics that he is a fringe scientist is in fact one of the go-to people when the Defense Department needs a credible laboratory to disprove an extraordinary excess energy claim. These claims are the primary focus of our investigations here, Puthoff says. So far, we have disproven all of them. The findings are made public on the EarthTech website. At the Institute, Puthoff works in yet another domain of contemporary physics fraught with contention. This work involves quantum vacuum energy, or zero-point energy, Nullpunktsenergie energy, a concept originally developed by Max Planck in 1911. Planck's work on quantum theory won him a Nobel Prize in 1918. The contentious aspect is not whether zero-point energy exists, but whether it can be harnessed for useful purposes. If proven, says Puthoff, zero-point energy could be a radical breakthrough in deep space propulsion technologies. The possibility of extracting useful energy from vacuum fluctuations would be the holy grail of energy research, he says. For example, a manned space probe powered by zero-point energy could, theoretically, make a trip to Mars in 7 to 40 days, depending on the separation distance between Earth and Mars, as opposed to NASA's current figure, using more traditional advanced propulsion techniques, of 7 or 8 months. Critics deride Puthoff's efforts. In my interview with Lawrence M. Krauss, the astrophysicist known for popularizing the term dark energy, Krauss stated that harnessing quantum vacuum energy was impossible. Zero-point energy is the lowest point in the universe. If you could extract energy out of it, there would have to be a lower point. There isn't a lower step on the staircase, so by definition, if it exists, it can't be used. Krauss called Puthoff a crackpot and added, besides, he has a history of backing crazy schemes. Then Krauss said something interesting. Views of reality must conform to reality, not the way you want the world to be. If zero-point energy were feasible or available, the universe would have used it, Krauss observed. But Einstein taught us that two contradictory pictures of reality can and do exist when he spoke of the wave-particle duality that is quantum mechanics. Scientists who have witnessed ESP and PK phenomena, Puthoff among them, seem to have a different view of reality than scientific skeptics, including Krauss. To harness zero-point energy could, Puthoff posits, lead to a general theory about ESP and PK phenomena. In our interview, he summarizes this hypothesis. Throughout mankind's cultural history, there has existed the metaphysical concept that man and cosmos are interconnected by a ubiquitous, all-pervasive sea of energy that undergirds and is manifest in all phenomena. This pre-scientific concept of a cosmic energy goes by many names in many traditions, he says, citing the Chinese concept of qi and the Hindu concept of prana as examples. He wonders whether this metaphysical concept of cosmic energy is analogous to zero-point energy. In pursuit of this theory, Puthoff and his team conduct quantum optic experiments using lasers, beam splitters, lenses, and diffraction gratings. It's a challenging long-term quest, he says. At age 80, he has no intention of slowing down. Puthoff's search echoes what China's H.S. Chen proposed in a discipline he called somatic science, where man, humanity, is considered to be a giant system embedded in the supergiant system of a cosmic world. Research experiments in this field, wrote Chen, would likely lead to an increased understanding that all of us are immersed, both as living and physical beings, in an overall, interpenetrating and interdependent field in ecological balance with the cosmos as a whole. Chen believed that this vital force, known as qi, was the key to the next scientific revolution. This from the man who co-developed the original U.S. rocket program, co-founded the Jet Propulsion Lab, and built China's rocket, satellite, and manned space programs. In 2007, Aviation Week and Space Technology named Chen the Person of the Year and put him on the magazine's cover. China is now at the forefront of space exploration, with two key developments in 2007, a successful anti-satellite ASAT weapons test and a planetary mission, wrote the magazine's editor-in-chief. The article highlighted Chen's primary role in China's early aerospace programs and his enduring legacy in the modern era. That same year, New Scientist named Chen one of the top 10 influential space thinkers of all time. Because of the stigma associated with anomalous mental phenomena research, including extraordinary human body function, EHBF, ESP, and PK, Chen's work in this area has remained almost entirely unreported in the West. He died in October 2009 in Beijing at the age of 98. To interview Dale Graff, I traveled in 2015 to Pennsylvania, where he and his wife Barbara live in the country not far from where they both grew up. I confirmed with Barbara the near-drowning story that happened in the strong surf off Hawaii in 1968, and that the couple did not speak of this mysterious existential event for roughly 30 years. It was Graff's conversion moment, he agrees. In service of a general theory about ESP and PK, he continues his research and experiments today at age 82. In the 70s and 80s, we were looking at the electromagnetic spectrum, he says. Now it's quantum physics, non-locality, and quantum entanglement, or what Einstein famously called spooky action at a distance. The concept of quantum entanglement is difficult to comprehend, yet has been elegantly simplified by the theoretical physicist Michio Kaku. Kaku explains quantum entanglement this way. According to the quantum theory, everything vibrates. When two electrons are placed close together, they vibrate in unison. When you separate them, that's when all the fireworks start, where quantum entanglement begins. An invisible umbilical cord emerges connecting these two electrons, and you can separate them by as much as a galaxy if you want. Then, if you vibrate one of them, somehow on the other end of the galaxy, the other electron knows that its partner is being jiggled, he says. While entanglement has puzzled physicists ever since Einstein spoke of it, most scientists originally disputed it, quantum entanglement is now an accepted theory. Today, physicists create entangled particles in huge numbers in labs all over the world, the MIT Technology Review reported in February 2016. They routinely use entanglement to send perfectly encrypted messages, to study quantum computation, and to better understand the nature of this profound phenomenon. Where this profound phenomenon gets spookier still is the question of how quantum entanglement might affect the forward one-directionality of time, time's arrow that governs the universe as a whole. Some physicists suspect that causality, the relationship between cause and effect, itself may be different when it comes to the phenomenon of quantum entanglement. The PBS NOVA reporter Alison Eck explains it this way. Entangled particles start off close together, and when separated, they're able to communicate with each other and share information at a rate that's seemingly instantaneous, faster than the speed of light. Whatever one particle does, the other follows suit in a consistent way. But according to the theory of relativity, nothing can travel that quickly, i.e., faster than the speed of light. Here is where some physicists and philosophers of science, including Dale Graff, propose the impossible. They say the solution could lie in a contentious concept called retrocausation, or backward causation. The idea that the future might influence the past, says Graff. In a Nova Science Now article titled Retrocausality Could Send Particles Information Back to the Future, Eck interviews physicists at the University of Cambridge who are conducting experiments to this end. In our non-quantum lives, we can't see these things happening. We're locked into our perception of time and causality. Time is still a forward arrow, and action comes before reaction, she writes. At the particle level, though, some physicists believe this logic could be sound, and they're beginning to use it, i.e. retrocausation, to explain existing results. Dale Graff is one of those physicists. In 2016, I met up with him at the Quantum Retrocausation 3 Symposium at the University of California, San Diego. There, Graff delivered a lecture entitled Perceiving the Future News, Evidence for Retrocausation. He discussed the data he'd obtained from a recent series of remote viewing experiments with a viewer in Florida who allegedly used precognition to view photographs in Graff's local paper, days in advance of when the AP photographs were taken. Graff displayed his data as a series of slides and gave his analysis as he presented them. The majority of those in the audience were PhDs and doctoral students interested in and accepting of retrocausation as a thought experiment, Schmeidler's sheep. For a skeptic, the lack of scientific controls would be self-evident. One would have to take Graff at his word that the experiment unfolded as he said it did. After Graff finished, there was a question and answer period. A man in the audience raised his hand. "What you're talking about has already been discredited," he declared in an angry tone. "The U.S. Army ran a remote viewing program in the 1980s, and it turned out to be total garbage." A lively discussion ensued. There is an underlying reality, Graff insists. Remote viewing illustrates that this underlying reality exists, although it is the tip of the iceberg. It bubbles up in places like precognition. To interview Kit Green, I traveled to Detroit, where Green has returned to private medical practice and also serves at the Wayne State University School of Medicine in Michigan. Over the past 13 years, Dr. Green has been a professor in the departments of psychiatry and radiology at the Harper University Hospital and the Detroit Medical Center, and served as the medical school's executive director for emergent technologies, i.e., forensic brain scanning applications. Green's career path is unusual for a former intelligence officer. He returned to medical practice after a long, meritorious government career. These new positions afford access to state-of-the-art technology in high-field brain MRIs, neuroradiology, and software, Green says. And he exploits this technology, he explains, in order to pursue an area of research that he had not publicly shared until our interviews for this book. Green's identity as a CIA officer remained secret until 2007, when he appeared in an episode of the PBS series Secrets of the Dead. The episode, called Umbrella Assassin, was a Cold War case file involving the murder of Bulgarian dissident Yorgai Markov, killed at a bus stop in England in 1978. If we hadn't suspected Markov had been murdered by the KGB, says Green, his death would have likely been written off as cause unknown, or death from natural causes. But because Green and his CIA colleagues had a strong hypothesis to work from, they went the extra mile in the laboratory. Our intelligence services found a tiny platinum iridium pellet in Markov's leg and removed it. We prescribed specialized blood tests and identified ricin, which we looked for because of the victim's signs and symptoms. An assassin used a weapon disguised as an umbrella, says Green. For his work breaking this and other forensic medical cases over the next 5 years, Green was awarded the National Intelligence Medal. After Green officially left the CIA in 1985, he worked for General Motors Research Labs and was eventually promoted to Chief Technology Officer for Asia Pacific. He has remained an active military and intelligence science advisor to the CIA and the Department of Defense, serving on more than 20 defense science and advisory boards. His positions have included chairman of numerous National Academy of Sciences boards and studies, fellow, American Academy of Forensic Sciences, founding member, Defense Intelligence Agency Technology, Insight, Gauge, Evaluate, and Review Committee, chairman of the Independent Science Panel for the Undersecretary of the Army for Operations Research, and later for the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Chemical, Biological, and Nuclear Matters. He also recently served as chairperson of a 19-member National Research Council effort to examine the future of military intelligence, science, and brain research over the next 20 years. Green's bona fides are clearly not lacking. In 2016, he was asked to join a classified science advisory board for James R. Clapper, Director of National Intelligence, to whom the directors of all 17 U.S. intelligence agencies and organizations report, and the man who, in the 1990s, as director of DIA, criticized the anomalous mental phenomena programs, calling them just too far out at the leading edge of technology. Kit Green finds advising the Defense Department and intelligence community stimulating and challenging, he says. But what interests him most is his work for 11 years now in his private medical practice. I'm interested in the notion of people injured physically by anomalous events, Green tells me. Often, these events are perceived as involving unidentified aerial phenomena, or UAPs, drones, high-energy radio frequencies that confront people face to face and cannot be explained. In an earlier age, some UAPs were known as UFOs. Green does not agree with the use of that term because it is imprecise, he says. But the nomenclature change helps to destigmatize the research. Hillary Clinton spoke of UAPs while on the 2016 campaign trail. The impetus of Green's work, he says, can be traced back to an unresolved component of the CIA's psychic research program in late 1974. The notion of people touched by anomalous events was a concept that Green was first confronted with when working with Uri Geller and the nuclear scientists at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. These individuals carried top-secret clearances that were as high as mine, says Green, including Q clearances for nuclear secrets. And yet they told me they saw things that could not be easily explained. They reported seeing raven-like birds on their bedposts, orbs floating down the hallways in their homes, a disembodied arm hovering in the air. These individuals were not crazy, he says. To paranormalists, these close-contact sightings are known as close encounters. The idea of close encounters touches upon a lot of pathologies, says Green, but not all encounters involve pathologies. This mystery plagued him for decades, he says. In 2005, he began working on a research project to address this enigma. He began creating a structured database of individuals that were suffering enigmatic injuries, burns, skin lesions, cancers, diseases, and who also had face-to-face encounters with UAPs, says Green. We would comb through each narrative, remembers Green, compare statistics, pare the information down, pull out people with pathologies. What was left? Many very interesting cases that could not be easily explained. After 2 years of data analysis, in 2007, Green took this research project from academic to operational. I began performing much pro bono work, he says, forensic investigation and diagnosis of patients injured by multiply witnessed physical anomalous events with UAPs, drones, and other visibly physical devices. Green accepted his patients carefully. They are all high-functioning individuals, many prodigious savants, most of whom carry a high-security clearance, he says. They are members of special forces, members of the intelligence community, employees of aerospace companies, officers in the military, guards of military bases, policemen. Often injuries take place on a military bivouac, which is an overnight mission at a secure location for the purpose of guarding, reconnaissance, or some kind of exploration. Common injuries are from something that is airborne, something that emits some kind of a light or a beam, some orbs. Green takes on patients who already have a thick physician case file and whose doctors have been unable to determine what injured them. My patients were physically injured by something. They have signs on their body, markings, illness, he says. They agree to give Green access to their medical history and permission for him to speak with their other doctors. None have mental illness. They and their physicians have exhausted many avenues and find themselves at the end of their rope, says Green. These patients are by majority not prone to conspiracy or PTSD. This kind of thinking would interfere with their career path. They, and usually their superiors, come to me because my specialty is forensic medicine. I try to determine diagnosis from very little and often highly incomplete data, like the assassinations he investigated while at the CIA. Using the technology available to him, Green orders brain scans, specialized blood, DNA, and endocrine tests, and compiles the results. At present, he has more than 100 active patients. His original hypothesis was that a majority of his patients had been exposed to technology from black programs, he says. That is, advanced, state-of-the-art, high-energy technologies developed in special access programs. Non-lethal weapons programs, holograms, cloaking devices, drones. 25% of my patients die within 5 to 7 years of my diagnosis, and I have no idea of how any programs I knew about years ago can do these things, Green says. To advance his hypothesis based on the demographics and high functioning of his patients, Green teamed up with the Nolan Lab at Stanford University, run by Gary Nolan, one of the world's leading research scientists specializing in genetics, immunology, and bioinformatics. Nolan, trained under the Nobel Prize-winning biologist David Baltimore, has published over 200 research papers and holds 20 biotechnology patents. Age 55, he has been honored as one of the top 20 inventors at Stanford University. His research is funded by grants from the National Institutes of Health, the Food and Drug Administration, the National Cancer Institute, and others. In 2012, Nolan was awarded the Teal Innovator Award from the Defense Department, a $3.3 million grant for advanced cancer studies. The Nolan Lab is perhaps best known for pioneering advances in large-scale mapping of cellular features and human cells at an unprecedented level of detail. We are building on technologies that are just coming into existence, Nolan told me in 2016. Dr. Kit Green and his colleagues sought out Gary Nolan for help. I have met and worked with many of Kit's patients, Nolan confirms, and I have looked deeply at the relevant medical data. These people were injured. I have seen the physiological consequences of the harm they've endured. He agrees with Kit Green that in many cases, it looks as if it is an electromagnetic field of some sort. It has led to inflammation and other biomarkers in their bodies that can be seen in MRIs, tissue, blood. We are now working on both the genetic and epigenetic component, Nolan says. I am relatively certain we are the only individuals in the field doing this. Using mapping technology the Nolan Lab is renowned for, technicians are mapping Green's patients' DNA and their immune systems. They are looking for patterns among the patients using biological data to create an integrated theory. All kinds of trauma can be picked up by the immune system, Nolan says. Every event that happens to you is recorded by your immune system, which in turn creates a biological database of the self. Every surgery or bee sting, he says, every incident of H1N1 flu, head cold, allergy, or chickenpox is all sensed and recorded by the immune system. With the technology that is emerging from the Nolan Lab, doctors will likely soon be able to take a snapshot of a person's blood and read the historical record of that person's physiological life. Access to this kind of high-technology, non-subjective biological data would have been impossible to imagine in any other age. But what, I ask Gary Nolan, does this have to do with anomalous mental phenomena research, with ESP and PK, with Uri Geller and hallucinations experienced by scientists at the Lawrence Livermore Nuclear Laboratory? We are also mapping DNA and immune systems of people and their families who claim to be remote viewers or have anomalous perception, Nolan confirms. For example, Joe McMoneagle is part of their research program. He provided them with a sample of his DNA, and the team is considering how to access the DNA of his deceased twin sister, who was allegedly a remote viewer, says Nolan. Whether real, perceived, or illusion, there appears to be a genetic determinant. And while Dr. Green maintains that his patients' injuries may have come from high-energy devices or their components, both Green and Nolan think there is more to it than that. Some people seem to repeatedly attract the phenomena or the experiences, Nolan says. They act like an antenna or are like lighthouses in the dark. For some, it might be a blessing, Nolan speculates. They are comfortable with these occurrences and make it work in their lives. Think Uri Geller, Joe McMoneagle, Angela Della Fiora, and Paul Smith. For others, it's a curse. For example, Green's injured patients and the Livermore nuclear scientists who quit their jobs. Nolan makes clear that his ideas are only hypotheses, but he explains the raw data from which his hypotheses have been drawn are clear. It's important to remember DNA does not invent stories, he says. Gene mapping and advanced single-cell analysis techniques reveal biological truths. Imagine if you could understand how this all connects to mentation, i.e., mental activity, Nolan says of claimed UAP encounters and ESP or PK abilities. You could make a drug to block the genetic aspect for those who don't want it, or even enhance it for others. In effect, Kit Green and Gary Nolan are searching for a gene for paranormality, or as Green prefers to say, the genomics of supernormality. The skeptics, led by Martin Gardner, Ray Hyman, and Paul Kurtz, the founders of the Committee for the Scientific Investigation of Claims of the Paranormal, SciCoP, have maintained an almost united front around their message for more than 40 years. In the middle 1970s, they asked, why the sudden explosion of interest, even among some otherwise sensible people, in all sorts of paranormal happenings? Surely skeptics are asking that same question today. In 2006, the group removed the word paranormal from its name and shortened it to the Committee for Skeptics Inquiry. They continue to promote science and reason and, they say, work to resist the spread of pseudoscience, superstition, and irrational beliefs, which members believe includes any concept of God. There have been a few notable cracks in the unity. Fads and Fallacies author Martin Gardner, generally accepted as the father of the modern scientific skepticism movement, experienced a religious epiphany that he discussed openly before his death in 2010. He told the people around him that he believed in a supernatural being, a higher power or God, asserting that his belief was not pseudoscience because it could neither be confirmed nor disproved by science or reason. I believe in a personal God, he stated in an interview in 2008, and I believe in an afterlife, and I believe in prayer, but I don't believe in any established religion. This is called philosophical theism. Philosophical theism is entirely emotional. God is the great magician, he wrote. In 2011, Martin Gardner's magician friend, James Randi, was exposed as being involved in a decades-long double deception and criminal fraud. It was revealed that Randi's Carlos the Channeler hoax involved a federal crime. This created a public relations problem for the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry because the group vows to disseminate factual information about such hoax claims to the scientific community, the media, and the public. Here was one of their highest-profile members perpetrating a fraud. The crime took more than 25 years to uncover, according to the New York Times. In 2011, federal agents knocked on Randy's front door in Florida and asked to speak with a man who went by the name of Jose Alvarez. The same Jose Alvarez who, according to the publicity material given to 60 Minutes and other news outlets, had played Carlos the Chandler in the hoax decades earlier. A man, 33 years Randy's junior, emerged from elsewhere in the house. Jose was Randy's long-term boyfriend. The two men came out of the closet together in 2008. Federal agents cuffed Alvarez, read him his Miranda rights, took him out of the car, took him to Broward County Jail, and registered him as FNU LNU, first name unknown, last name unknown, the New York Times reported. At the county jail, the man told federal agents that his real name was Devi Orangal Peña Ortega, that he'd come to this country in the mid-1980s, met James Randi in a Florida public library, and fallen in love. He didn't want to go back to Venezuela, he said, where it was dangerous to be gay. He illegally assumed another man's identity and with it applied for a passport in order to travel to Australia for the Carlos hoax. I felt like a phony, but I had to go along with it, Alvarez said. He was charged with aggravated identity theft and making a false statement in the application and use of a passport. Alvarez/Arteaga faced a $250,000 fine, up to 10 years in prison, and deportation. He was eventually released pending trial. After numerous high-profile magicians and skeptics wrote to the judge on his behalf, including the magician Penn Jillette and the biologist Richard Dawkins, Alvarez was given a lenient sentence. In defense of Randy's participation in the deception and fraud, Alvarez said, "The reason he does what he does is to help people who are being taken advantage of. He will go to any lengths to keep somebody safe from harm, and that's what he did for me." James Randi and Jose Alvarez were married the following year. When I interviewed Randy in June 2016, he was 87 years old. In a brief moment of vulnerability, after his partner's arrest and incarceration, Randy told the Los Angeles Times that he'd felt despair. "I didn't know which way to turn. It was the hardest moment of my life. I've been dangled over Niagara Falls as part of a magic act, but nothing compares to this. Nothing," he said. When I interviewed him, I asked whether this experience had softened him in his crusade against Uri Geller. "Never," he shouted. "When I die, I want to be cremated and have my ashes blown into Uri Geller's eyes." I asked Randy what he thought of his friend Martin Gardner's conversion to religion at the end of his life. "I was surprised," he said, and quickly changed the subject back to Uri Geller. "There is no such thing as the paranormal. Uri Geller is a magician. His life is a lie." Chapter 25. The Psychic and the Astronaut. Uri Geller insists that his powers are real. So does the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. "I think he has these special powers," Netanyahu said in a television interview in 2015, and he told this story. "My wife, Sarah, and I were at a restaurant in Caesarea. We were having lunch with Uri. Everyone came in and they wanted to see Uri, to have him bend their spoon. He said, 'I can't do it right now. I can't bend all these spoons.' He is very gracious, you know, but they kept asking. Finally, he said, 'Oh, all right.' So he stood at one corner of the restaurant, and he simultaneously bent the spoons of all the people who were there. The television reporter conducting the interview then asked the Prime Minister whether Geller could have performed this feat as a magic trick. If you give me a convincing explanation how he could have worked that as a trick, I'll say, wow, he's a great magician. But he did it, and I saw it, and I've seen it time and time again. The fact that you can't explain it doesn't mean it didn't happen. The secret history of the U.S. government's investigation into extrasensory perception and psychokinesis owes much to Uri Geller. He set in motion the CIA's psychic research program, and because he captivated so many people's attention around the world starting in the early 1970s, Geller put psychic research on the map. The first time I interviewed Geller, in 2015, I traveled to his home in England. There, despite my efforts to remain a detached and objective journalist, he captivated my attention as I watched him bend spoons and appear to read my mind in a telepathy test. Before I arrived, I'd watched scores of magicians' spoon-bending videos on YouTube in order to understand how prestidigitation works, magic tricks performed by nimble fingers. My intention with Geller, and with everyone else interviewed for this book, was not to prove or disprove anyone or any concept, but to report objectively on the government's long-standing interest in ESP and PK phenomena. Of all the things I saw, and all the people I interviewed regarding Geller, including the Nobel laureate Brian Josephson, the most telling revelation of Geller's abilities came from the legendary former curator of mammals at the Zoological Society of London, Desmond Morris. Morris wrote The Naked Ape, a zoologist's study of the human animal, which was chosen by Time magazine in 2011 as one of the best 100 nonfiction books of all time. Uri Geller came to see me in 2005 to talk about art. But when he was leaving, he asked if I would like him to bend a spoon for me, Morris recalls. I fetched a heavy teaspoon, and he rubbed it between his forefinger and thumb, and it did indeed start to bend. I watched the process very closely, but I could not see how he did this. He asked me if, as a biologist, I could explain to him how this strange ability of his could have evolved. I pointed out that iron was only discovered about 3,200 years ago, so his special ability would have been useless before that date. Morris was well aware of the controversies surrounding Geller, the legions of magicians who claimed that he used clever hand pressures to make the spoon bend, Morris said. So he asked Geller to do something unusual for him as a test. I asked him if he could do it, bend metal, using only his big toe. Morris says he fetched from his kitchen the heaviest teaspoon he could find and set it on top of his library table. Geller took off his shoe and sock and lifted his foot up, Morris recalls. He found it awkward to rub the teaspoon with his big toe, but managed to do so, and again the spoon started bending. During this second bending, his hands were nowhere near the spoon, and he did not have enough leverage in his toes to use them to apply force to the spoon. So I was completely mystified by his ability, Morris said. I asked the zoologist what he made of this. As a scientist, I would like to make it clear that because I cannot explain how he bends the metal, this does not mean that I accept any supernatural or psychic explanation for the ability. I have studied firewalking in Fiji, and I cannot understand that ability either. If I cannot explain a phenomenon, I keep an open mind, but this does not mean that I resort to a paranormal explanation. It simply means that I have not yet found a satisfactory scientific explanation. Geller's 12,000 square foot home in Sonning-on-Thames is a sight to behold. Set beside the great river, it features broad lawns, several dwellings, a greenhouse, a pool house, statues by Salvador Dali, a koi pond, and a helipad. This home, which Geller shares with his wife, Hannah, is one of the many properties the Gellers own around the world. Geller says the real estate represents some of the fruits of his map dowsing labors, by means of which he is said to have located oil and precious minerals for mining corporations. His friend and assistant of 48 years, Shippy Strang, Hannah's brother, also lives on the compound. After our interview in England, Geller agrees to let me interview him again at a later date. In 2016, I traveled to Israel to see him. He and Hannah had abruptly moved to the outskirts of Tel Aviv in the fall of 2015. I found it noteworthy that a contemporary BBC television documentary aired in the United Kingdom in 2013 and called The Secret Life of Uri Geller suggested as its central thesis that Geller worked for the present-day Mossad, the Israeli equivalent of the CIA. Mossad is responsible for covert operations, intelligence collection, and counter-terrorism, and its director reports to the Israeli Prime Minister, who in 2016 was Benjamin Netanyahu. Given Netanyahu's public statements about Geller, I found this line of inquiry worthy of investigation. Numerous U.S. government scientists interviewed for this book confirm that Geller likely worked for Mossad in the 1970s. But is Geller working for Mossad now, in the modern era? And what of his famous abilities? I went to Israel to learn more. The Geller home I visited in Israel is located in the ancient port city of Jaffa and is set high on a hill. Jaffa has had strategic military importance since prehistory, when superstition and magic influenced national security the way science and technology do now. Its harbor has been in use since the Bronze Age, circa the 2nd millennium BC, when durable weapons and proto-writing emerged. To reach Geller's place, I walk through town, past the Jaffa Clock Tower and the Al-Bar Mosque, up over Jaffa Hill and into the Old City. From there, I find my way through a labyrinth of ancient stone alleyways, through a maze of shops and homes 3 and 4 stories high, until I arrive at Geller's front door. It's spring in Jaffa, the weather is nice, and Geller likes to walk. So do Hannah and Shippy. For 3 consecutive days, we walk while I record interviews and take notes. We walk through Old Jaffa, through the port, up along the coast to Tel Aviv and back. Geller is tall and thin and full of energy. He is now 70 years old. Everywhere we go, people recognize him. Back in 2007, he created and starred in a television show titled The Next Uri Geller, which aired in Israel, Germany, Sweden, Holland, Hungary, Greece, Turkey, Russia, and in the United States under the title Phenomenon. The show's talent show format presented a live audience with young mentalists and illusionists who demonstrated magic tricks, with Geller acting as the judge. The show was a hit and accounts for much of Geller's current success. As we walk around Tel Aviv, we are stopped by tourists from Germany, Ukraine, Russia, and Hungary. In the majority of encounters, Geller is asked to bend a spoon, which he does, to each stranger's delight. In the afternoon, at an outdoor ice cream shop, a young couple asks Geller to bend a spoon. At dinner, at a restaurant along the Tel Aviv seashore, our waiter asks Geller to bend a spoon. Geller goes into the back kitchen, and for an audience of roughly 20 of the staff, bends a large soup spoon and does a telepathy reading, which I videotape. When he finishes, the workers spontaneously cheer. I get energy from people, Geller says, as the 4 of us walk home along the beach. Late at night, we stop in a convenience store in Jaffa. 2 Ethiopian Israelis recognize Geller and ask him to please bend a spoon. When no one can locate a metal spoon in the shop, one of the young men hands Uri a pair of hookah tongs, charred from handling hot coals, and asks him to bend it. Hookah tongs are made of 2 parallel pieces of metal, separated by roughly half an inch. Since their purpose is to handle burning coals, these tongs are generally forged to withstand high heat. Given the awkward shape, they appear difficult to bend by deception, prestidigitation, at least according to the magician's videos I watched. Standing outside under a street lamp, Geller touches the arm of the tong with his fingertip and commands, "Bend." When the tong bends, the young men go wild with enthusiasm. The next day, I interview Geller while he exercises on a stationary bicycle in his house. "Why did you come back to Israel?" I ask. "Was it to work for Mossad?" We both know it's a rhetorical question. If he does work for them, he won't say. "Let's focus on the powers," Geller suggests. "Have you and I done a telepathy test?" Still pedaling his bike, he picks up a black ink marker and a sheet of paper. When I remind him about the telepathy test we did in England, he suggests we do another one. "Clear your mind," he says. "I'm going to place a thought in it." "I don't want to do a telepathy experiment," I tell him. "Why not?" he asks. "It's awkward. It puts me on the spot. Besides, no one wants to read about it. It's like hearing about someone else's dream secondhand," I say. Ignoring my request, Geller gives me instructions about how this telepathy test is going to work. He says he's going to write down a capital city on a piece of paper out of my view. Then he's going to hide the paper and send me the word telepathically. "The transmission will come from my mind to your mind," he says. "You're going to write down the word that you receive from me." This is the test Geller is most famous for, planting a thought in someone's mind. In declassified documents, the CIA calls this phenomenal ability of Geller's mind projection. The only person who would be able to cheat in this scenario is the receiver, me. Geller writes a word on a piece of paper, folds it in half, tells me to clear my mind. I say, "I really don't want to do this." "It's done," he says. "Tell me the city." "Paris or Scotland," I say. I know Scotland isn't a city, but that was the second thing that came to mind. Geller unfolds the paper. It reads, "Paris." Paris is generally considered one of the 10 most popular cities in the world, but still. He says, "Let's do an image now," and quickly begins drawing. He folds this paper in half and puts it out of view. "Draw," he commands. A snowman comes to mind, so I draw 3 different sized circles. "Stop." Geller turns over his paper. "Look," he says, "mine's a cat." He has drawn 2 different sized circles, one above the other with ears on top. "What's important here," he says, "is this." He takes my paper and holds it up to his. The circle in the middle of my snowman is identical in size to the center circle in his cat. "It's like a mimeograph or a Xerox copy," Geller says, measuring it to the millimeter. He is correct. "You see, there is something going on here neither of us understands," Geller says. "My brain sent the image to your brain. Modern computers can do this instantly, over the internet. Geller does it with his mind, somehow engaging or entwining my mind with his. Or did he? Maybe it's common to draw a circle, one of the oldest shapes in the human psyche. Maybe it was just a lucky guess. I still want to know about the Mossad. In addition to interviewing Geller, I'm in Israel to fact-check stories from his early days in the 1970s. I interview a former officer with the Israel Defense Forces who confirms that Geller used to map dowse for Moshe Dayan. I interview Amnon Rubinstein, the founding father of Israeli constitutional law and the Israeli equivalent of a long-serving U.S. congressman. Rubinstein served as Minister of Communications, Minister of Science and Technology and Space, and Minister of Energy and Infrastructure, and has been an outspoken proponent of Geller's ESP and PK abilities since 1969. I ask Rubinstein about Geller's work for Israeli intelligence. "Oh, I wouldn't know anything about that," he says politely and switches topics. One day, Uri, Hannah, Shippy, and I drive to Abu Ghosh, an Arab village located 9 miles west of Jerusalem. March 2016 is a violent time in Israel known as the Intifada of the Individuals, or the Knife Intifada, marked by lone wolf stabbing attacks by Palestinians. Since September 2015, a total of 225 casualties have been attributed to the knife intifada. 48 hours before I arrived, a Palestinian went on a stabbing rampage in Jaffa, wounding 10 people, including a pregnant woman, and killing an American graduate student named Taylor Force. In what seems like a cruel twist of fate, Force, a graduate of the U.S. Military Academy at West Point, had recently served 2 tours of duty as an Army officer in Iraq and Afghanistan. The stabbing occurred 3 blocks from the hotel where I'm staying. Whenever I pass by, I regard the dark bloodstain on the sidewalk. Inside the Arab restaurant in Abu Ghosh, we appear to be the only non-Arabs, 3 Israeli Jews and an American. Lunch is served: falafel, hummus, olives, salad, bread. We eat. In comes a man carrying a briefcase. A young blonde woman is with him. I don't have to be psychic to tell you that man is a lawyer, says Geller. He stands. The 2 men shake hands and exchange a few words in Hebrew. The man introduces the young woman as his daughter. During lunch, we discuss anonymity. This is the only place we've been during my trip where Geller hasn't been approached by fans. It's the first time we've sat down for more than a few minutes, and no one has come up and asked him to bend a spoon. Geller says he enjoys the attention. Maybe there's some egotism on my part, he says, a streak of narcissism. But everyone has this. Maybe it is dormant in them. After lunch, we have coffee with cardamom and dessert. Geller disappears into the back of the restaurant. To bend spoons, I think. We regroup in the parking lot. I ask about Mossad from a different angle. If, hypothetically, the Mossad needed someone with a psychic ability, what ability would be useful to an intelligence agency? Geller tells me that he will never confirm or deny that he works for Mossad. I tell him that unless I learn otherwise, this part of the story seems more like fiction than fact, a carryover from his childhood experience with the grain trader Yoav Shacham, who challenged him to be a good soldier and someday work for the legendary Mossad. Perhaps it's egotism on his part, but this slips out. You don't get it, he says, an edge to his voice. The Arab restaurant, the lawyer, the daughter. I can go anywhere. No one suspects me. It's the perfect cover. I'm just the guy who bends spoons. Like Frank Sinatra, Moe Berg, Harry Houdini, or Louis DeWall, all of whom worked for intelligence services, and none of whom were suspect because each was so famous in his professional field. Maybe, I think, maybe not. And if true, what would this mean with regard to his alleged powers? Would that mean the powers are deceptive? Or would that mean he really has powers and that he uses them as a spy? It's a rabbit hole of possibilities, a puzzle that cannot easily be solved. But then something very unusual happens. We drive to Jerusalem. In the old city, we park the car and walk a little until we come up to a barricade. In Hebrew, the placard on the barricade reads, "The Office of the Head of State, the Prime Minister." Heavily armed guards wave us through. We enter the residence of Benjamin and Sarah Netanyahu, passing through intense security. My handbag goes through an X-ray machine. This is an informal meeting, not a reporting trip, I am told. We sit in the garden courtyard with Sarah Netanyahu and the family dog, a white Siberian named Kaya. The dog is old and has a terrible limp, which we discuss for a few moments. Kaya sits down at Uri's feet. Sarah works full-time as an educational psychologist for children in Jerusalem, and she has just finished a long day of work. We discuss many interesting topics, but all of them are off the record. When a bird flies into the courtyard, Kaya gets up and runs after it. The dog is running, I say. We all watch the dog chase the bird around the garden. No limp. Sarah is equally surprised. "Uri, you healed Kaya," she says. "I'm not a healer," Geller clarifies, "but she does look better." Geller stands up and excuses himself. He will be gone for a little while and then he will be back, he says. He and Sarah disappear into the kitchen. Is this how it works? Is this the real world of espionage unfolding in front of me? Does Geller really gather information and bring it here to the Prime Minister's house himself? Maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe Uri Geller and Benjamin Netanyahu are just old friends. The story Netanyahu told a television reporter of Geller bending spoons en masse comes to mind. Why would the Prime Minister of Israel say such a thing unless he believed it? Unless it was part of a disinformation campaign, another rabbit hole. Either could be true. Either Uri Geller works for the Mossad or he doesn't. Either he has extraordinary powers that no one in the world has been able to explain, or he's performed a singular magic act for 48 years. Perhaps the true energy source powering the phenomena is conviction. Conviction of belief. The belief that there is something more out there, that all things are connected in ways science simply cannot yet explain. Perhaps reality really is what one perceives it to be. Whether ESP and PK are fact or fancy, as Carl Jung once remarked, they just don't seem to go away. What is known for certain is that over a span of decades, hundreds of people, led by a small cast of about a dozen scientists, have worked at the request of the U.S. military and intelligence community, spending untold millions of dollars to use the human mind to do what many believe is impossible. Hannah, Shippy, and I sit in the Netanyahu garden and drink coffee. It's just the three of us enjoying an evening in Jerusalem, one of the most storied cities in the world. Or so it seems. Shippy tells me that whatever I say can be heard, whatever I do can be seen. There's a security team behind the black glass wall to my right. All kinds of people are watching and listening, he says. This is the home of the Prime Minister of Israel. We are in the Middle East, one of the most volatile and violent regions in the world. Nothing here in Jerusalem is simple, and nothing is only what it seems. Soon it is time to go. Uri Geller emerges from the back of the residence, and we are escorted through a long hallway, through the security office, and then outside. Night has fallen. The heavily armed security guards continue to patrol the streets. One by one, the Prime Minister's security detail outside recognize Geller. One of them asks him to bend a spoon. The month after I returned home, an article entitled "Israelis Find New Tunnel from Gaza into Israel" appeared in the New York Times. Benjamin Netanyahu was quoted as saying that the state of Israel has achieved a global breakthrough in the ability to locate tunnels, and that the breakthrough was unique, but he could not provide any details of the technology involved. The tunnel did not have an exit at the surface, said Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner, a spokesman for the Israeli military, which means that it was detected deep underground. I asked Geller whether map dowsing was involved. I can't comment, he wrote in an email. I asked Dan Williams, the Thomson Reuters senior correspondent for Israel and the Palestinian territories, what he thought. I have not heard about map dowsing being involved in Israel's tunnel detection technology, Williams said. My gut tells me it's unlikely, given the skepticism such a method would meet from Israeli planners and the big expense and human stakes of this project. From the little I've been told, the technology combines half a dozen methods, including seismic mapping and above-ground radar. In March 2015, I traveled to Florida to see Edgar Mitchell, the sixth man on the moon. His Lake Worth home is situated in a middle-class neighborhood 10 miles from the sea. I drive along a single-lane paved road through a forest of palm trees, struggling to identify which house is his. Then I spot an American flag raised high on a flagpole, rippling in the morning wind. I park in the circular driveway and walk to the front door. Accompanied by his dog, Mitchell greets me at the threshold. He wears a tan shirt with a pen tucked in a buttonhole and brown slacks with suspenders. The house has a 1970s feel. The walls are adorned with Apollo 14 memorabilia and artifacts. There are many NASA photographs of the moon, Cone Crater, the Fra Mauro Highlands. In numerous images, a much younger Ed Mitchell stands smiling beside presidents and kings. In another, the Apollo 14 astronauts are greeted by U.S. Navy personnel after splashdown. In the living room, Ed Mitchell and I sit on reclining chairs. I set up my tape recorder and begin taking notes. We discuss Mitchell's background, his work, the moon, consciousness, anomalous mental phenomena, and Uri Geller. The relationship between the two men was unique. They were like two sides of the 1970s psychic research coin. In Israel, Geller told me that Ed Mitchell's support of him had a profound impact on his life, and that without him he would not have become the person he is today. I idolized him, said Geller. He walked on the moon. That he supported me made me feel extraordinary, like I could do anything. Upon returning from the moon, Mitchell had experienced a paradigm shift. Forever after, he saw the world through a different lens. Uri Geller represented everything Ed Mitchell wanted the world to embrace, Mitchell says. They became each other's foils. Both men were lionized and criticized in equal measure. Geller for his powers, Mitchell for his belief in Geller's powers, and alleged psychic abilities like them. Uri Geller rose above the controversy. Ed Mitchell was crushed by it. I want to show you something that demonstrates what Uri Geller is capable of making happen, Mitchell tells me during our interview. I follow him through the house to a room in the back and into a walk-in closet where he kept a safe. Mitchell enters the combination and swings open the heavy door. Inside, he says, are several items that mean the world to him. The first is a set of laminated papers. I can see columns of numbers and symbols neatly written in black ink. Star, cross, wavy line, circle, and square, Mitchell says, pointing. 5 of the most archetypal symbols on Earth, symbols that have appeared on cave walls and potsherds and graves since man has been making his mark on history. These are the Zener card logs I recorded in flight, Mitchell explains, the physical evidence of the ESP tests Mitchell conducted in secret on the way to and from the moon. They're meaningful relics, moon voyage artifacts. For all of our history, man was earthbound. Then, starting in 1969, owing to the minds and abilities of American scientists and engineers, man left Earth to make 6 trips to the surface of the moon. Mitchell hands the laminated papers to me. There is a golden seal in the upper right corner, folded across the seam. The papers look old and worn. In 2 places there are water stains. At the bottom, a blue tape label reads, ESP note card used in flight by Edgar Mitchell on Kitty Hawk. I recognize the labeling technology, the handheld dynamo label maker from the 1970s. Next, Mitchell takes out a bent spoon, twisted at the neck. The spoon was not bent by Uri Geller. This was bent by a child after Geller appeared on a television show, Mitchell says. I'd gone on the Jack Parr television show with Uri, he explains, and Uri encouraged children at home watching to try psychokinesis for themselves, to command their spoons to bend. And all over the world they did. A mother sent this to me. She said it had been bent by her son. The bent spoon inspires him, Mitchell tells me. Children who grow up believing they can do anything generally do great things. Children like him. He was a Depression-era kid, impoverished, he says, but people around him helped him have dreams, and despite the odds, he learned how to fly at age 13. The rest of his life story is well known. The question people should ask themselves, he says, what are we really capable of? Space travel, psychokinesis. What else can we do that we think we can't? These are the questions I've wondered all my life. Everyone has heroes. Ed Mitchell is one of mine. In researching and writing this book, awash in anomalous mental phenomena, Ed Mitchell's professional work on Apollo 14 was, for me, a beacon of ground truth. To read the 1,019-page Apollo 14 transcript, a chronicle of the 216 hours Ed Mitchell, Alan Shepard, and Stuart Roosa spent in outer space, is to read a testament of what extraordinary human functioning really is. Because of the near-catastrophic failure of the Apollo 13 mission, the Apollo 14 astronauts were under intense pressure to make the mission appear as if everything were rosy. NASA could not afford any negative publicity, the astronauts were told. The entire Apollo program was at risk of cancellation if anything went wrong on Apollo 14. When Mitchell and Shepard faced an extraordinary problem having to do with the guidance system on the spacecraft, they had to forfeit communication as they traveled around the dark side of the moon while the problem was being solved. How many people could function under pressure like that? The astronauts persevered and succeeded. That, to this reporter, is truly phenomenal. I think forever humans have asked the question, who are we? Mitchell observes. Why did we get here? What is this really all about? And all of our science, all of our religions, all of our studies have presumably been adding something to the answer to that question. And we frankly still don't understand. We still don't have the answer. We still don't know. One answer we have. He launches into a brief summary of his theory about extraterrestrial visitors to our planet when he's interrupted by a knock at the door. Believers, those sheep, would call this a deus ex machina moment. Unbelievers, goats, would say this was interesting timing. One of Mitchell's assistants presents the visitor. It's a technician from AT&T. I'm here to fix the internet connection, the man says. Mitchell stands up, and I do too. Yes, come in. Mitchell welcomes him. The technician looks about 25 years old. He has thick red hair, a long beard, is tall and overweight. He wears an AT&T logo shirt, jean shorts, sneakers, and tall white socks. Where's the box? He asks. There is an awkward moment of silence. Mitchell is from my grandmother's era, a time when manners dictated that when a guest arrives, expected or not, you take a moment to make introductions so everyone present knows who everyone else is. I'm not sure if you know who I am, Mitchell says politely. The man looks around. The moon artifacts and iconic photographs that adorn every wall don't seem to register on the technician. If you're familiar with who I am, Mitchell restates. Nope, the technician says, uninterested. Silence. This is Edgar Mitchell, I say brightly, pointing. He was the sixth man to walk on the moon. I was an astronaut on Apollo 14, Mitchell clarifies, with the good kind of pride. The technician shrugs. Yeah, well, I'd like to get the fuck off this planet too, he says. So where's the box for the internet? And that's that. The tragedy of being an Apollo astronaut becomes real. For many, the power of the moon voyages has faded over time. Mitchell points, and the man disappears into the back part of the house. Like a gentleman, Ed Mitchell motions for me to sit back down. I reach into my bag to retrieve an item I've brought for the interview. It's a copy of the map Mitchell carried on the moon, downloaded from NASA's website. I hand it to him. We discuss the moon map. There's a NASA photograph of Mitchell holding this map on the moon, and when I saw it, it made me want to write this book, I say. All work requires effort. All goals require conviction. All conviction is entwined with doubt. Belief gets us where we are going, but what saves a man when he gets lost? This, I tell Ed Mitchell, is the question I came to ask. Mitchell reviews the map, then apologizes. I'm not so good at map reading these days, he says. We sit quietly. In the background, in another room, the AT&T technician can be heard banging around. Mitchell sighs and says, I'm not so good at traveling anymore. I fatigue. You, the adventurer, the great explorer, is that difficult to accept? I ask. Yes. Well, no, he says. I travel by Skype now. And then he says, I'm in the final stages of my life. I'm content. The dog barks. It's time for me to go. 11 months later, Edgar Mitchell died. His passing coincided by a matter of hours with the 40th anniversary of the Apollo 14 moon landing, the moment Mitchell set the Antares down on the lunar surface just 87 feet from its target. So Ed Mitchell is stardust again, as he had always been. We are all made of stardust, of elements created in explosions in the depths of space. In the most elemental way, we are all connected. Deep questions go to the root of that connection. The Cold War spawned more scientific inquiry than anyone on Earth could have dreamed of at the time. Carl Jung was right. What is possible, what becomes reality, emerges from the rational assumptions of the age. As new documents become declassified and sources talk about their roles in secret ESP and PK programs, past and present, clarity will improve. With advances in new technologies, scientists will begin to see under the surface, learn to ask new questions, and move from hypothesis to general theory. There is no question that man is extraordinary, each of us a phenomenon.